Hey, Mom. How y'all doing tonight? I'm glad to see you're in a good mood. Silly. Jo- Jonestown videos? Hmm, I don't know. There's a link. Hopefully someone will come up here and talk to me about this. So, um, I know y'all are seeing everything that's going on, and hopefully y'all can hear me. I'm not wearing the headset tonight. Those things, I don't know how people wear them. They kill my ears. But anyway, hopefully it's working. Um, on my community page, I put a documentary that What Life shared. Thank you, What Life. It was really good. Um, it tells how they have used this. Thank you. They have used this method of Hey 420, this method of causing people to riot since I think it was the fall of Rome. So it's been going on for a really long time. Uh, it may have skipped a period of time until, some evildoer decided to use it to control the masses and get them to do what he wanted them to do. And so my thought is that this is all being created for several different reasons, I think. Um, hey, Ian, good to see you. Cheryl, I hope you come in and I hope I can see you. I went back to get a link that was left last night and I couldn't see Cheryl's chat. So I don't know what happened to Cheryl, but um, hopefully I fixed it. Um, so I think it's being created for a multitude of reasons. And um, one of them is to create chaos, which they have succeeded in. Um, Another one is probably to get some people riled up enough that they'll take each other out. Um, or what's going on outside of all that they would be distracting us from. Hey, Daniel, good to see you. Happy Tuesday to you. Taco Tuesday. Did anybody have tacos today? My daughter did. Um, so it's interesting to watch that documentary and see exactly how they make it work. It really is. So it kind of um, like most of us are God fearing. Let's just get along. Let's try to make it week to week, financially, mentally, spiritually. Um, but it seems that there is a group that doesn't quite think that way. And um, yeah, hey Larry, good to see you. It's a buffet. Ooh. Oh, no, I didn't want you to be miserable. Is No King connected to Walmart? Well, um, from what I understand from that link that maybe that dropped last night, is that the 14th is when they're calling everyone to stand, um, and there's a map and it shows what areas that's going to happen in, and it does show who is sponsoring or supporting this, in some way. And I didn't look at the list, so I don't know if Walmart's on it or not. But dude, it's good to see you. Um, so this another theory that I saw, Marshmallow Man, good to see you, um, is that it's like we have two separate countries living inside this one country. So that theory, it kind of makes sense to me. Um, but it's the okay, we can't have hate. And so I've seen a lot of, you know, I don't know how to say it. It's okay, we can't hate the left just because they're the left. We can't, um, yes, Larry, NGO groups. Thank you. There's a lot of that going on. And but when you get to one group, if you look into that group, there's a multitude of other groups that are connected to that group. There are so many organizations that they can't even they can't even keep up with them all because it is so many that it is just impossible. Hey Pat, good to see you. Thank you, the dude. Very good. And so we're told to love our enemies, whoever we think our enemies are. And that's part of it too, is it, who do we really think our enemies are? Do we know? I mean, there's so many things going on right now. You can't even begin to point the finger at somebody. Hey Cheryl, good to see you. Okay, so you are here and I do see you. And hopefully you can be seen on the YouTube side also. Um, I'm not sure that I put the right one. I tried to make you a mod so that I could see you in the comments. Let me check my phone and make sure. Oh no, Pat. Well, I'm trying to oh, was that you, Gigi? Okay. Be careful, Gigi. You get excited. um, we have a major cell, storm cell that is going to hit us. And so I don't know what's going to happen. So that's why I might be talking a little fast tonight, trying to get it all out before some, we'll see what happens. um, um, okay. So last night I was supposed to be asleep, but I was watching a live streamer in LA, um, the looting. I don't know where the looting came in, but so for whatever reason, these events are planned ahead of time. And um, and we all knew this because we've seen the pallets of whatever that they put out. So they're planned ahead of time, and you just have to ask for what reason? What good is this going to serve? It's not for good. It's not for anything good. Yeah. Jersey Joe, good to see you. It's Boom Week. I don't know what that is, but I believe it. Um, I can see you, Cheryl. Can everybody see you, Cheryl? Rosie, good to see you. You're glad you're not a triggered lefty. Oh, me too. Room temperature Rosie. That's an interesting handle. What was the other one I saw a while ago? Happy Days. That's good. Oh, is it, Anne? I never know when his birthday is. Well, then why are you putting it, Gigi? Okay, everybody sees you, Cheryl. um. So anyway, before I went to sleep, because I had to get up at 8 o'clock this morning, and didn't get to take a nap, so I don't know how long I feel to stay awake either. Virginia, good to see you. Be charming, good to see you. Awesome, Virginia. Thank you. It's about Jesus, the world channel. Okay, thank you. um, I hope you can come up, Virginia. So, watching this live streamer last night, and he was going down the streets and um, the looting. I just couldn't believe he showed the. Well, he didn't show the CVS. He said that was the CVS back there, and apparently they looted CVS, like tore it up. And then he did show uh, an Adidas store. It was completely empty. There was one pair of shorts and a t-shirt hanging, was all that we could see. Two shoes were laying outside the door, and that was all that was left. And then they went over to the Apple store, and um, so there were a gajillion cops in front of the Apple store. I don't know if any arrests were made. I didn't see any arrests being made. That's another subject I want to get to too, because um, and so one of the guys was wearing a white hoodie, t-shirt, something on a bicycle, supposedly armed, and so they were trying to chase him down. Um, the people, there were people that were throwing things at cars just driving by. There were, it was, I mean, once you get people in a frenzy like that, You don't know what they're going to do. So please, y'all, stay off the streets. I have seen people going irate just over somebody honking at them. I have seen just the craziest things. I can't understand it. I can't understand. Yes, I can. After watching that documentary and seeing how they psychologically get people to do these things, y'all, it's like they can they can just hype you up into a frenzy. That's the only thing I know to call it, is they're not even thinking when they get to this certain point where they're just out to destroy, destruction, just just whatever it is in front of them. They just, and yes, pray. Now is the time to be praying for sure. It's just being safe as you can. Um, and I know it really stinks. Hey, Mary, good to see you. It, and Wayne, good to see you. It really stinks to go out and drive somewhere and worry about whether you're going to piss somebody off to the point of just taking you out. Uh, to me, that's letting them have control. And no, they're not having control. 21, good to see you. Thank you very much. You have fun with that radio. um, 21, South Carolina. He does radios, and um, they talk to each other all over the place. He's probably having a heyday right now. He's probably getting firsthand information with these riots too. Curfew in LA at 8 p.m. Well, that's good. I don't think it's gonna, I don't know. I think everybody is just uh, too riled up in those major cities. And so it sounds like June 14th, they're going to rile them up again. And uh, Austin's doing it too. Wow, I have not heard that uh, from anybody, not on Facebook or anywhere. But because I know some people that work in Austin. Oh, is he finally going to decide to talk? Oh, well. Yeah, I don't know. It's, what did I say I was going to get back to a while ago? Yeah, me either, Al. The Rizzler. Thank you. Good to see you. Um, what did I say I was going to get back to? I can't remember. Um, It just went, no. I just, I just want y'all all to be safe out there. It's, um, any big cities. Yeah, good idea, Pat. Because in what life, I'm so glad you came up. What's the population of the city you're in?
The population,
Yes.
oh, I forget. It's up there. It's a good bit. I mean, it's a pretty big city, but I mean, it's so spread out. You know, I mean, you've got your city downtown space, but I mean, you've got a lot of like rural country area as well. Um, it's hard to say.
Eddie Cannon, good to see you. It has been a while. And Rizzler, no, I don't have an OnlyFans.
I got one, but I don't know you that well yet, the Rizzler. So sorry. Oh, if I had to guess, probably the Central Savannah River area. My area, probably 500,000 people, probably.
Oh, wow. Whoa.
I think we're still
Okay.
the. I think Augusta's still the second largest city behind Atlanta.
Really? Okay, that's a lot of people.
And you
um,
figured location and then military base and stuff like that. That adds a lot to the population, you know.
yes. So are you seeing any riots there or any
Well,
protests?
uh, about 2 days ago, when it was at one of the Krispy Kremes, somebody forgot to turn on the hot and fresh donut sign, and these pack of soccer moms, they really got into it. I mean, it really caused a real brouhaha. But nah, not like that. Not like we're seeing like in LA or certain other cities, you know, bigger cities. No, I mean, you know, you'll not going along with this particular cycle of events, but I mean, there's been like people that protest certain things before, but it's never gotten violent. You know, most people usually talk amongst themselves. Um, Definitely not how it's portrayed on the news in certain areas.
Yeah. Yeah. Stock up on your groceries if you live in a big city for sure. Um, oh, what's the 14th? Is that Saturday?
Yeah, that's the that's the a lot of people got it confused. They thought they were doing anniversary of America, but it's the 250th anniversary of the forming of the army underneath I forget. It's been 250 years. That's this Saturday, which is also Flag Day. Um, I think somebody said it's Donald Trump's birthday.
Yeah, I saw
Um,
that.
and then I know they have several other events planned in major cities. You know, of course, they're going to be. Uh,
See, and that's when they're calling these people to action is the 14th. And um, the only one that I saw in Texas was Houston, and I didn't see any in Georgia.
oh,
Um,
there's
there were only
anywhere.
five spots that they were showing that they were last night. Navy Vet dropped a link in chat. I don't know if you got it.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. They're having a I guess a representative or represent whoever's behind the No Kings movement. They're having one here in Augusta. I went onto the site to see where it was
yeah,
at because I was going to go to it, and it's one of those things that they tell you. Well, I don't know how it is on everybody's computer, but on my device, it wouldn't show you the precise location unless you like did like an RSVP type deal. It just said Augusta, Georgia. Um, but I did find out where it's going to be, and I planned on going down there just to see what's going on. You know, um, I mean, I don't plan to
just be
cause no trouble.
careful.
Oh, I ain't worried about that.
I know.
There ain't.
I don't
As
know
far
too
as
many
man, I
people
don't
that
really fear man. I fear the ignorance of man sometimes, but I never fear man.
yes.
Um, but I mean, for
And
the most part, I know people can come from out of town, but here in Augusta, Georgia, I mean, the people that protest is usually local people. They're not really causing a problem. Now, out of town people come in, that's a whole different story. You know what I mean? But you can spot them people a mile away. They always look out of place. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm
And
gonna go
Father's
out. I'm gonna
Day
go out
is
and about just
Sunday.
to see what all the hype's about. You know?
Yeah, I understand. Well, we expect some videos to pop up
Oh, there'll definitely be videos
on
for
your
sure.
channel. Um, yeah, Sunday's Father's Day. Eddie,
Dang, it's
um,
Father's Day already.
I believe that this was a planned thing ahead of time and that there's a lot of organizations pushing for this. I don't think they're all paid. I think that once you get people in that mindset, that whatever you call it, it, they, they get to the point of no return, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
Um,
they don't even realize what they're really a part of. You know, they just see it from a small point of view, but they don't even realize the
yes,
the trickery and the perversion that's been put on them. You know, they're reacting, and some of them don't even know why they're reacting that way. It's just kind of second
yes,
nature, I guess.
it's like they're under a spell. And so
Yeah,
knowing, hey, Brew, good to see you. And you, absolutely. Um,
it's good to
it's,
see you.
it's Eric, thank you. And good to see you, Pappy Two Bears. It's, knowing that they can control your mind like that, though. I mean, maybe not everybody. I can't see them making me do whatever I don't want to do unless they have some super thing that I don't know about. But um, it, it, no, not allowing that to happen.
Yeah,
Kiss off. Good to see you, sweetie. I think that most of us that I've seen in these chats and throughout this YouTube community, most of us are calm and we're not calling anyone to action. If we mention the assembly, that is a peaceful assembly constitutionally. It's not it's not a group that is against the government. It's not a group that is really against any of it. The it's the um, how do we make the government function in a better way? Not not and it's asking those questions and coming up with solutions. And I think that that's what we've all been doing from the get-go. I don't think that anybody's been like just I mean even J6, I don't think that that was to cause trouble. I don't think it was. I think it was just people standing as the voice of America saying, you know, something's got to give, something's got to change. And that's, Pappy, that's what I was like. So, what's going on otherwise that they're wanting to distract us from?
yeah. I guess sometimes it can be a thin line between us being very passionate about certain things or certain topics and certain provocateurs just wanting to cause pandemonium. You know, I think it could be a thin line between being passionate and, you know, just wanting to cause all out pandemonium.
That, do you really think it's that thin? I don't, maybe.
Not
Um,
always, it can be, you know. And I
yeah.
think a lot of it comes in not under, maybe not understanding someone's intent. Like sometimes, you know, if you're exchanging text message, you can't really see or hear the tone in someone's voice, the intent on certain things, and if you don't understand that, it could be a real thin line, I guess. I don't know. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And so, what did I just see? Um, Something that reminded me of what I was going to say when it should be charged like J6ers. One thing I did notice in all of these um, protests that, well, not like I've watched a lot of them. The ones that I did watch, it seems that there is the police. They're not. They're not doing anything. It's it's a um it it, it I guess the only time that they are making an arrest is if somebody actually attacks them, and then they grab them and cuff them and put them to the side or put them in a car or whatever. So I think that that's why people are getting upset. Hey, Monty, good to see you. Are getting upset at these mayors because I guess the mayors are the ones who are telling the police stand down or something, and um, it's like their presence is there, but they're not doing anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And all these type of things, I know sometimes it may seem kind of random or sporadic, but any type of decisions like that, there's a chain of command. And yes, somebody's definitely calling the shots, whether, even if the mayor decrees it, somebody told that mayor what to do, or, on and so forth, whoever those powers may be. Uh,
Right. Could be the governor of the state or
could
whoever.
be. Yeah.
And we know the cities that are going to be involved every time. LA is a given. Chicago, um, uh, maybe Detroit, New York, Portland, you know, the ones that Summer of Love, we saw it then. And it's just a repeat. But this is a different, um, well,
It definitely feels different, I guess,
supposedly,
by what we went through the last 5 years. And I know things
yeah,
happened a lot before then, but, just to, I guess, to keep things current, since 2020.
yeah.
Yeah, you give somebody $100 bill and a free T-shirt, you'd be surprised where they show up at.
True. So we know the people who have been funded before, and we know who funded them. And so I think that's what I was meaning. Like it's two countries within a country.
Oh
It's
yeah,
it's the conservatives that are that are. We believe in law and order. We believe in working for what you have. We believe in raising our children to try to be the best people that they can be. Actions, not distractions. Good to see
it's good to see your actions.
you.
See, you got your haircut, man. You look like a whole new man. Looking good, man. I'm proud of you.
And but then there's this other side that's just kind of um no, we want you to just do what you want to do, be who you want to be, um, even if it goes against the grain, you know, it, um, you don't have to work. We'll take care of you. Or those things. And so um, maybe that is the divide that they have created. Somebody has created.
Yeah,
I
it's,
don't
it's
even know who they is anymore.
and
It's just,
that video I sent you. It was interesting. I was on my break this morning, just scrolling through, and then that popped up, and it's a channel I like watching because they have all type of documentaries, and they go back and find old footage, and um,
yes,
the guy who runs the channel, he said originally he had planned on putting out that video with a series of videos like later this year. Um, but with the current climate of things, he kind of figured, hey, why not now? And that's pretty cool. It doesn't go super in depth, and of course, there's a lot more to it than just what he showed. But it kind of breaks down and shows you how these things just don't happen by chance.
yeah, yeah,
Especially when all the narratives that's being protested or taken a stand against it's your news cycle topics. You know what I mean? Certain people see certain things, but you don't really have that emotion or that feel to once you see it on the news and it's been polarized. That of something's been put in your head, and now you know it's happening.
yes. And that's what they were talking about in that documentary, how they even use the media to create the chaos even more.
Oh
Because,
yeah,
and that they have a system that they use. Like, um, and with cell phones, I would imagine that's way easier to do, is they just put out a call and 200 people are there in no time flat. I don't know why they're not at work or where they're coming from, but hey, Brian, good to see you. And so
good to see you, Brian.
it's like,
Yeah, it's just the eternal battle of good versus evil. It's the same. It's the
it is.
same base energy. It just gets repackaged and reformed in different generations, different leaders, different whoever it may be.
Yep, I believe that there is definitely a show of good versus evil because it doesn't matter who's up there, or, you know, most people will blame the president or Congress, Senate, whoever, but it's, I think it's a lot bigger than that. And so good versus evil would definitely explain that because it's anyone, you can have someone that goes into office with the best of intentions. They're going to stay true to the way they believe, and but then once they get up there and see how it really works, they kind of change with it. They change to the mold. Oh my goodness, Brew. She kept totally silent when they had the fires in LA, when everything was just burning down. She would not speak to the press at all. And that she is really speaking up through this is um is kind of telling.
There was a show I used to watch. I used to like watching. Uh, I go to my grandparents sometime on the weekend and watch cable. But it was called. I think it came on maybe the late '90s, early 2000s. It was a show called. It was originally called G versus E, but then they retitled it to Good versus Evil, which that's what it meant to begin with. But
Mm-hmm.
it was a pretty interesting show. It was like this guy. I don't really think he was an angel. I think he was like he met certain circumstances and he was chosen and he had this partner. He made him his partner, and they would kind of go out and like uh, not always like battle demons, but good versus evil.
Hmm.
And it was, who knows? I might go back and watch the episodes now, and it might feel like it's talking about now. Certain things have that feeling, but it was a pretty interesting show.
Yeah. And that is so right, Pappy. And hold the line. That's,
That's it.
you don't want to get involved in any of that. Be labeled as something that you're not. Um,
I really don't like labels, really.
yeah. And Jersey Joe, that's been one of my questions too. Um, a lot of these countries that have come into the United States, if they are looking for a better life and if they are wanting to fit in, then they need to um, do it the way they're supposed to and become Americans. If they are here just to get what they can get out of us to send home or go back home, or if they're here to cause harm to people, then they shouldn't be here. That's and one of the most sickening things is watching them just stomp all over the American flag and flying their flags, whatever it is. It's that's heartbreaking to me. But do I let it, oh, I'm gonna go out and take care of this and no, it's not accepting it. It's like we see you. Does that make sense? We see we
I
see
could,
that you might have some demon in you or something. We see you.
well, I could definitely see it from that point of view, and um,
Yeah,
but from my point of view, and this just is my point of view, it's probably going to be different than a lot of people's in here. But not saying that, not saying that my point of view is right, not saying that yours, anybody else is wrong. I don't never try to have that intent. I'm just saying how I feel about things. Um, but with the flag, you know, I love and respect the American flag. I was born here, uh, by
yeah,
the grace of God. I was born in Georgia, just happened to be born in the States. But
yeah,
I think it's all about intent, you know. Uh, a lot of the people that wave and wear the American flag, they don't have good intentions for us, They hide behind a flag or a symbol because it's polarizing. It gets in no matter who you are, it's emotional. No matter what the flag is, it's a symbol. It's something we know and some people identify with, American or wherever you may be
respect.
born.
Yes,
Um, it's all about intent, you know. People coming from different countries and stuff here, if they're coming for a better life and they want better things for their families and stuff, I think them carrying their flag, unless it's
never
all
happened.
about the intent. In my opinion, if they're peaceful, they're not causing no harm. It's just all about the respect of their culture. Just like we've got politicians and people here that hide behind our flag that we love and represent, but we don't agree with their policies and stuff. Same way there, even though they left their country to come here, as long as they're not trying to like harm anyone or put somebody else's flag down or something with the intent, I don't see no problem with that. um
Right.
as long as it's all peaceful, we all have that right to peacefully protest, peacefully. When things get out of
That's
hand,
true.
then that's a totally different story. um but shoot, as
I
long as
mean,
it's peaceful, I don't have no problem with it. I don't see it as a sign of disrespect for America. especially if they want to be here and do the right things. Obviously, they loved and respected enough to come here, but at the same time, they're just still proud of that culture and that heritage, just like any one of us would be. Whatever your ancestry is, if your people's from here, if you're Irish, you have an Irish flag. If you're Polish, you have a
Yeah,
Polish flag. I don't have no problem with that. It's just all about the intent,
that's true.
and that's just my
Hey,
opinion.
Virginia, how are
Hey,
you?
I'm good. I've been listening a bit. I was working on some bacon, priorities. But
Hell yeah,
I've been watching and listening to some of this, and man, it's tough because intent, I agree. What I agree, and also the intentions of the people assembling, and that's one thing I kept seeing. Mainstream media kept saying, well, they're just peacefully, and there's literally fire behind the reporters. It's like, oh, they're
oh
just
yeah, yeah,
peacefully assembling.
Yes.
It's like, hold on now. We can't redefine words this way. Now, if they were in fact peaceful and maybe even had their signs, even if they're cussing, that's that is part of the First Amendment, whether we like it or not. But
yeah,
the destruction, destroying your
yeah. That's
own
different.
Yes.
city, just like digging up the concrete, and that is nonsensical to me. That is crossing
Yeah.
the line.
Who goes to a protest to do that much work?
Right.
He must have, hey,
Yep.
yeah. As long as you're not causing any loss, injury, or harm to nobody,
Right.
so be it. Because hell, they start banning flags. Who's to say they banned the Georgia Bulldog flag? Then I can't ride through Alabama when they win another championship and say "Go Dogs." Then they
But they
deport
have
me.
banned
I ain't gonna
flags.
see wildlife no more.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm
No,
just
that's
kidding.
Try
true.
But
try carrying the red, uh, oh, what's it called? It's the Alabama flag, isn't it?
Crimson Tide.
Yeah, they banned that one, haven't
They
they?
banned it.
I thought they did because it stood for the Civil War or something, or
I might be mistaken with a different flag then.
maybe maybe I'm wrong too. It's the red one with the X stars are in an X.
Oh, no, you're not. No, that's a different. That's something different. No, yeah, no, I don't think none of that's
Mm,
banned. I mean, if you want to fly something in your yard, I mean, it's as long as it's not derogatory. You know what I mean? Uh,
yeah,
it's like images like the swastika. You change up the angle and a little bit of the way the lines go, and now it's a symbol of hate. People know it as a symbol as hate, but for thousands of years in different religions all across the world, it was a symbol of peace. You know. That one shift in degree or perspective changes a lot of things.
yep.
I yield.
And that's true. They do take advantage of our goodwill. Um, I think that, you know, we've seen what they say. When they're on the media and they're saying death to Americans or anything like that, then
Yeah,
they are not they are not here to fit into this country. They're
yeah, that's
not
not
here.
peaceful.
No, it
Yeah, that once it gets to threats, um,
hmm
It's funny you mentioned the Civil War. I had a factoid. Let me find it. I yield.
I think,
what
Bonnie, if I'm not mistaken, one of the state flags is still the Confederate flag. Is it Mississippi? You said Alabama. I'm wondering if it's Mississippi, or like it looks a lot like it if it's not, in fact, the same um, flag still.
let me
But
see if I can.
yeah,
Is
like
it
if we've
called
got the
the
state flag,
Confederate flag?
yes. Now maybe they call it something else, or there's a different name. Um, but it looks really similar, and I could
No
see that.
states currently use it. I think somebody said Mississippi. I think Mississippi was the last one that changed it.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Did they change it?
Oh,
It says the Confederate flag, specifically the Southern Cross or battle flag, is a highly controversial symbol with a complex history. While some see it as representing Southern heritage and rebellion, others view it as a symbol of slavery, racism, and white supremacy. Of
Yes.
course.
Hmm. Oh, Monty says it was Tennessee that was a Confederate. I know there was a state, maybe more than one, that their flag looked very much like it or
there's
was
been
kind of
several.
Yeah,
We had one. I mean, Mississippi, a lot of your southern states did at one time,
right.
during your Confederacy, especially during the Civil War time, because, I mean, they were a totally separate entity, the Confederate States of the South.
chessboard, good to see you.
Hey, chessboard.
Let me see if I can find that article. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Do you remember like a dozen years ago, Walmart banned the Confederate flag from being sold because it was still at the Walmart in
Yeah,
certain, and they banned it. And I mean, joking, not joking, my family in Virginia sent like a whole case of them, like they're banning the Southern flag. And like I went and bought a bunch, and that Southern pride, it's a thing. I'm not mad at it, but
yeah.
some people interpret it differently.
And that's just it. I don't know. I don't understand. You know, if this was a peaceful protest, in the beginning, it was supposedly protesting that they didn't want to be deported, right?
Hmm.
But when they started breaking into ICE buildings, when they started um, turning it into a more violent movement, that's when people like us are like, "Hey, you're overstepping. We want law and order. We
Hmm.
want a we want to know that we're safe, that our families are safe, that somebody's out there keeping them safe. If we can't be right there with them, and there has to be law and order. I understand that, but that can also be taken to the extreme.
Hmm. So,
Hey, Decat, good to see you, and thank you.
in order to establish or reestablish law and order, um, what if these are the growing pains of it? Because I'm not sure there was any other likelihood than this civil unrest, which we've all talked about. We can smell it coming.
Yes, yes,
And so I think there's, um, I think we're at a crossroads. This could go really, really bad, much, much worse, or maybe this is the start of just getting the laws we already have enforced. And that's the hopeful side, because honestly, I think this is going to
yes,
escalate, and we are going to lose rights via habeas corpus being suspended, and any kind of acts or marshals or whatever that they could pull out. That affects you and me just as much as quote unquote rioters,
Illegals.
protesters, and whatever they're
Yeah,
calling them,
yeah.
illegals,
yes,
like
Whatever the tag is this week.
whatever the
yes,
divisive tag is. Yes.
yep. And that's in that documentary. I noticed that they were using keywords like there was one that you just said. Uh, huh, darn it, my mind just goes. I gotta quit reading chat
Don't so
while we're
fast now.
talking because I lose it. Yes,
Growing pains
Monty.
are going back to
It
Um,
was okay. It was in that train of thought. Growing Pains, Law and Order.
and restoring it.
Um,
Provocateurs.
Yeah, those two.
Uh,
yeah. Um,
now you made us forget.
Virginia Rewind. I don't. So, so, um, you think that we may need a time of martial law
Oh
in
yeah,
your?
I did say like martial law and so habeas corpus, which suspends basically due process.
Yeah.
That could affect each of us. I mentioned those three words, yes, or those three options. We're at a crossroads came right before that, where it could go that way or that way.
Yeah.
Trying to
Brew. I understand. Oh, sorry, Monty.
think.
I'm just letting you know it's me.
Could be AI money. Careful.
Speaking of it, I've been watching all these Yeti, the Bigfoot and the Yeti and the Star Wars ones. Those are fun.
Yeah, I seen
Mhm.
the Bigfoot ones. Yeah,
Oh man!
they're like, I appreciate the 6 pack you guys left me. I've been toasted all day.
Or when they found the booger sugar.
Hey, Red Pill.
Yeah, then yeah, I seen one where the Bigfoot found the vape pen that the campers left over, and it's like, I appreciate this device. I've been on it all day.
I seen a good
That's
one last night.
very good to see you.
I seen a good one last night. They they took the boat and they took the truck and the boat fishing. They drove the truck in first, and then you see him in the boat. The bass boat is halfway sinking. He's like, "Did you forget someone? Did you forget to check for the plug?"
Mm.
Okay, I don't see.
Have y'all ever heard the term Confederados?
No.
It was a term created after the Civil War. There was I don't know, some numbers have it around 20,000 or more. These were Confederate soldiers that after the Civil War, they moved down to Brazil near
I understand that.
The San
Thank you.
Paulo region of Brazil, and
Hmm.
they founded a city called Americana. Uh, Very interesting city. If you ever have time to look it up, it's very interesting. Just look up Americana, Brazil, or Confederados. And like I said, these were probably
Hmm.
some numbers even have an estimated as 40,000, up to 40,000 moved down there originally, but they all went down there at one time. Um, Got to do a little bit more research. I don't know exactly why they went that far. From the south all the way to Brazil. But
When
yeah,
was what happened? When did they go?
this was post Civil War. This was right after the American Civil War.
Okay. Huh.
Um, different reports have the numbers. Some say around 20,000. Some say 40,000 or a little more. Ex um, Confederate soldiers that after the war they just kind of left for whatever reasons they felt. Some took their families with them. Some were just men that just went down there. But there were a lot of families went down there. That was a lot of people, and that was post Civil War, and it's a place called Americana. But yeah, you look up the way the town was built and everything structured. I mean, it's just like you would think some parts was America, and
Hmm.
how the people have grown up and stuff over time is pretty interesting.
Yeah. Huh.
I'm
They still
look
have
into
full
that.
parades about it. They dress in full Civil War garments,
Really?
battle flags and all, and have parades. Yeah, and this is in the middle of Brazil.
Right.
See,
Hmm.
it was towards the end of the war. It was before President Lincoln was shot. There was talk that he had mentioned that he wanted to take the slaves and put them either in the south of Mexico or in South America. So maybe that's why some of the Confederates left and went down there and homesteaded.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean it's.
Mhm.
I mean, you're in the South, you're used to the heat, but I mean, shoot, that's south of the equator. I mean, that's a whole different level. That's
Yeah.
nonstop.
Sure, Red Pill. Come on up.
So I
Lauren,
put
it's good
a
to see you. John Denning.
might not be the best link, but I put in the back chat to kind of give you a reference to go from there.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Hey, John. Indy.
But that's something they definitely didn't
Indeed.
teach
Good
us
to
in
see
school.
you.
You know, in seventh grade, we had a class that we took. It was called, instead of like your regular generic history class, it was Georgia history. And luckily, I had the best Georgia history teacher that ever lived, Mr. Schreier, and he told the best stories and he told stuff. And I remember he mentioned about it one time. He didn't go in real in depth about it, but he mentioned them. Um, I always thought that was pretty fascinating.
I've been watching this series. It's called Threads on YouTube. It's historical, but all about Civil War, from Missouri and Kansas border wars all the way to everything else.
That's what was the major kickoffs to the Civil War. People don't know that was when they restructured the Kansas and Missouri line.
Uh,
Huh.
so I just watched the one of Nathan Bedford Forrest last week. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, he was an interesting character.
He started the KKK and everything else, and besides being he was a really top notch general. But here's the interesting part, and I didn't know this till after I watched this. In his later years, post war, after the war, he was against slavery. He was against what he had helped create on the KKK. He was totally against it all. And the damage they said they was talking about how the damage had already been done to his reputation, that
Hey,
it
Red
was
Pill.
not fixable.
Yeah,
And
during
then
those times, yeah.
the one on Jefferson Davis, he was uh, he was anti-slavery before the Civil War, quite like 20 years before the Civil War, and then
Hmm.
when he became president and everything else. And I was like, well, shoot, the regular history books doesn't tell none of that. They just tell the bad parts, and you know, it don't talk
Jefferson
about.
Davis is one of the three characters that's carved in Stone Mountain, which is here
Hey,
in Georgia.
Steve.
Yep.
Of course, he was the president during the Confederacy, so
You say Davis, Jefferson Davis?
Yeah,
mhm. Have
I
a lot of
think if I
things in the
remember,
area named after him. There's even a highway, Jefferson Davis Highway.
Oh, okay. Red Pill, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay, just dealing with the usual health issues.
Oh, sorry to hear that. It's been a lot of prayers for you.
I'll be glad when I get all this stuff over and done with. I got a test coming up Monday, so
Yeah. So how's your area?
what's that?
How's your area that you're in?
Nothing going on around here now. I know I had seen a list. I don't remember where I seen it, and I should have saved it. Talking about all these cities that supposedly there are going to be riots in each of these other cities too, besides Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Have you seen the
Um,
Craigslist ad?
no. Craigslist.
Ooh,
Yeah, yeah. Let me show
get
you.
paid by the hour.
If you
Oh
can
my goodness.
hang on, wait a minute. Let me change that. Let me share something different. Hang on.
Okay.
I didn't even know Craigslist was still a thing.
Obviously it is, but
They've caught so much flack. Man,
Can y'all read that?
Dang, look at the pay. Holy
Hey,
shit.
I can't.
what differentiates 6,500 to 12,5? You know, what's the difference in that?
Yeah,
Dang.
that's for some. I guess some of their crisis actors.
Mental
Oh,
toughness, bravery,
goodness.
physical strength, and speed. Conditioning is important. The mental toughness is everything.
Great.
Mm, high pressure,
See,
high risk.
Yeah,
And this is like it's like a mission impossible. This is like what they read to Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. This is your mission if you choose to accept it.
right.
they said they had these same ads out back in. You remember when they had all them riots back in 2020?
Yeah,
They were doing these same ads recruiting people.
don't hesitate.
Really.
When mysterious pallets of bricks was just dropped off in the city streets
Oh
here.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
that's happened again. There's been pallets of cinder blocks, pallets of
I,
bricks.
I was I was gonna say I saw last night they were saying a pallet of cinder blocks. Cinder
Somebody
blocks are not light. I mean, you gotta woof.
no, that'll hurt somebody
they
bad.
they were throwing them off the bridge into the police cars and vehicles.
Yeah,
Oh
that'll
my
delete somebody.
goodness.
Yeah,
Yeah, easily.
somebody needs to find Soros.
That's insane.
So
They
you
keep,
think he's the one behind all this?
That was I mean, it's speculation, but that was a lot of the talk back in 2020 as well. I don't trust that man as far as I can throw him.
a
Yeah.
lot of these influencers, creators, whatever you would call them, they keep asking, so who's behind all this? Who's the money behind this?
Heck, who owns Craigslist? If all the stuff that they done went through over the years and ain't nobody shut them down,
Yeah, I
who the heck
mean,
owns them?
they had Craigslist murders, and I didn't even know Craigslist was still around. I'm like you.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard about all type of wild Craigslist
Goodness.
stories.
Mm-hmm. They even used to have it to where you could find late night red light streetwalkers.
Let me look it up.
I put it politely.
Bonnie, what are you doing? Quit looking at that stuff.
No, I didn't look it up.
Interesting. It says eBay owns 25% share in it, so I guess they're the majority.
Gosh.
I got some friends that
Interesting.
moved. I got some friends that moved from here back down to Florida, and they're around the Brandon area, and their daughter, she's in the National Guard. She's in 2 weeks training right now. And I was like, anything about down there? She goes, no, nothing yet. I was like, I haven't really heard. And then I started hearing about the potential Tampa riots going to be taking place. And
The,
but
the,
she said once her daughter completes training or anything, if she does get called for riot control, she goes, I won't be able to post anything. And I was like, I understand.
I think
You see that?
I think the closest one I heard that would be in my area would be Atlanta, Georgia.
What's happening in hot Atlanta? Is
It
it going
hasn't
down?
happened yet, but they're talking about it could possibly go down in Atlanta, Georgia as well.
Oh yeah, it's going
Oh
down
my
this weekend.
goodness.
You bet it. The
Y'all are
Braves is
neighbors.
sucking too. They ain't winning. Oh yeah.
You know, especially when they're talking about all this stuff going down this weekend. You know, the 14th for
Yep.
I
because of
hope
that.
not, but
Yeah, not my king or whatever it is, and
hot Atlanta is
Yes.
definitely one of those spots.
Yeah, the No Kings Day.
yep.
So Mary
So
said Alex Soros Numa is getting married Saturday.
Not sure who that is.
Is that
Yeah.
Huma Abedin, the ex of Anthony Weiner? Is that who you're talking about? Who was that? Dang it.
That's Huma, the one that was involved with Hillary in that one
Yep.
video. I'm not going to say the name of the video. We
Yep.
all know.
Hillary's like right hand man for a little bit. Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Huma.
she was a political consultant.
Mm-hmm.
He's he's a globalist like the rest of them.
Oh yeah, his dad is a billionaire. He's got
I mean,
evil villain money.
It's George Soros' son. So that's why I was referring earlier about
Yeah, he got that
somebody that needs to look at Soros.
evil villain money.
Yep. Pat, that's the one heading to me right there. Coming from the border. Thank you, Mexico.
And
Yeah, the
she
Pacific
was
already
a
done named their first hurricane.
and Huma, she was a former Hillary Clinton aide.
Oh yeah, duplicitous scum.
Yeah, John, Navy vet left that last night, and we've been looking at.
Oh, I didn't know they had a website for No Kings.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it shows you a map of the cities
You can
and
type in
mm,
your area or like a what is it the area zip code and it'll show you the nearest one.
yep. And then
Oh, find
I
an
think
event
they
near
said
you.
that there was
Wow.
a link where you could click on that would tell you who was sponsoring it, and it's some big name businesses supposedly. I haven't looked at the sponsors. I don't know who they are yet, but
They say there's supposed to be one here, but this weekend, but I don't believe it.
Oh.
I found out the
See,
location.
Columbus, Georgia's on there.
dang
I
it.
don't see. I don't think I see one near you. What?
Oh, they said they got one.
Let me see. I'm trying to bring it
I
up.
found out the address and everything.
Yeah, Chris and Carpenter.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Here it is. There's one in Augusta, and there's one in
They
Augusta
don't
and
want you to
one
know about it. You got to zoom in on
near
that one. They don't show you it at first.
Aiken.
Aiken, South Carolina.
Yeah,
Damn, that's right
Aiken.
across the river.
Yep, it's right
The
there, close,
Cats
close.
in Brunswick.
Yeah, it's
Oh, if
got
they
one in
have one in
Augusta
Aiken, dude, that ain't.
and Aiken.
That'll be wild if they have one in Aiken,
The Cats said Brunswick.
Brunswick, Georgia.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, they're gonna be
Well,
burning up in Brunswick. It's too hot. It's too hot to even think about it.
Warner,
Y'all, I got in the car to
Warner
come
Robin,
home.
Statesboro,
Statesboro, oh yeah, Statesboro.
Savannah,
You got Georgia Southern and Statesboro, the college.
Savannah, Albany. All there's a whole
You
bunch
know
in
what? Now
Georgia.
that I think about it, the address here it might be. It's one of the facilities for the local college here. If I ain't mistaken.
Yeah, I don't know. When you pull it up on here, it just says the event's address is private. Sign up for more details.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they trick
Hmm.
you. They try to trick
I
you.
don't,
Sign up under a fake name. Just that.
As soon as they said that, I just started going to like you just go to like university pages or something in your area. They usually have postings on their page of events upcoming. It won't be like you can't just see it like on a community post by looking it up. You have to like actually look up your local university and go look on their community page on their website. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Steve, that's what someone said earlier too. Curfew, 8 p.m. in LA.
But I mean, they've already
Yes.
started there, so I mean, it'll definitely continue. To what level, I don't know. Hopefully for the better, not the worst.
Yeah, I haven't looked around me. The one that shows up as soon as you open the site is Houston, of course. Houston's always in on anything bad.
And by now, I think most everybody's out of school. You know what I mean? People that went home to their local
Yeah.
cities. So I mean,
Yeah,
unless you're in
And,
summer school or something.
and Dallas, Bonnie.
that doesn't surprise me either.
Beaumont.
Pat was saying Austin.
Damn, they got Beaumont.
There's like 4 or 5 around the capital. What? They're not
Yeah.
going to do it in Waco?
Wacky Waco.
Quite a few around at San Antonio. There's a whole lot of them in the Dallas Fort Worth area.
Darn. Had to be safe. Keep your doors locked.
I'm off that day, so I probably won't even come out of the house.
We'll get as close as I deem safe and necessary.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Try to get some footage. If I can
Yeah.
talk to somebody and they'll be willing to get on camera, I might do that. You know, they can
Here,
remain respectable. See what's up.
share this so people can see the map if they haven't pulled up the
Chessboard,
link.
that is totally true. They are really trying to turn Texas into something, and I'm really
Plurals. Yeah.
not happy about it. I'll just say that.
Yeah, that's not zoomed in, but that's basically a map. So everybody in the
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
that's
It's all
all
over.
that is all the protests they're planning on this weekend.
Yeah. Keep your doors locked. I'm glad you have dogs. This dog, if somebody sticks their toe in my driveway, she goes off.
Well,
Does it tell a total how many events those add up to be?
it says
Like
the
a
total.
total on that?
It doesn't. I don't see it anywhere on the site.
And look at
I'm
that.
I'm damn sure
Realize
not
that,
going. I'm damn sure not going to sit here and try to count them.
Oh no, I don't blame you. No, you have to
Let's
have a
just say,
beautiful mind.
yeah.
can you imagine if we posted something like that, though? There'd be FBI beating on your door in no time flat.
Well, my daughter will be in Florida this weekend, so I've got the dog. So this pit bull don't mess with nobody that tries to get in this house. So I'll be protected.
Yes, Prepper 101. That's true. We have 40 electoral votes. They're not taking over Texas. Well, and there I can say that because I'm in rural Texas. And but the big cities, those are the ones I just see such a change. Dallas, Fort Worth, we used to go up there all the time. We'd go to the Fort Worth stockyards. I never felt unsafe anywhere around there. And now just the thought of going there, it's like, I just don't think I need to be up there.
Yeah.
I think they've been turning university cities, which in any state is often one of their biggest cities or multiple of their biggest cities.
Yes,
And then once they get their grip in, and that's numbers, that's, you know what I mean? And it's ideology because it's taking over the universities. Then watch for them starting to rezone voting areas. That's
Oh
that's
yeah.
one that
It's
is
happening
taking
in
on.
real time.
They
they
tempo
already
that,
did that.
and
Yes,
they're going to keep doing it. You see what I'm saying? That's how they're going to get it. Like, I know you're in a rural place, but as far as you're any state, that's what they do. They spread the
yeah.
cancer.
Yep.
Didn't you say you
Um,
went to a rezoning meeting? Wasn't that a meeting you went to a while back?
yes. But it wasn't not like that. It wasn't rezoning districts. Like we're small.
Yeah.
We have 1,500 people. What are they gonna do? Um, it's the so what I saw happening in Houston is they were redoing districts in Houston, and what they were doing was um, making it totally blue is what they were doing, and so Abbott put a stop to that. I thought this was back years ago that that was happening. And I know that several arrests were made also. And John, I really hope that that's what's happening. But and I've been wondering about that too. If ICE is arresting these criminals, well, this destruction of property seems pretty criminal to me. That's what I don't understand, why the police are just standing there,
Yeah.
not doing anything.
I mean, they weren't just attacking police vehicles; they were attacking. You know what
Yeah.
Waymo is? Wait, the driverless vehicles. They were
Yes. Yes, I
vandalizing
saw
Waymo
that.
vehicles, TV station vans.
Yeah, I seen one article said that the driverless vehicles you could request it to come to a location, and yeah, they requested them to like
Mhm.
certain locations and intentionally like barricade or create blockades.
Yeah.
They do, but the sheriff is the law of the land.
Matter of fact, the last time I went up to Atlanta, I seen one of those things. It wasn't the like the ones featured in the LA videos, but it was similar type vehicles, and yeah, there was no driver. And I said, man, what the hell if I would get in one of those things?
I had another friend that out in near Vegas. He did a video riding around in it. I'm like, there's no way I'm getting into a car with no driver.
I wasn't able to get a video of it, but I was able to get a couple
Yeah.
pictures of it somewhere. I had to dig them up.
DAs won't prosecute those people. Probably not, Huckabee.
So how much is this in to do with in preparation for the Olympics in LA?
Have you seen that
You know,
video?
I bet they're going to be canceled. You know, it
Oh
just,
no.
it, I don't
Nobody's going to
know.
want to go.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to an event like that.
Was this possibly planned to help clean up LA before the Olympics?
Look up
Hmm.
oh, man. I'll put a site in the back chat. Let me look it up right quick.
Thank you. Yeah. With all the AI technology that they're putting in Texas, and that's why I went over that last night because it's it it, it goes beyond. It's global. Um, that UAE, is that what it was called? Meeting that Trump went to with the global leaders.
I think that's what it was.
And but I remember when Biden was at a summit, this is all connected
Well, they're
somehow,
they're
some way.
they're even having. I mean, it's not just the United States. They're having protests all the way down into Mexico, even down
Oh
in
wow.
down near Colombia, South America,
Oh my goodness, Steve-O.
Puerto Rico.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it just might get ugly this weekend.
Yeah, Chris and Carpenter, that's true. Possibly Meat Puppet. I don't know. Or is it to bring in the military to set the?
Oh yeah, it's always spear porn that they put out there.
Government has known this was going to happen a long time ago. They want you to be afraid, fear factor. True chessboard. That's what that documentary goes into too.
Uh, Either they
If you
scrubbed it or I'm
knew,
just having a mental lapse. Can't find the particular article I was looking for.
Maybe it's both.
Sometimes it can be both. But one of them was the initiative that they created. It was the 28 by 28 initiative. It was a set of initiatives that were put in place to kind of restructure or revamp the city and surrounding areas in preparation for the Olympics in 2028. Um,
basically,
but yeah, it was called the 28 by 28 initiative.
hmm,
I have to go through stuff I sent myself. I don't know if I ever sent. It was actually a site from the city, and they had a video on YouTube and everything about it.
yeah. Glad I know you too, Boo.
And don't forget, we still have Agenda 2030 to look forward to.
Nice, thanks for reminding me. I almost let it slip my mind.
Let's see. This is 25. I'll be around for
And
that one.
they'll probably try to speed it up.
Well,
Yeah.
I pray we're all still around for that one. Yeah, shit. It's time next year to be Agenda 2028. And we're like, hell with it. We're just going to do the Olympics and the agenda.
You will
You
eat
too.
the bugs.
Yeah, you get a twofer. You know you love twofers.
That's true to cat. This is a learning experience for all of us. Really, if you think about it.
Um, Meat Puppet said, from what I've heard, the whole plan is to go nationwide, cause some kind of problems. Um, I I think that would exactly fall into the plan, and people see the plan in different ways. But
Yeah.
I'm talking um, that could be the catalyst where our rights are stripped as a whole because of national
Surveillance state.
surveillance state. They love the term for our security and safety, and um, that will get people in their feelings because mainstream media, that's
And
their job. You
and,
know what
and
I mean?
then they and then after that they want to do the order out of the chaos.
Exactly, exactly. And that would
And
usher in, these agendas, whether those are real or not, I don't know. But the police state is, the surveillance state is.
I
They're
see.
so,
already surveilling us.
so what's interesting is they, it, I'm hearing more and more and more about a huge EMP. So if all of this is going on and that happened, can you imagine the chaos with these people running the streets
Mhm.
and it's pitch black dark?
Oh, I can.
I mean, that would be
We would be back in the dark ages.
Uh-huh.
That would it would be horrible.
Sticks and stones.
And then what about that fungus or whatever that those two
Definitely break some bones then, I promise you.
that
Hmm.
Chinese researcher and the other guy from China that they caught
Yeah,
him
the
with?
death fungus.
Yep.
Man, you know
You
what
talking
that made
about
me think of?
the new
Uh,
fungus that or whatever new COVID strain that they're trying to scare everybody with?
They've
Yeah.
caught
Man, I thought I
three.
was hearing Meat Puppet's voice. There he is. Good to see
Yep.
you.
They've caught 3 Chinese nationals now at the
Oh,
border.
3?
Yeah,
Oh, are you kidding? They've got close to 1 million Chinese nationals come across the border in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
They were coming across the border when that whole caravan of people was coming across.
Right.
Yeah.
And as far as the surveillance state goes, we've been in a surveillance state for the last couple of decades. Where have you guys been?
Where have you
They can
been?
track your trucking, uh, keeping all the shit on the shelves that you go to your store.
Fungus among
But
Yeah,
on a serious,
100%.
go
That
ahead.
they're
I'm sorry.
introducing the AI. The AI aspect is what's being introduced, and like
They're
I
doing
said,
it through that big beautiful. Sorry for stepping on you. They're doing it on that big beautiful bill. Is they're trying to sneak the AI in there, and right now that's in part why they're trying to cause all these riots and all these problems, so that they can send in the troops past the big beautiful bill. Because if you, I listened to W7, and apparently a bunch of senators are copying and pasting. Oh, you got to pass the bill so that we can bring in the troops and make everybody safe, while not mentioning anything about the AI shit that for the next decade, from this year, 10 years into the future, you can't contest it, you can't do anything about it, and they're
yep,
just going to let AI run rampant.
right,
yeah.
indeed. The bio tracking, the AI stuff, and a friend of mine said to me the other day, he's like, remember Build Back Better, the BBB, which lowercase
Yeah,
looks like 66. Then you
Yeah.
have the big beautiful
yeah,
bill, another BBB, lowercase
right.
66, right?
Yep.
And I mean that's why I said a few minutes ago, the plan is moving forward exactly as it was laid out. And
Yeah.
who
No,
knows?
of course, because it's all about long term. It's all about control. That's why they've printed the dollar in practically into
I didn't even think of
oblivion
that one.
with what is it, almost approaching 100 trillion. Within another year or two, we'll be at $100 trillion in debt if they print off all this extra money that they want to print off for your Golden Dome and all this other shit with AI powered plants and everything else. And then when
Yeah.
they launched the stable coin or whatever digital currency, CBDC or whatever they want you to go to, then if you don't do something like, oh, really? Well, you said this and you went to church. Oh, well, we're going to deduct $200 from your universal basic income. You naughty person.
That's the big part about it. It covers everything.
Well, that's why they're trying to make the 15-minute cities, so that everything's within 15 minutes. You get all these electric cars that they can control when and where it goes if they wanted to.
That's right. That's what makes it beautiful. You don't have to go anywhere. You just walk there. You get in your e-car and it takes you there.
It's a whole big mess coming down the pike. The way things, my personal 2 cents on the whole thing, the way world events are going right now, I don't see things before some of the more apocalyptic events start popping off. I don't see it going another 2 years at most, and that I personally, only my personal opinion, feel like
What do
that's pushing
what do
it.
you think about the AI and the trucking realm? What do you think is
Oh,
going
the
to happen with that?
the only good thing about the
Self-driving semi.
AI with the self-driving semis, it's nowhere near ready for practical use. They can barely get it to work properly inside of a set route for distribution centers down south of DFW, Metroplex there in Texas. That's Dallas Fort Worth for those who don't catch on. Um,
Thank you.
along Squirrel. I think it's Interstate 45. I believe they're running some driverless trucks up and down there for a while, but now they're going to put a driver back in there in case something goes wrong.
Huh.
But my personal opinion, the way AI and the self-drive trucks, it won't be to the Looper or to the iRobot levels for probably another decade at least. And I know technology is moving really fast. Maybe they figured it out in 5 instead of 10 years, but it's at least 5-10 years out before that's full on mainstream, running properly.
You'll definitely hear and see about it before we will, for sure, being in that industry.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now we're still okay freight volume wise because I'm on the food side now instead of the general goods side. But it compared to what it was from 2019 till now, it's way down. It's picking up a little bit, but it is still so far back that it'll still probably be another couple of years before it gets
What do you
back
mean
to.
down? Like the
Meaning
the
before.
amount of trips?
All right, so I'll give you the quick down and dirty version, okay? This is how all your food gets to your grocery stores, the quick and dirty version. This entire country, from coast to coast, north to south, is all set up with a just-in-time delivery system. That means
Oh, I
right
already
about
know
the
all
time.
that. I'm not an idiot.
No, I know that. I'm just making a point, but not everybody is aware, so I just generally explain it so everybody understands.
Gotcha.
Some of you are already aware of the more pertinent
Hell, I
details,
may
and
be
that's
an
fine.
idiot. Who knows?
No, I wouldn't say that. You're pretty sharp. Don't cut yourself short. But anyway, so it's up for a just-in-time delivery. So after 3 days, when you start to run low, they've got new sets of deliveries coming in on a regular basis so that nothing runs out. Unload it in the back and then bring them out as needed from the back of the store. Before 2019, all those levels were running pretty high, pretty busy. Not a lot of free time, not a lot of sitting there twiddling your thumbs waiting for loads to get ready. Everything was just go, go, go. We got freight to pick up, more freight than we could probably handle. But we made it work, did what we could. Now, in 2025, we got ports that are 35% less volume, meaning stuff coming in from other countries, down 35% currently, and that was a few months ago. Meaning there's less stuff coming in, there's less stuff pre-staged in warehouses from before all this went down during COVID when they were trying to stockpile some stuff in case they needed extra stuff. So they're still producing stuff, they're still sending stuff out, and some stuff is still coming into the country, but it's not nearly the volume that it was before COVID-19. So when I say it's slower, it means there's less stuff on the shelves, less stuff coming to replace what's gone.
Well, hell, one of the reasons I stopped going to Wally World is because when I did go in there, the things I would needed was still on the pallet in the middle of the aisle, wrapped in plastic. I said, "The hell with this."
Right, they don't do that as much anymore, but that's more a Sam's Club, Costco setup. They just bring the pallets out.
I still go into
get
the
what you
Sam's
need.
Club sometimes. I got a membership.
But so that's what it is with those guys. So right now, you're still getting your stuff. It's still coming in. It's just not nearly as much more. There's not as much stuff to replace it as what there was before 2019. By the way, did you guys hear about the cracks in that were discovered in the Mississippi riverbed from down by Louisiana all the way up? They were doing some kind of some kind of scan of the river, and they noticed cracks in the riverbed.
Oh wow!
Where is this at now?
That big giant river that splits the country in half, called the Mississippi.
I have to Google it. Too many S's. I don't think I can Google that.
MISSISSI, double P as in Paul I.
Yeah, M-I, crooked letter I.
Right, that one. Yeah, that river.
Mississippi. Damn, it's breaking it down.
Yeah, that the one that goes from New Orleans all the way up to upper Wisconsin, upper Minnesota somewhere,
Wonder how long.
or upper
Wonder how
Wisconsin.
long they've
No, I
been
think it's
tracking that.
Wisconsin actually. Well, they initially some of the art there's not. It's being censored heavily because I found 3 YouTube videos, a Facebook video, and one article that mentions it. In the entirety of the internet, everything else is about there's a crack in the Mississippi River Bridge in Memphis. Well, no shit. You don't repair stuff for 20 years and wonder why there's a crack in the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll figure it out. They'll find a way.
But nonetheless, uh, that's only been in the last few months where they've started noticing cracks in the riverbed as they were skinning the river to map it or whatever it is they were doing. And apparently, what was it, last year, year before, there was large portions of the river just completely drying up at one point.
Yeah. Watch the water.
Right.
Th-
I'm
This
gonna
is
take
that.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say this is that video I was talking about with the pallets of bricks and
Oh yeah, the pre-staging of the bricks. I saw that video.
Yep.
They're pre-staging the bricks for the riots. It's supposed to start this weekend.
Oh damn, they got whole cinder blocks.
Yeah, cinder
Yep.
blocks.
Whole big cinder blocks, regular bricky bricks. They're trying to cause all kinds of problems.
There they are across the street over there.
You know, they're starting to deport all the new voters, formerly known as illegal aliens. So they got upset about that, I guess. Or not enough pink hairspray or whatever nonsense they're upset about. Sorry if you hear any, that's my landing gear starting to go up and down. So
Flying a plane?
flying a
The cat
plane, no.
appreciates you. Have a good night.
Definitely. Yeah.
Maybe I can get this to cooperate. I don't know. My landing gear is being retarded.
Oh, so Atlanta's already started. Mary says just saw Atlanta's off the chain.
Of course.
Yeah.
I've seen where
Let's
there's
kick it
already
off,
stuff.
man.
There's already stuff starting in Chicago, of course.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's always stuff going on in Chicago. To be fair,
Yeah, because
I
all
mean,
the military's only been sent to LA, from what I understand. Have they sent them anywhere else? Any of the other
But
governors?
but Chicago's a
Called out?
gun-free zone. It should be safe.
tell that to the
Sarcasm.
tell that to the criminals.
Some
Yeah.
people would say that.
Yeah, that cinder block's not going to feel good. So
Definitely not.
have any of the other governors called out National Guard?
Not that I'm aware of. Illinois, they're so corrupt that they'll probably send the National Guard to help the rioters destroy shit. Probably.
God bless you, the cat.
Yeah,
Be safe.
definitely a lot to take in.
I mean, I could be wrong. That's just my 2 cents. But you know,
I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
I mean, at this point, you can try to prepare a little bit, kind of keep an eye on things, and pray to Jesus and hope for the best.
Amen.
Yeah, Jesus is a king, not
Well, some people
King
in the
Bruce.
government haven't figured that out yet, but they will eventually.
Yeah.
Definitely praying for them.
Well, I mean, if they want to do something peacefully in the protest, okay, fine, go for it, knock yourself out. But when you start burning shit down, sitting in highways, blocking shit, if I'm coming down the highway and you're blocking it,
Vandalism, looting.
right?
Throwing
Well,
things at people's windshields.
yeah, my personal preference, if I'm driving down the highway and I see a bunch of retarded people sitting blocking the highway, I'm not stopping. In fact, I might speed up.
Yeah, that would be me.
And the next person they'll
Just a
be
speed
arguing,
bump.
right? Next person they can argue with is Jesus. Be like, you ran me over. Well, stupid, you were in the street. But you
Think
see
I,
all these people. On a serious note, you see all these so-called protesters, really rioters, blocking the street. Which, oddly enough, if they're blocking a semi truck or some freight coming from out of state, that's interference with commerce, and that's a felony, a federal felony, no less.
can't play around with that commerce.
John, from what I understand, they're dropping them from buildings.
That's insane.
They're dropping the bricks from the buildings.
The cinder blocks.
Oh,
That's what
that's not
somebody
good.
said. No.
Hell, any elevation, it ain't good.
They're throwing them off freeway overpasses. That's
Yeah.
No, I
Overpass.
could be.
Yeah.
If I'm coming down a freeway and they throw a brick cinder block over and hits my truck, I'm gonna go to that upper bridge with my
Oh
hammer and
my
other stuff
God.
in hand.
Meat
And
Puppet's gonna go Mad Max.
oh, you damn right I will. They try to kill me as I'm going down the highway with a cinder block. I'll send them straight to Jesus.
That inner tiger duck in you starts coming out.
Well, to be fair, my tolerance for stupid behavior over the last 10 years has gone from somewhat decent level of patience to I need bail money. I go 0 to bail money real quick.
well,
I used to be reasonably patient, but dealing with all this stupid crap people's behavior out here, no, I got no tolerance for that nonsense. You want to play stupid games? I will help you win your stupid prize.
And they boycotted the Wally World.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play all of this. It's 8 minutes long, but you can just see some of where they're throwing things off the bridge and.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. If you have moral and
Oh damn, someone's on fire.
That's crazy, throwing stuff off the bridge.
Right, John.
Pelting cops with bricks and stones and rocks and
Okay,
Yeah, that's
now
a
I got
major highway.
Look. Oh
They
my
had
God.
they had some of the police trapped under the bridge at one time. There's those Waymo cars.
Yeah, those
Wow.
self-driving cars. Yeah,
Back to that same nation. In the irony of all ironies, then you have
yeah, those things ain't nothing but an inferno.
That's what I don't get. They're out there waving the Mexican flag like allegiance to their country, but they don't want to go back.
Well, that's because they're not Mexican. I could be wrong, but
I think
it
it's
only makes
prices
sense to
factor.
me. I think they're staged, pretending to be Mexicans when they're really not.
That's why they had that Craigslist ad.
Right, and that's why they get paid.
Now
Yeah.
we got fake Mexicans now. Everything's AI
Like
now.
$50, from what I heard, like $50 an hour to be a Air Fingers Quote protester. Okay, so I found my trailer. I'm just multitasking, so if you hear me
Crazy.
talking to myself, you're good.
Oh. Well, that took care of him, didn't it?
I would have did the same thing. Just took them, just ran them right over.
Yep,
Hurling shit at my
absolutely.
vehicle.
Trying to block
Self-defense,
the
in my
highway.
opinion.
Yeah.
Self-defense, in
Now,
my
Like
opinion.
attempted murder almost. What it really is.
Being in a semi truck, I might slow down enough to push them out of the way at a couple miles an hour, but I'm not going to stop. I will keep driving, and you will move or you will get run over.
It was a couple years ago. I read somewhere that it was some teenagers somewhere did that. And it hurt somebody real bad, and they went to jail or prison behind it.
Yeah, that's one of the few times that kind of thing happened, because usually the Air Fingers Quote protesters usually don't end up in jail, let alone get punished for it.
Absolutely, Eric. That's exactly what it is. Paid agitators.
Yep, because they want to try to pressure people to pass that big, beautiful bill or whatever nonsense they got going on.
Triple B's,
Really
baby.
hung up on that, aren't you?
I think some of them are paid enough to agitate. Like, think can one provocateur agitate and pump up 10 people, 50 people, whatever? You know, and then you have a lot of curious residents, and you have a lot of press, and you have, you know, they focus these groups in
All the right players.
blocks, and then but you have that whole mix, and
Right.
because I don't think 100% of them are paid, that
No.
but they've got a control.
It's follow the leader.
The
There's a
paid ones just have to be the biggest and the loudest. And you get somebody like that going that's just loud nonstop with a message, eventually somebody's either going to follow or fall back. You know,
Right.
and dealing with that many
Yeah.
people, you know what I mean? It's just part of the ideology and the staging. It always goes on with these type of events. You can look anytime something like this is happening, it's always the same format. They've mastered the plan of doing it, you know?
It's
Yep.
pretty easy to get a mass hysteria going, or even mass anything. Think about a concert and Taylor Swift is all clapping her hands over her head. 30, 40,000 people are going to start doing that also. Do you see what I
Yeah.
mean?
Why would there be that many people wanting to go see Taylor Swift?
I have
That was a
no
bad
I
night.
have no clue.
You couldn't pay me to go.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I don't know. I personally, Taylor Swift should have stayed in the country music era. She was more likable then. Now, yeah, not so much.
Global icon, they say.
Like Cheryl said, mob
Yeah.
mentality.
Yeah, it's definitely mob mentality for sure.
Just like the old saying, you know, a few bad apples will spoil the bunch, you know. It don't take much. In the heat of that moment, you know, people make long term decisions over short term emotions. You know, they get caught up in the moment. They don't even realize that they weren't even the paid person. They didn't even get a check out the deal.
Yeah, they were just useful idiots.
I'm back. Sorry, I was looking at something.
And a lot of the stuff happens at night. You know, night brings in that certain element too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
People
because
that
they
does
think,
that
oh,
type of stuff, they want to hide and then run in the shadows. You know.
right. They think the shadows will protect them. They can get away with it.
And like I seen, like it was crazy to me. I think it was an iPhone store or something. And I'm thinking, yeah, all these people just went in there and got all this merchandise, but you can't do nothing with it. You could
Mhm.
you could put it on the black market and sell it to somebody, but it's hot. You know what I mean? You can't activate it. You got to go to somewhere and activate it. That serial number is already going to be flagged.
Yep,
You know,
got to jailbreak it.
you'd have to, yeah, however you do something like that. But yeah, uh, you know,
Thank you for coming up, Lonnie.
Yeah, I'm her full
yeah.
moon tomorrow.
Strawberry moon.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, talk about lunacy.
Yep.
You ain't seen it yet.
Oh wow, I didn't see that, Brew. Police in LA found metal bats hidden in the bushes.
Oh man, they're bringing them up from the minor leagues now.
What's up, Chima? Uh-oh.
Who else did we lose? Meat puppet.
Meat puppet.
Better keep me from a blind side, because if you come at me with a bat, I'm charging you. If I see that that's all you got, I'm rushing you. I don't care nothing about the first blow. You know what I
Hey,
mean?
G-Mon. Good to see you.
I'm bringing it in. I'm bringing it and you in if I get the chance to.
And when I left my daughters today, when we got in the car, it said 102.
Mm-mm.
I don't know what we topped out of today.
I'm not sure what it was today, but I know I think yesterday or the day before we had our heat index was at 100 or 101.
Yeah.
Upper 80s here.
We had a little rain, so that cooled it off a little bit, but it just actually made the humidity worse.
Hmm.
Gotta love that humidity in the south.
Oh man, yeah.
Well, that's why y'all glisten.
Some people would say that.
When we shine like a diamond.
Yeah.
Right.
I call you sun because you shine like the sun.
I think I might have got to upper 70s, maybe 80. I know a few days this week got to like 80, barely, and I was absolutely glistening. Like
Yeah, that's pretty zippy for y'all.
it is. It really is.
Yeah, I don't think we've got below 75% humidity in the last week.
Man. You know what's
It's
wild?
really
How do
weird.
women, how do y'all keep your makeup on? Like Bonnie, how does it not slide off?
I don't wear
I'm being
makeup.
dead serious.
I have to be careful. No,
You got to pick
I
and
For
don't.
choose your
real,
battles. Pick your days.
I
I don't
guess.
wear makeup. It's
Yes.
just what you see is what you see.
A lot of
It's
Southern women do. Like they got their faces done, It's
I
like,
know, and I don't know how they. Well,
Kind of,
you see it. They have streaks on their faces too. I don't.
yeah.
all their
I
mascara
could
just running
probably.
down their face, and
Hmm.
Well, I could probably pull it off because I don't sweat.
yeah,
Like maybe underarm, feet, but my face doesn't sweat. Um,
Hmm.
I don't know. It's
we're looking at
yeah.
thunderstorms here all the way up through Tuesday.
yeah. We're supposed to too through Thursday, I think. But what was weird was when we left to go to my daughter's, it was um it was cold because the wind was blowing. We had a cell that came in right whenever I was leaving, but it was just rain. And so it was like 70 degrees. When I got to my daughter's, I was like, you have a pair of pants I can borrow to put under my dress and socks. She gave me socks to put on
Uh,
and we were all snuggled up on the couch with the throw. But once it cleared off and that sun came out this afternoon, it just kept getting hotter and hotter. It's like, okay, these gotta go.
that's how it was. Well, I didn't bundle up, but that's how it was last night when they hit that cell.
Well,
Man, it was raining so hard. I was like, man, I don't remember the last time it rained that hard and was just thundering. But yeah, the temperature
mhm.
dropped a lot. I feel it. I felt it coming. 'Cause you could feel it. It felt like it dropped about 15 degrees. It probably
Uh-huh.
didn't that much,
Like
but it
Lee's
just felt like
story.
it. Yeah.
Mean can be good, Wayne Sanford. He's like, my better half runs everything. She's mean. Well, that's relative, sir. So sometimes mean is what she's got to be.
3.
Right?
My great grandmother was mean. Like she had resting bitch face. She was rough, but had to be tough though.
It just says they added a new event just in time for the 2028 Olympics to be held in LA.
That's funny.
Huh. Cocktail tossing.
Hmm.
Wow.
Man, I still remember as a kid, I was I was 8 years old. Yeah, I was 8 years old when they had the Olympics in Atlanta, Georgia in '96. And I remember it was me. My mom took me, my two sisters, my two younger sisters, and we went and sat in front of this a Western store. They sell like boots and stuff like that. It's called Calamity Jane's. We sat right on the hill in front of there and watched the guy carry the Olympic torch through the city. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Still remember it like
Alrighty
it.
then.
Hey, so you said you were 8 then? You're still a youngin'.
Yeah, I was born in '88. Yeah, so yeah, I had just turned 8. Matter of fact.
Yeah, we had the torch come through here one year.
Huh.
Hopefully, I don't never forget it because heck, I might not see it again. But it was pretty cool, you know.
Wasn't
Alrighty.
that the Olympics that had the bombing? Wasn't that the
Yeah, that was the same
96
year. Yeah,
in Atlanta? I'm trying to think of the dude's name. I don't know if it was a backpack he had or.
Yeah, it was a backpack.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Atlanta in '96 when they had that bombing at one of those clinics.
Yeah, wasn't it an abortion clinic or something?
Yeah, an abortion clinic because my son was. We had to take him up there to Eggleston for major surgery, and we were driving down the road when it happened, going to get something to eat. I'm like, "What the hell was that?" Heard
Yeah.
a boom, and
I'll tell you, some days after all these years of driving truck, I may only be 46, but my back feels like it's 76. My legs and knees about 66.
it
do some
doesn't
good
get any better
squats.
when you pass 50.
Yeah, probably not. But
Get a good
doing what I
stretch in.
do, all the bouncing up and down the highway, I do my best to stretch as much as I can. But I need to walk more. Try to get 7,000 steps a day, and just to try to get this old fat truck driver back in shape a little bit.
Yeah,
But
right.
this
You
road
get
out here
there.
will beat you up pretty good.
Can y'all excuse me just a second? She wants out again.
Yes.
And time. Seconds up.
Be right back.
All right, we'll see when you get back. I couldn't help myself. I had to. But I know part of that I stepped down for a minute. I had to look an address up on Google Maps.
Yeah, Pat. Here for the show. I can't walk. Nuts.
Okay, now I can go turn this paperwork in.
That's one thing that's kind of scary about everything coming up is there are people for whatever reason aren't very mobile or what have you, whether young, old, even animals. Like there's just don't fear. You're all right.
Well, that is important. I'm gonna mute myself while I go check in real quick, and I will be right back.
Jerry, I had to go work somewhere
Mhm.
else to work for 10 days and 90. What happened in 96 for you, Jerry? Shoot.
Yeah, but there was also they had the bombing at the Centennial Park in Atlanta.
Yeah,
There
Huh.
was
I
that
remember
whole
that.
speculation. I forget the security guard or the whatever his title was that I think found it or whatever. Uh, there was always that speculation if he had something to do with it, but of course they never could time,
Yeah, I
and he
heard
always
that
denied it.
that he was trying to do it to make himself look like a hero.
Yeah, like he wanted to make himself look like a hero.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there was always kind of like I guess that speculation or that lore behind it, but they just could never prove it. But Atlanta's also hosting. Um, actually, this weekend is the first match they're hosting of one of several. The FIFA World Cup soccer qualifying matches.
Oh, couple that with
Um,
everything else going on.
yeah, they're hosting it in the Falcon Stadium. It's like 4 different games they're hosting this month. Different cities, different world teams from around the world is going to be coming in and playing. So
Huh.
let me see. I'll put it in the back chat.
Monty, are they still protesting in Kansas City, or was it a
Yeah, they
quick
in Kansas City.
Said as
11?
of 2 or 3 hours ago, they were protesting.
Yeah. I think we'll see little pockets, you guys. I think part of getting through all this is being realistic
Yeah,
about the hot points. And we're in a hot point. Obviously, this weekend is a hot point, and
yeah,
be realistic.
obviously.
Don't take unnecessary risks. And, now's not the time to try the new restaurant in Chicago. They can wait. Kind of goes with situational awareness, just don't be a dumbass, to quote Ricky. We're going to be all right, though. I mean,
No doubt.
what is there to change about what we know is coming with the tech and the AI and the Golden Dome and the financial systems? There's no bullet that's going to stop the AI quantum financial system. You know what I mean? There's no violence that's going to stop. They are doing it. It's here.
Just unplug it.
Pretty
Oh, that
well.
was weird.
They're tightening in. Don't forget about smart toilets.
Oh yeah,
Can you hear me now?
smart
Yes.
toilet, smart TVs, smart stoves.
Smart breakers.
I'd rather go back to the dumb days.
Oh, Wattlife smart breakers and the smart meters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see them every day doing what I do.
Mm.
Yeah, you could. I mean, if you had the money, yeah, you could go all the way from a smart breaker. Pretty much every device or appliance you buy now is smart dish. Smart stove, smart fridge. That's integrated
I'm
with the
back.
smart breakers, and then all your light fixtures and stuff. I mean, you could
Well, it's
control it
all
all from your phone device.
Mm-hmm.
right. It's all
Nick,
the smart thermostat and all that smart stuff is so that they can, uh, say, oh, you're using too much electricity. We can shut you down.
Yep.
Uh,
Click.
click. Oh, too bad. Middle of winter, you're cold. Well, you used up your monthly electricity.
Yeah. You spent too much on Amazon this week on
Yeah,
questionable blow-up dolls. No, you don't have
Going to be
Right.
like
Or
China's
or
social credit system.
Yes.
yeah,
yeah,
that's exactly what it's going to do. Or like my personal favorite. Oh, you went to church and had a Bible study? No, no, no. You get no power for the next 2 weeks, and we're taking your
Right.
money.
yeah.
Right.
Spent too much money on synthetic latex this week. You can't buy any cigarettes. Your
Right. You
social
spent too much
credit
money.
won't allow it.
You spend
Mm-hmm.
too much money on suction cup advertising. If you get my drift,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to
I,
grip that one. That
I
was
know
pretty
most.
deep.
Well, depending on how far you push it in,
Oh
I
man,
know the female audience will. I know the female audience will know exactly what I mean by that statement.
can't believe that one to the ladies.
So Virginia, um,
It wasn't me. I didn't do
please
it.
leave it to the ladies.
What was that, Bonnie?
Um, I think it's a good idea to um, update books, any books that you want to read. Uh, make sure you have board games, cards,
Make sure you got that Bible.
things.
Hmm.
Right.
Absolutely. I have two of them laying beside me right now.
Because then that way, when they come to arrest all the people with Bibles, then you get a free house and a cot.
Well, they're going to find Bibles all over my house, so
Room
I'm
without
not
a
worried.
I got one in my house. I got one in my personal truck, and I got two different digital Bible apps with, I don't know, 100 different translations between the two of them on my cell phone.
You can also download books and put them on little zip drives, and
You
you know,
can, yes.
Yeah.
you can play those on all kinds of different things. But yeah, Bonnie, books, games, get out of the
All right, I need
Things
to
to
see.
keep you sane when you don't have the
Mhm.
internet or whatever it is.
You were trapped on an island and you could only have one board game. What would it be?
Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Hmm.
Or you ain't got to take
Am
it
I
that
by
extreme, you know.
myself?
If you, well,
Right. How many people are on the island?
Yeah.
uh, unlimited people per your game, your people choice.
Oh, okay.
Pat Evans has two people because she's taking checkers.
There you go.
All right. Does a
I
deck
would,
of cards count? Because I would take a, because you can play so many games with a deck of cards.
yes.
Yeah, that's a game. Yeah,
Yep. I always have tons of cards. That or
yeah.
Yahtzee. I like Yahtzee. Dominoes. I can't decide.
But see, look, with certain things like chess, dominoes, checkers, if you're on a deserted island, you can make those games. You can carve out your own
That's
pawns,
true.
king, queen,
That's
whatever.
true.
You know what I mean? But it'd be a lot
That's
harder to make a Monopoly board or a Dungeons
deck
and
of
Dragons.
cards.
Yeah.
But you
Hopefully, you're not stranded that long to do all that.
you just sit there and whittle.
Yeah,
Yep.
There it is in a nutshell.
Yeah, agreed.
Discerning the truth. Yes, sir. Cards is not a board game.
That's what I'm thinking, Eimer. I think I get a bonus, huh?
definitely
Wait.
get a hall pass.
Like pickup sticks. We could make our own pickup sticks.
In my grandma and granddaddy's kitchen, they had this, like, I don't know what you call it, some type of wooden cabinet deal. It had shelves in it, but his buddy would always get these decks of cards from like casinos, the used decks. Man, he just had tons of decks of cards. So
Right?
whenever my grandma said, "You want to play rummy?" I just go to the drawer and there's just tons of cards in there. Pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure.
'Cause, casinos they only play with them what, I don't know. They don't play with them long, and then they get they're out of cycle.
But see, cards would work for solitaire too. There's not many board games that you can just play by yourself. Like chess, not
Yeah.
really.
Depends on how many personalities you had.
Right. You gotta have
And yeah, that's why I like Spite and Malice because I mean it doesn't take so much brain work that you can't have a conversation while you're playing.
Yeah,
And it's similar to Uno. When Uno came out, I was like, "Hey,
I
I
like
know
Uno.
this game. I've
Uno's
been
great.
playing it since I was a kid." Wasn't called Uno, but
Yeah. A lot of them are similar when it comes down to the strategy
Yeah,
Mhm.
or play, you know. Chessboard, that is way too much information, sir. Put down the butter. All right.
I mean, we're basically using AI right now. I mean, CERN created the internet, so
Mm. I thought it was Al Gore.
Well, if you ask him, he probably would tell you he did.
Yeah, that's why it's called the algorithm. Come on, catch up.
And would have been president too if it wasn't for them dang hanging chads.
Those stupid bushes. Hmm.
Yeah, wasn't for the bushes, I would have got away with it.
Yeah, he was president-elect for like 75 days, somewhere in there.
There's a, I can't remember the movie, but there's like a dystopian type movie, and they don't talk about it a lot. But there's like one clip in the movie where it's like showing the president, and the president in the movie is Al Gore.
oh
Hmm.
wow.
I forget which movie that was.
Interesting.
It had to have been around that timeline when that was going on.
All right, I have a question. Chat also, okay. Looking back at as many presidents as you can remember, you know the history about or whatever, do you think there is a particular winner or loser or event even that would have made a difference as far as what we're going through today? A difference meaning better or worse. You know what I'm saying? Do you get the question? Do you
Yeah,
think any of them, if we look back, do you think it would have mattered?
like a pivotal moment.
Yeah. And it could be a good pivotal moment that maybe
Yeah,
if so and so won, we wouldn't be bent over right now. Or if so,
like you said earlier, it feels like we're in a crossroads. I mean, that's pretty much almost the same thing, you know.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, chessboard. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't think of
man.
I can't think
I
of any.
election.
I can't think of any that if it would have been like if Trump would have got in instead of Biden, the previous 4 years might have made a small difference, maybe, but even then, that's still questionable. But generally speaking, no, I don't think there was any one president that, if they would have gotten in, would have made a bit of difference. Because I think things still probably would have played out just the way that they have so far. I think.
Yeah.
I heard Ken maybe start to say a name, but I meant, what do you think?
No, I was gonna say I don't think any of them.
Oh, okay.
I don't think any of them
I
would have made
started
a
to say
difference.
that the current one, had he got his second term right after the first one, maybe there might have been a slim 0.01% chance that he might have made a difference, but probably not. Instead of Mr. Magoo.
Gma, that's a good question. I would say the overall picture and meaning the quality of our lives, you know, in terms of economics or, you know, even the current generation, they feel kind of hopeless as far as the American dream. It doesn't have to be just politics. I'm saying kind of the state of our positions, our minds, our opportunities, our freedoms.
Yeah.
I think freedoms would kind of be the biggest idea in my head because we're losing them every second of the day.
True story. I just hope there's room at this truck stop I'm heading to try to find a place to park before my clock runs out.
Oh yeah, got to stay within those DOT guidelines.
Typically, I try to. Every now and then, I have to get a little creative, but we'll leave that at that.
I agree, Gmo. The ball was already in play. Nothing can change the game.
Right.
What do we got here? Okay, so we're gonna stop.
Well,
Yep,
chessboard, I
chessboard.
agree
Left, right paradigm.
for sure. And it's a blanket question. I realize there's nitty and gritty to it. The devil's in the details.
It usually is.
But I agree, Gma. The ball was already in play.
That's the one good thing is that God is still on the throne, and the Bible is still going to play out exactly as it said it would. Which for some people is a good thing. For others, that is probably quite terrifying.
Yeah,
Mhm.
definitely.
Me, I'm on the quite good side. I think that's a quite good thing because we as people, when we try to fix things, we tend to get in the way and cause more problems than help.
Okay, if we follow that this is all biblical,
Mm-hmm.
um, that means that man has just been uh, what, like taking advantage of or manipulating or trying to derail said prophecies.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. They've been trying to manipulate those events that try to prevent them from being fulfilled.
Okay.
Because if they're fulfilled, that means they're true. If they're true, that means they're accountable for their actions and will be held to a certain standard.
Hmm.
And most
Well, I'm kind of
people,
with Shema, though. God can't change the game. I think about people in the wars of the Middle East that were probably screaming for their God, and he or she never came. And
right?
I don't know. I don't know about that
Yeah,
part
but
of
he
the narrative.
didn't change the game. He set the rules out from the beginning. It's just people have, generally speaking, chosen
Trying to
to not follow the
manipulate it.
rules,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that it benefits them, and so that they're, you know, not accountable, as it were. But no, he set the ground rules from the beginning and said, "This is what it's going to be, and this is what you need to do. You can either listen to it or not. You have free will to choose how you want to live your life and whether you want to follow his rules and standards or whether you don't."
Hmm.
And that, of course, is the $1 billion question.
But if we go by that, so if we would have been perfect little angels all through life,
Mm-hmm.
things would have come out different.
They might have come out different, sure, because you have free will to choose what you do, what you don't do. So things could have played out different. They might have turned out exactly the same. But here's the rub: no one can, not one single person on this entire planet is perfect or ever will be perfect. You can be Airfinger Squad, I guess, good, well behaved, if you will, but not to the standard that God has set for us. So at the end of the day, you're left with a bunch of people trying to be good and as you put it, perfect little angels, but nobody's that good. Nobody could ever be that good.
No.
That's why God had to come himself as a human to pay the price that we had no chance of paying, no matter how good we were. So that if we choose to accept the gift, we can accept the gift. And
So, but if that's true, if we're
mhm.
forgiven and
Well,
washed clean,
if you accept the
then
gift, you can be, yes.
okay, I know this. But
But yes,
washed
go ahead. I'm
clean,
sorry. I'm not trying to. Yeah.
then why, just because it was written,
Why what though? I mean, what's the? I guess what's the question? Why what?
why everything is the way it is?
Ah,
Just
well
and
that.
I kind of believe that a lot of it has been manipulated. Who knows
Oh
the
yeah.
Bible
No,
better
there.
than us? Who
Uh,
knows what every word in there means better than us, besides God? or Jesus? Just say.
Uh, he knows it pretty well, way better than us. Absolutely correct. And he's been a liar and deceiver from the beginning. He's manipulated as much as God allows him to. But as far as why are things in this world the way they are, well, that is for a while I used to wonder why it was that way and struggled to answer the question. But that um, over the years, I've been fortunate to run across some fairly smart individuals who taught me a
Thank
few
you for
things.
coming up again.
Uh, and the reason things are currently in this world the way they are is because we live in a fallen, broken world where sin exists. And people have free will to choose to do right or they can choose to do wrong.
Well, from the biblical standpoint, that goes to the garden. It was the tree of knowledge of good and evil
Good and
versus
evil, right. They
life.
ate, yep,
And
they ate from the tree, yes.
they ate
versus Eve.
knowledge. And at the same time, biblically speaking, people will perish for lack of knowledge. So it's almost
Mm-hmm.
it's a little bit of a double edger. And I think that with the biblical idea of we are in the end days, pretty much every generation
Yeah,
has believed that since 300 AD.
right.
And
But I'll just interject a point in it real quick and I'll let you continue. They have been saying that since the last 2,000 years that, because everybody thought it was. The difference being in 2025, if you look at all the events that are happening right now at once that are converging, if you will, all these things are happening at once. You've got earthquakes all over the place. You got all kinds of crazy wars, people fighting against people, nation against nation,
That's
ethnicity
been
against
since the
ethnicity.
beginning of time.
tell
Right,
me
but
about time.
the key difference is they're all happening at the same time at once. Whereas in the past, you might get one event here, one event there. They were more spread out. They weren't all converging, happening at the same
I'm
time.
sorry, you are
I don't
incorrect,
think
sir, in
so.
my opinion. You go back
Well,
like 600 years, you've got multiple crusades. You have Christian versus Islam. We have that today. You have
sure,
conquering of lands. We have that today. You have the
right,
plague. Now, that 50% of the population fell to that. You know, in 5 years ago, we lost the same number of people as we would have with the average of the flu. So,
right,
and they also didn't have some of the science to interpret the things in the heavens. So if there were certain full moons or there were certain planetary alignments or certain eclipses
right.
combined
But
with your plagues and wars and religious battles, the split of Catholicism and Protestantism, you know what I'm saying?
no,
Yes.
absolutely. But all those. My point
We've
is,
all been religious wars, and
yeah,
every single generation has lost tons of people to it and said this is the end because it's written. Now I'm not shitting on
no,
the
no, no.
idea
I
of
get what you're saying, and to your point, what I'll say is, yeah, those events happened, but they were more. Those prophetic events were there and they were happening, but they were not as frequent as they are now. The sheer level of prophecy being fulfilled today is where in say 700 years ago you might get one a year or one every couple of
I
years.
will have to agree to
Uh,
disagree because that is very uninformed. Women died regularly from childbirth. We did not have functions to take care
what
of
what is
certain diseases
what
and
is that gonna?
situations. I'm talking about death. When you're looking at the scourges that people lived through and
Yeah,
the number, all of it was happening non-stop. I would say in recent times it's slowed down a bit and been more under control
right. But those
and not as
prophetic.
savage.
But we're talking about
I'm,
prophetic events.
I'm
Earthquakes, famines, pestilence. Those things happened in the past, but they happen less often. So
I
sure,
don't
there was
agree.
a bunch of
I don't
people
agree.
that. Well, I respectfully agree to disagree. That's fine. You're entitled
We can do
to
that.
think that
We can
that is
agree
not the case, and
to disagree.
that's fine.
All right.
I have no problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, from my viewpoint, the way I see it,
Mhm.
They happen, absolutely, but they didn't happen as much. Where now you got
How
stuff,
do you
multiple
define as
things,
much? By the number of
meaning
people who die?
meaning no, nothing to do with death or war or any of that. It's more when I say prophetic event. So these like Matthew 20, I think it's either Matthew 24, or Matthew 25. Jesus gives a list of stuff that's going to happen in the end times. You know, your wars, famine, pestilence, pillars of smoke, which some seem to think that indicates volcanic eruptions, earthquakes in diverse places. Those kind of events
Uh-huh.
were happening back then as they happen now. The difference being they're happening more frequently, where you might have one or two a year. Now you're getting hundreds of earthquakes a year. You got volcanoes erupting all over the place. You got war zones in every major continent happening all at the same time currently.
Okay, if one or two happen, but they kill exponentially more people, such as a
Mm-hmm.
pandemic like the plague,
Right, like the
are we
Black
kind of
Plague or
talking
something.
the
Sure.
same numbers here as far as how people would interpret the end times?
Well, yeah, the end times, as I look at it, started, I think, officially right around the time of the death and resurrection of Christ, about 2,000 years ago. But things didn't really kick into gear until around 1948 when Israel became a state. Because sure, you had prophecies that were being fulfilled, things, like the Crusades and the Black Death and all this other stuff that was happening, but it was less frequent. Even though there was lots of people dying, lots of bad stuff going on, it just wasn't as frequent. Whereas now it's a faster pace, more frequently.
I think you're only looking with can you see past the end of your own nose, sir?
Yeah,
Asking for a
yeah,
friend.
quite easily.
Like, I think you're just looking at the immediate past and what you have seen or known from that. Really dig deep. This is slowed down in recent years more than anything,
Have,
especially with mortality rates. And there have been multiple religions created maybe every 100, 200, 300, 500 years that all root in
mm-hmm,
Christianity or all root in whatever. And almost all of them have to do with a prediction about the end days.
sure. There are a
So
bunch of different religions that have their opinions on how things are unfolding. But have you let me ask you a question. Have you noticed, even let's just say the last 30 years, some people have noticed this, I think most people just are completely oblivious. From 30 years ago versus now, would you say time is faster or slower than 30 years ago?
I would say that time is faster, but I also would say that that is an element of aging. I think that a lot of
No.
people will say, yes, okay,
I
in the
respectfully
mindset,
disagree.
that's fine. In the mindset, kids, every day is long. It goes quite a bit slower. Then all of a sudden you
Sure.
become adult and you are in adulting world. Time goes faster. And then you see 80-year-old people looking back and going, listen, young guy, it goes really fast. It goes in the blink of an eye. So I think that is a facet of our existential experience.
Uh, to an extent, yes, because as you get older, things do go faster. It seems like it's slower when you're younger. That's true. But I've noticed from around 97, about 30 years ago, till now, even though as I got older, things have gotten faster, just the world in general, time itself, it to me, has felt like getting faster. Not just in the sense of growing old, being an adult, things happen, time flies. That happens anyway. But this actual time itself, it feels like it is speeding up and
Okay,
has been
So,
for the last few decades, in my personal opinion.
technology has seemed to speed things up. I'll give you that.
yes. So what life? You've been alive for 30 years. Have you noticed the time difference in how time flies?
You still there, Watt?
Not in the sense that you may think I am, but I am here.
Bonnie asked you a question.
I'm sorry, I'm back. I had to go get some tea because you
No,
know
you're
what? It's
good.
National Iced Tea Day. And that's what I'm doing.
Right
I
on.
saw that. So, have you noticed, or does it seem like time is going faster by us during your lifetime? Because you're the youngest here, and I kind of agree that age is a factor in that.
It could be. Age is always going to be a factor in a lot of things because, I mean, the more age you've acquired, the more life experiences you went through, whether good or bad, so you have a bigger picture, I guess you've seen, you know, more than I have, on a lot of different aspects, but it does seem like that sometimes, or sometimes I talk to my mom and I mean she'll get on the fake book, and like somebody's picture or something, but she don't watch the news or really get into politics or stuff. She really don't know about a lot of stuff that's going on really, or she don't really talk about it. But I know sometimes she'll say that, it seems like, man, it seems like time's just speeding up,
Right.
Right.
so I can't really say that she's in the warp speed like some of us may be in with some of these topics and the holes or rabbit holes we may go down into. No
Mhm.
matter how truthful they are, they pull us in a certain direction, but it does feel like that some way sometimes. I've had some weird experiences with time, so I don't know. Could go on probably forever about that.
Is that
Well,
Yeah,
because of your time traveling?
right. He
could
has
be.
capacitor.
Like I don't know if I ever told nobody this, but I might joke sometimes. But if I tell a story, I mean this is just how I experienced it. But no lie, it was some time ago. I know exactly what time it was. It was like 6:30. I went into the Wally World, and I swear I didn't have my phone or nothing on me. I was just going by the time in the truck when I got out. But I swear it only felt like I was in there for 30 minutes. But something happened whenever I was in there. When I left out, 2 whole hours had done went by. It was 8:30. I got back. I'm like, what the hell just happened?
Was it
And
a
I really,
super Walmart?
what was that?
Was it a super Walmart?
Oh yeah, it was one of them. Yeah, the big
Oh yeah,
styles they got now. Yeah,
the
but
huge one.
it wasn't
Yeah.
even like I was walking around. It's just like something. I don't know what happened. I
Excuse
can't
me.
explain it.
I
It
I
probably
know some of
sounds
them
weird.
super. You have to be like your normal super Walmart, but there's like a super Walmart. I've been to a few of them where it's twice the size of your normal Airfingers quote super Walmart.
They
Hmm.
call it super. I don't know what's super about it. It sent me into a
Right.
super time loop.
I
You know,
think it goes.
Right.
The big ones go roughly a mile if you walk the perimeter of it. Maybe a little bit more. They
Yeah,
are huge.
that sounds about right from what I've heard said before. As you try to, if you're trying to
I
walk
mean,
around the store in the perimeter.
Well, like Eimer, you have a good point. The portal. Okay, this makes me think about casinos because what they do is they pump oxygen through the thing. There's no daylight. There's no windows. There's barely a clock to be found. You might find a clock around customer service or something,
maybe
but look around the Walmart. There's no clocks.
no,
There's a certain type of lighting. There's oxygen being pumped through, and you end up in. It's almost like a portal of kind of getting lost in there in that dimension, and you don't even feel it because they've desensitized you to worrying about what's outside of that building. It's diabolical. I hate Walmart.
I think the International Bureau of Time Travel was on to me, and they sent me on a loop. You know what I mean? They knew I was getting ready for a mission. It was like, yep, He'll get tomorrow's news next week. That'll throw him off.
The time travel portal is in the magazine. You go to the magazines, you will be lost for like an hour and a half.
Yeah, the magazine rack. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You're done.
Like, how are they even still putting out this many? Who are the people that's buying these magazines? You know, you'll stand there and look at a couple, and nobody else is coming. You know, who are the people that's buying these magazines?
That's what's up. Nobody.
I'm one of those people. I know what I want. I go in, grab it, out. I can't stand walking around and looking at everything. But
Yeah,
I had a
I'm with you on
friend.
that one. I go in, get what I need, and leave. I'm not trying to spend hours looking around at a bunch of random shit I don't need.
I had a friend, and there was a group of us, and she wanted to go in one day, and we went in, and most of us were outside waiting for her. I think it was 6 hours total.
It's like some people go
And
into Target and want to look at every little thing. Come in, oh, we only need this and this, and come out with a whole cart full of stuff.
yeah, and I was just like, what
Excuse me.
on earth can you do inside Walmart for 6 hours? Really and truly.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I won't be bringing that game to the desert island.
Mm-mm. No, I'll take the
Yeah,
log cabin out along the near a river with the peace and quiet, out on 40 acres in the middle of nowhere.
I'm with you, Bonnie. I have a goal. If I go into the Walmart, which is very, very rare, and I don't even have a super one. Mine doesn't even have groceries. Like they have a couple things in the frozen, but it's a small Walmart compared to many. And
Damn.
I'll have a goal: toilet paper, shampoo, hydrogen peroxide, cat litter, get in, get out. But where I will get lost is the one clearance aisle where everything has the bright yellow stickers,
Mm-hmm.
90% off.
yeah.
You can find
Yeah.
anything there. That's my time portal in the Walmart, is the clearance aisle. Gets
Speaking
me
of
up.
small Walmarts, I went to I think the world's smallest Walmart, at least here in the States anyway. It's over in Oklahoma. The entire Walmart was about the size of a Dollar General store, if even that big.
Sounds about right.
It was in Oklahoma somewhere. I forget exactly where. I took a picture of it. It's in one of my online storages. I mean, front to back, the thing was literally 50 feet long. You know, like I said, it looked like a Dollar General store, but it was a Walmart.
Yeah, they ain't even
Super,
got the
super tiny.
7-Elevens out there. They still got 6 and 10s.
Right.
6 and 10s, he says.
Chessboard, that's possible. I regularly embarrass people who know me in public because I'll wear anything that's clean. It doesn't have to match per se. It doesn't have to look very good. It's just,
Yeah, it's clean.
oh
I mean,
man,
it's clean and it covers everything up. I don't
pretty
see the
much.
problem with that. Who cares if
Yeah,
it doesn't match?
pretty much. Yeah,
I
but not
don't see a
Walmart.
problem with that. It covers everything up. It's clean. Who cares if it
Yeah.
matches?
Not the ones that act like weirdos, but definitely.
I don't know. Every now and then I've made a mistake and accidentally dressed myself in color coordinating clothes, but
Right.
it's pure coincidence when it happens because I just grab whatever and put it on. I don't care. I looked down one time and like, oh shit, I color match.
That's why you just got to have one color shirt, all black, white, gray. You're fine. Whatever pants are clean, it's gonna work.
Yeah. And typically that's what I do. I do like the pocket t-shirts or maybe a few polo shirts or something. You know, the single color shirts like the purple or the black or the gray. You know, that kind of thing.
Eimer, speak for yourself. The leg warmers may or may not match as long as they're the same length up the knee. It's fine and pretty compatible. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you need leg warmers, sure, why not? I mean, we could have a little bit of footloose contest, dancing contest, I guess.
I've got a whole drawer full of them. I love leg warmers. Love them, especially where I live. So easy, and they can be made pretty sassy too if you wear a skirt with them. But they're wonderful.
Leg warmers with a skirt? I mean, sure, I guess you could, but
Yeah, you could,
I
and
can
I
see it.
do. Oh yeah,
Most definitely.
yes, ma'am. Bobby knows that's a certain look, but it's legit.
I
I
have
would have
leg.
gone with the long johns, but that's just my personal preference.
Those are too hot.
Way
Well, if you
too.
get the thin ones, the thinner ones keep you warm when you start moving around. They'll trap the body heat a little bit, but when you're not moving around as much, you can wear them and not worry about sweating to death.
Meat puppet. I don't want to see you in any kind of tights of any form. I don't care
No,
how
no. Just
leg.
I always just keep those hidden. Under the blue jeans or you know. I'm not wearing a kilt, so you don't have to worry about that. You wouldn't see the
No,
leg
long
warmers
johns are legit too. Yeah. Bonnie, do you
with a
remember
kilt.
stirrup pants?
Do what?
Do you remember stirrup pants?
Yes.
Oh, I
That's what.
remember
Love.
those. Yeah,
Oh, those
they
are
used,
sexy.
they
They're
put their
like
stirrups, and then they'd grab their little jellies and walk out the door.
mm-hmm.
Jellies.
I
I
don't
didn't
know what
wear
those
jelly.
are.
I
I do
did.
not wear plastic shoes.
I wore jellies when I was young.
I
I
wear
cannot
I'll,
wear
I'll wear
Crocs. I cannot wear.
I'm not a huge Croc fan, but I've got a pair of black ones that when I'm at the house, I take my boots off. I'll slide
No.
on the Crocs and wear them around the
Do you
house.
put
Or
your straps around your ankles and go into sport mode?
I
Oh
do
man.
put them in sport mode. Yep.
I figured that.
'Cause I wear them
I
at
can see
home.
these things.
I wear them on typically Saturday and Sunday. I wear them at home, and then I'll slide them on and go on to church in
It
my
said
Crocs. I don't
increases
have to wear
15 to
shoes.
25% more agility and stabilization when you go into
Yeah,
sport
maybe.
mode.
Although I think when I get a new set of work boots here soon, I'm going to get a pair of slip-on work boots. I'm not even going to get ones with laces
And my
anymore. I'm just
foot's
going to
too
get those.
big. I wear something like that. It look like I'm going scuba diving.
I usually wear size 13. I think they make slip-on boots in 13, so I should be all right.
Hmm.
Hey,
But
who is this guy, Scuba Steve?
I get tired of tying my shoes, so I just buy a pair of slip-ons and call it good.
Uh,
Hmm.
But I only wear Crocs on the weekend when I'm at home going to church or something.
mhm.
I'm not a huge fan of them, but they are somewhat comfortable. Of course, I also like wearing socks with sandals, during the summer months. Put a pair of
Monty
socks
Richard
on, wear
Simmons
sandals.
headband. That's a Mandela effect. He never wore a headband.
Who's that?
Richard Simmons.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
Sweating. There's one or two tapes sweating when he did Sweating to the Oldies on VHS where he was wearing a headband.
I
Absolutely.
still have Sweatin' to the Oldies on VHS, sir. And
He
Mm.
did.
there is no headband. And I may or may not have done it in my living room regularly. It's
Well, I know most of the time he did
Allegedly.
not have it on, but there was one or two times I saw him with a headband.
see,
He didn't wear
Indian
it.
Jim are
He
saying
didn't.
yes, but I'm saying I don't know.
I've seen it.
Is he still with
Let me.
us?
No,
He,
he's
not
out.
I'm gonna.
not very often did he wear it, but there was a couple times where he did. Most of the time, no. In the sweat deal, so the majority of the time he didn't have it on, but there was a couple times where he did wear it.
All right. We need
So
some
he,
pics.
Boy, that popped up quick.
I don't know.
But it's just one of those things. It's not super important. I don't care one way or the other.
Thanks a lot. Now I'm gonna get workout videos in the algorithm.
Well, I know a lot of them, but still,
Sweating to the 80s.
that Mandela effect. So we
Mhm.
got to check. We got to know the truth.
Well, that's like
And
the cornucopia thing on the Fruit of the Looms. They said, "Oh, that didn't happen." I'm like, bullshit. I remember wearing the T-shirts with the cornucopia
headband,
logo, and then someone
headband,
Yeah,
uh,
headband.
Yeah, for sure.
Someone
Wrist,
had
wrist
pulled out proof.
doohickeys, wrist doohickeys, headband.
There he
Yep.
is.
Yeah, most of the time he didn't do it, but there was a couple times he did. At least that's how I remember it anyway.
Man, I loved Richard Simmons. I don't care how gay he was. Yeah, that's
Dude,
wild.
dude was entertaining. I'll give him that. Richard Simmons was entertaining.
I remember Jack LaLanne, Gma.
Oh yeah, Jack LaLanne, that guy.
Olivia
Yep.
What
Newton-John.
did he do? That name sounds familiar.
Infomercials,
Okay.
Yeah, it's infomercials.
advertising different.
Something with fitness. I don't know if it was equipment or if it
No,
was,
I thought the Jack LaLanne thing was a juicer.
yeah, the
It was
juicing thing, but
the
he would kind
juicing
of have this
machine.
fitness aspect to it. He was a little bit buff for an old guy.
Yeah, he did mention a fitness thing,
Like
but
exercising. He
yeah,
was
something. I don't remember
juicing.
the exercising. I just remember the juice.
The
Man,
Juice Man.
yeah,
Big
fitness, Jerry.
Juice Man. Berenstein.
Mm.
That's the Berenstein Bears,
Oh.
or that's how I always called it anyway. I don't know what it was actually pronounced, but
What was the guy that did the
Lauren.
OxyClean commercials that passed away?
OxyClean, Billy.
Billy
I don't want
Mays.
to say Billy Mays. I almost said
Yeah,
Billy Blanks, but that's the Tybo guy.
yeah, that's the
Yeah.
Tybo.
But
Yeah,
I know they proved the Mandela effect for the Fruit of the Loom. They proved that as complete BS. There was a couple people on the internet still had their shirts that had the Cornucopia logo on them.
Hey, Ricky.
Hey, Ricky, you're so fine. You're so fine. You're so fine.
Oh, I thought it was Mickey, not Ricky. But
It
yeah,
is, but Ricky knows. I've sung that to him for 5 years. It is what,
interchangeable.
yeah,
You know,
yeah, I suppose it could be interchangeable with whoever.
it
Sure.
rhymes. That's enough, you know.
it's like I don't know if it's still around, but it used to be the clothing company Jockey. They made like T-shirts and stuff like
I
that. Well,
think
still
they're
do.
around. I don't know.
as a
They have
kid,
underwear, socks.
they used to have a plant. They used to
I
have a plant
remember.
here, and my mom's friend worked there. And I remember as a kid, shoot, man, she didn't never have to go to the store to get T-shirts or socks or anything like that because she would bring my mom bags of like the defective ones, the defects that they had to get rid of,
Right.
and that was pretty cool. Yeah, she just bring bags of them, and you couldn't ever tell what was wrong with them, but the machine read it as a defect.
Huh,
Who cares?
Tag
Free
might have been
stuff.
on backwards or something, something as simple as that.
right?
Either way, a bunch of free stuff is a bunch of free stuff. So
Yeah, but eventually, they closed the plant down or downsized or moved somewhere else. Yeah, I remember that.
I remember when Champion used to be for the poor people. The Champion brand, they used to be the poor people brand.
Right.
Oh yeah, the sportswear.
Yeah, Champion
Yeah.
Sportswear back in the day.
Yeah.
Then there was the alligator polo shirt.
Lacrosse.
I think it was a
Lacrosse was
Walmart
the gator, and
or
yeah,
Penny. It was like a Walmart or Penny special or something. It was usually a green shirt or whatever color shirt, and then it had a green alligator on it. It was a polo shirt. I remember having a bunch of those. Not by choice.
That's really
Mom
gross,
said,
Gma.
Dang it, what happened?
Mm.
Goodness.
You know what's funny is men's boxers, used boxers. That's disgusting. But then in Japan, they have vending machines with female panties, and they cost more depending on the number of days. In fact, this is an online market, allegedly. I've heard in Minecraft. This is a big market. I shit you not. The the dirty underoos market. and it's usually
Yeah. Usually for
those,
the really
and
really sick, twisted individual guys.
Please, it.
Well,
Let
well.
Virginia
Yeah.
finish, please.
Oh, I wasn't going to explain. I was just going to simply state that unfortunately that kind of thing does exist. There are sick, twisted people who like those
Well,
kind of things.
I didn't hear the rest of what she said.
Oh,
they will
uh,
charge more for the number of days worn.
yep, like
Um,
3 days worn, sweating in them,
Number
get
two, Meat
charged
Puppet.
more.
It sounds like Meat Puppet's a customer. That's what I'm hearing.
No, hell no, absolutely.
There
Look,
you go.
I may be an old nasty truck driver, but I have standards. Damn it.
It's like Hair Club for Men. I'm not only a member, I'm the president.
Yeah, I
My
remember that
goodness.
hair club commercial for the record,
I'm
but
sure you do.
as far as what you're talking about, no, absolutely not. As
That's
far as
the
I know about
president.
it is because, well, I know some perverted people who do stupid shit,
Uh-huh. Yeah,
and so
yeah.
as soon as I found out they did that, I stopped talking to them. So yeah.
Mhm, mhm. If you're lucky, chessboard.
Did anybody
Yeah,
explain?
that's a wild market.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody
That
explain
is just wrong.
what like
Even going through stuff, I don't care if it's brand new, if it's underwear of any kind, lingerie, whatever, it does not go to someone else. I just no. It just goes in the trash.
Yeah.
That's right, Bonnie. It goes in the trash. That's where it should go.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you be trying to start no shit over there. I know what you're
And
trying to do.
that's what's so funny when you go to
Excuse
try
me.
on a swimsuit and they have that little paper sticker thing, and I'm thinking, now what good is this? Because everyone's still trying it on.
Well, because
Yeah,
some people are stupid enough to try it on without underwear on.
Well,
yeah.
but you're still, you don't get it. Never mind.
Oh
Still
no, I
making
get it. I
contact,
just
Mm-hmm.
we'll just leave it alone. I'm
especially if you
not.
got on, if you're going 30 days in on them. It don't matter. It's that whole region. It's another realm.
Mm-hmm.
You can't cross it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think about something like that. But yeah, trying on bathing suits or something like that. It's personal.
Yeah, it's a snail trail, no matter what.
Religious underwear, they're holy.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Cheryl. Timon,
Explain
see
that.
what you started?
Mm.
Yeah, that is pretty gross. What you got to do is try on a size and then go back to the rack and look for one that has clearly never been taken off the hanger. Because when they re-hang on it always looks a little different, you know?
Yeah.
Right. Reach for the back.
Mhm. Yeah, dig deep, so to speak. Oh, Gma. That's a tough topic because
I
I know a
bet
lot
we
of women
have.
who don't wear panties, and I don't get it. I can't comprehend it.
What's that?
Mhm.
I have female friends who do not wear panties, and I can't understand because it is what it is. I just don't understand. The female anatomy is it's a certain thing. There's moisture. It's a lot. Like I don't understand how you're going to sit in jeans, no panties. I can't.
You mean like out and about, or just even at
No,
like the relaxation stage?
they just don't wear panties at all. At
Yeah.
Yeah.
all.
I mean,
That's Yeah, they're needed.
Dang, habitual free ballers, you know. They don't even realize they're doing it. They're just doing it.
It's a little different for women, I feel like, because of the way we're built. And,
What do they call it?
you know,
Just free? Being free?
I
Free falling. They wrote a song about it.
Free falling.
Yes.
And yeah, Jack, good to see you. And I think there might be a few men in chat that don't wear anything.
Look, there's no reason to be freeballing as the current discussion on either side. Wear underwear, people. Stop being nasty.
Mommy and Gma, you're killing me. Chessboard, it's not useless. It's just a observation about human behavior. It's wild.
Rappers to the prize.
Mhm.
Oh shit. Well, I guess you can say that.
Ding, tootin'. See,
Yeah.
he said it. I knew it was Huckleberry.
Well, at least we got elastic now. We don't have to wear 5 different straps. You know, a strap that attached to hold your socks up to your boxers, then one to go over your strap to hold your pants up, and then you know what I mean? Just too many
He didn't like
straps.
the garter belts.
I mean, it's got a place and a thing. It just ain't on me. You know.
True.
I'm trying to figure out what life shops. You got what on your body? What?
Oh, the big and tall. You just got to get what you can get, man. Hit and miss with the big and tall section. You'll even think you'll see a good one from a distance away. You'll get up there and somebody that slid a large in there.
So let's change the subject just a little bit. So do you go one sock, one shoe, and then the other sock, the other shoe, or do you do both socks and then both shoes?
None of your business.
Yeah, that is pretty personal.
That's personal.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Putting on socks is personal. Are you high?
Mhm.
Yeah, the rest of the time I spend here.
I mean, look. Personal opinion: if you put one sock and then one shoe, and then the other sock and the other shoe, you're a psycho. 2 socks, 2 shoes. That's the way it should be done, in my
I
opinion.
was fixing to say that there's a reason it's personal because that's a psychological question.
I'm beginning to think all of Meat Puppet socks are white. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think they're white. I think there's a few tinges of yellow.
Yeah.
I was saying, depending on how busy I've been during the week, sometimes they get a little yellow, and then I got to wash them because they're all sweaty. But you know, you got to do a lot of laundry.
Where do all the lost socks go? You may never know.
Puppet,
Well, the lost socks get stolen by the sock gremlins.
when you do get dressed and you all of a sudden realize it didn't go sock, shoe, do you take your socks and shoes all off and start again?
Only if I'm having a really bad day. Yes.
Did you all tell what life who Jack LaLanne was? He was the first Teamster to wear bobby socks and flip flops on the job. There you go. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Separation of
You set the bar that high. Well, who can compete with you? You know.
yeah. He looked like a quintessential gym teacher, didn't he? He always had that blue jacket. He looked like Bush, after Air Force One and 9/11. He always had those great slacks.
Wow.
You know what I mean? He looks like he was getting paid to do what he did.
Comment of the night.
It's like Jane Fonda. She knew which way
Crappy underwear.
socks on.
I mean, you're not wrong, Cheeseboard. You're not wrong.
Chess, not cheese.
Chest, cheese, same difference.
No, it's not.
Well, the chessboard could be made out of cheese, or the pieces, maybe. Or
When you
people gotta play.
I've been through.
when you went back to the passage of time, I thought about that. And when I was
Socks and
first
trunks.
the last job I had, because it wasn't enforced, you know what I mean? It was definition. I found time went by really quick. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. I can't imagine a waitress, for example, going to work and not saying that was a long day.
Same blue sandals year round.
There ain't enough room, dude. Keep walking. There ain't enough room.
It's like I don't know. It's like if 24 hours is a rubber band, you know, no matter what, it's still that same 24-hour rubber band, but it could be like stretched and contract. You know what I mean? In a sense.
Yes. If you're busy, time is going to go by faster than if you're just sitting. I think.
Oh, don't tell me this dumb bastard is going to try to park next to me in this narrow space.
You better
Oh,
not.
fuck.
Get out and tell him who you are. He probably don't know.
No, I'm just more concerned about him hitting my truck with his truck.
Is it a woman driver? Are you sure it's not a woman driver?
It's a guy, but
Okay.
there's a lot
We
of
have
incompetent.
confirmation.
There's a lot of incompetent truck drivers out here, and this guy appears to be one of them.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
Probably a
Although
newbie.
so far he hasn't hit anything, which I'm extremely shocked by.
First day on the job.
Yeah, as you say, it might be his first day on the job.
Long time viewer, first time caller.
Right, exactly.
Does he speak English?
Right.
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't get a good look at him, so I didn't notice the turban. So I'm guessing he probably speaks English.
Oh, meat puppet.
You need to go up to him and do a story on live. Let's hear what he's got to say about it.
Right.
Nah, I don't care what he's got to say about it. So
Go do an interview for us.
Oh shit! Matter of fact, it's midnight Eastern time here. I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Well, don't beat your meat.
No. That only happens in my dreams, so we're good.
Sure. Uh-huh.
Have a good night, meat.
Yeah. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do, and if you do, get a recording of it.
Yeah. Grab a sock. Chessboard edible underwear never made sense to me because it's like trying to put on a fruit roll up. It's too moist. You know what I mean? And they don't.
How does that even work?
Yeah.
And what do you got to get? Like 2 sizes too big so you can slide it up? How does that go?
Basically, I guess I have worn them once, like 30 years ago, but like they kind of melt.
Oh, you had the original formula.
It opens up infection.
Yeah.
It doesn't work with a shady thicket. It's a mess. Yeah, Jared. I did once. You know, most things once. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
Annie, Jack, please explain. Who am I wearing?
Like a designer? Are you wearing Coco Chanel? Are you wearing Versace?
Bringing out the Louis?
Right.
I don't think I have designer anything. I just, no.
Levi's are acceptable. Yeah, Eimer, they don't taste good. And I only know that because, you get those as a gift sometimes, as a gag gift. And I got one of those as a gag gift one time, the edible panties. And I just opened the package and tasted it myself, like, because I wasn't going to wear them. It was like, let me take a bite. I think I did wear one. Like I said, I'm pretty sure once. But anyway, they're worse than a fruit roll-up. You'd be better off laying down a fruit roll-up strip,
Yeah, just lay your own little landing strip down there.
pretty much.
Yeah. Mm.
I don't know, chessboard. It was one of
I
like the
can think of better things than fruit roll-ups.
maybe
Oh,
strawberry.
I didn't feel you.
Yeah, it's
When I had
gross.
one of them as a kid and I left it in my pants and they got washed and dried and oh man, yeah, it completely that pocket was completely obsolete at that point. There wasn't no saving it.
Right. Like if you wash up a pack of gum,
Oh yeah.
you're done.
Have you ever thought of that? Particularly men's wear, underwear, how ridiculous. Like, you ever wonder who designs it? Jockey shorts. You ever get out there and it's summertime and it's hot and you got to casually and nonchalantly adjust yourself? Because these damn things, like who ever came up and boxers? You ever get some guy sitting across and it's like wide open panorama view, right?
Um,
I
that,
said,
I could not think of a worse nightmare than that view.
It's just the
You just
imagery, you know.
had to go there.
A different meaning to the bat wings, the bat in the sky. Hmm. And Gotham.
and somewhere someone looks in a crystal ball and says, I wonder if I put a pocket in the front. Like who designs these damn things?
Oh man.
I can only imagine a woman with a crop, you know what I mean? Like small wonder they run around half naked.
Mhm.
Yeah. Sometimes the packages shift, you know. You gotta readjust the parcels.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mhm. That's a weird starfish, Heimer. Really weird.
Timo, help.
So
Yeah. It could work in colder climates, so it doesn't melt so fast, you know.
yeah. You got a bigger window to work with.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yep.
That's true.
Oh, y'all are still talking.
Oh, I don't know. I thought we were talking about ice cream.
This chat is telling on
That's,
itself, though. Seems like they know. You know?
ice cream sounds better to me than
It was the summer of
anything.
2002, and that was the summer of love.
What they say.
I'll be looking at what? Huck?
Uh,
Hmm.
I remember the first time I went out to Vegas. I was in the Carpenters Union, and I got selected to go out there for the apprentice training program, which was pretty cool. We was out there for the whole week, and didn't have to really. I mean, unless you wanted to go out and eat something, you didn't have to pay for anything. I mean, there was food there. It was basically like a resort. But we go out on the town on the evening because we had to go to class from 7:30 to 3. And then after that, we could do whatever we wanted. They said you can go out, party all night, just be back in class at 7.
Hmm.
So on certain intersections, they had a bunch of these people, and they had like hats and shirts, colorful shirts with different numbers that you can call if you wanted companionship. And but you could hear them before you get to them. You hear like this clapping, like decks of cards just clapping, and you get up on and you walk through them, and it's like 20 of them, and they're all handing you these cards. And I got a bunch of them I kept for like souvenirs. And each one of them is like a different person or like a company you can call, if you want to like companionship of that sort. But I thought that was pretty funny. I don't even know if they still do that. It's been forever ago.
Thing.
Absolutely not.
Maybe.
Hmm. I'm getting bad.
Hmm.
Yeah, probably some of the coolest people I met was from Texas, and hell, I can't even remember their names. I always wish I could remember their names. I could look them up, see what the hell they're up to.
What kind of people from Texas did you say?
Coolest, the
I,
coolest,
I
right here.
didn't realize.
No, it was at the International Brotherhood of Carpentry. Their headquarters is in Las Vegas, Nevada. And
Mm,
during my apprenticeship program, I got to go out there to the training facility, and it was basically just a class. It just taught us different stuff and went over some stuff, you know. But it was hundreds of people there from different carpentry unions from around the country. You know, pretty much every state was represented, and they had people from
right.
Texas. And while we was out there, they gave us these cards. It was pretty much just like a little debit card, and it was for this bus line that ran 24/7. So if we needed a ride somewhere or anything, we just catch that bus, and we didn't have to pay nothing. But it was like the last couple of days we was there, which was the weekend, because we was out there for the whole week. Uh, it was three guys and one girl from Texas. Can't remember their names, but they rented a limousine. And hell, I was just standing out front. I don't know what the heck I was doing at the time,
Oh,
but just happened to be standing out there. And said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Shoot, fixing to get ready to go into town, waiting on the bus." He said, "Shoot, don't worry about the bus. We just rented a limousine." And you know, I had spending cash, but I said, "No." I said, "I ain't got no limousine money." Uh, he said, "No, no, it's already paid for. Come on, it's just us." So yeah, I got in the limousine. Shit, we rode around the strip. You know, I'm feeling like
and
Al
it's a
Capone. You know,
party.
uh,
Yeah.
and then so he tells the head guy from Texas. He told the driver. He said, "Hey man, take us to the liquor store." So they go to the liquor store and they're getting all type of stuff. They're getting the wild turkey. They're getting all different type of bottles and shots. And I'm thinking, damn. So we got to a point where they was getting out, and he said, "But you can keep going, however much time was left." And I was like, "No, I'm just gonna get out here too." But they got out first and left all the liquor bottles in there. And I'm thinking, well, hell, I'm not fixing to leave this one. Hell, two of them wasn't even opened yet. So I'm getting out the limousine. Me and this other dude, I forget where the hell he was from. Uh, yeah, we're just walking around. I'm just carrying liquor bottles. I'm thinking, man, I'm just walking like a schmuck, you know. I'm not
Yeah.
even drinking it. So, make a long story short, there was this other guy that was at the training facility. We could meet up with him. He's already kind of trash. He's heading in. And he was like, "Oh, what you got there?" And I ended up selling him the bottle. It was a wild turkey bottle I had. I ended up just selling him the whole bottle. I said, "Here, give me $40." He said, "Oh, hell yeah."
That's what's up.
I said, "Fuck, thank God. I ain't
Right.
got to carry this damn bottle no more."
Oh, one of my friends that had limousine, limousine service. You wouldn't believe the things found left. Taxis, I guess, would be the same way. We don't have any taxis around here, but yeah.
You mean like the stuff they would see going on, or
No, things that would be left behind after,
oh, left behind? Okay.
yeah,
Huh.
I'm
because
still
you have
trying.
to clean them after each use, and
Ew.
like a school bus, you clean it after each use.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Oh,
still trying
shit.
to figure where the foolish Texans came into that story, but I don't know.
He didn't say foolest, he said coolest.
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Oh, cool. I thought you said foolish, and I thought, have you seen
I said Texans, not Canadians.
this is
Right.
generation
Cool.
and
Not food.
with a very heavy 400-pound purse sitting right beside you, and you're saying they're foolish?
That's fun.
Okay. Okay.
I wish I could remember their names and look them up. Yeah. Hey, ain't no telling.
Yeah.
Some of
Cool.
you might remember there was a show, I think it was on HBO, and I think it was called Taxi Cab Confessions
Yeah,
or something like that.
yeah,
And they would show the various types of folks. I think it was in New York City for the most part, but maybe some other cities. It's a really interesting show. So, Bonnie, like what you're saying, what people leave behind or what might be going on there, like
Mm-hmm.
absolutely very interesting. And this show was kind of geared toward um, certain things, debauchery and stuff. The driver would ask questions that were obviously about,
yeah.
you know, uh,
You can read the people kind of.
yes, that was a good show though. It kind of,
Yeah, that was
The one
wild.
in Toronto they called Cash Cab.
yeah,
I was moved away from Toronto, and well, you saw it, I guess,
The
Virginia.
game show where they'd answer questions.
yeah, that's a different show. Cash Cab was a game show. The show I'm talking about would be more like sex workers or people coming home from the bar or
Late night
like really
confessionals.
eccentric people. It wasn't trivia. It was just the
Yeah.
driver just talking to the passengers. And
Yeah.
of course they
A
had to,
reality type.
yeah.
Yeah,
And I mean, Jerry, this would have been probably 25 years ago. Yeah, like this is an older
probably.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Cash Cab is a great show though, for sure.
Yeah, I didn't know that was post 9/11. And they had some really weird questions.
Yeah.
That,
I remember that show. I say, damn, why don't they ever come to Augusta? I'd be on that show. I win a few bucks.
Right.
I never heard of it.
Cash Cab, yeah, that was.
I forget what channel it used to come on.
That
Um,
shows how nice Canadians are. Have you got time to answer my question? Sure. I'm just waiting for the coolest Texans to come through in their limo. So shoot, what question you want to answer?
Yeah, you have to settle for the bona fide Georgians.
Yeah.
I don't know if it fit in with the cool text.
I don't know. I
Just
well,
kidding.
cool. That's relative.
Man,
was probably in Alabama and got all confused with, north, south, east, west.
as soon as we got off the plane and we got to the resort or whatever, the little head guy gave because people's coming in batches from different flights and stuff, and our particular group, he gives us the whole little speech, and at just about that time, it was time to eat. Now we could smell it. It smelled like somebody had a grill going somewhere. And
Hmm.
after he said, "I know, are y'all hungry?" He said, "We got some fresh chickens and some fresh steaks right off the grill." So I'm thinking they got something set outside. He directs us to the cafeteria, and they got it set up full buffet style. It's like a golden corral in there, but they're actually cooking stuff.
Mm.
So what did you get? A slice of Jello with a day-old Cool Whip on it instead of the steak and chicken, or what?
No, there was a few people from Canada. They went for that first. I stayed for the beef. For the beef.
The meaty.
The
No,
cool
but it
quick.
was cool, man. Anything you wanted to eat, they had while you was there.
Hmm.
It was a pretty cool experience.
That's if you work at a restaurant and get to go to the food shows. Oh my goodness.
Mhm.
Oh, I bet.
It's, everybody's got something cooking for you to try, sample. You're just
Yeah.
eating all day.
I like it.
Oh, so true. And a lot of the chefs know each other, so some of these shows, the employees, you'll get a real nice opportunity to try out different things and yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, 'cause they're bringing their best. So it's
Yes.
like,
And the alcohol is blowing.
oh, it's flowing. Let the nectar flow.
Uh-huh.
That's how it is at the outdoor market here in my county. I mean, if you go out there with an empty belly, I mean, you could every little food booth. They got a free sample of something. A cake, a
Hmm.
cookie, a stir fry, or something.
Hmm.
You just walk around and get free samples. Heck, you good for a little bit.
That's the way
It's
HEB is here on weekends. Sorry.
oh, Bonnie, no, I hear you. That is and like it makes you feel like you want to buy something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sausage one always got me. And it's like, okay. So
Yeah,
Right.
for sure.
HEB is pretty cool. They have a meal deal, and they'll have it on an end cap at the front, and so you can go in, what's the meal deal, and it all goes together, and it's like, well, I haven't been in one in a while. So I don't know how much they run now, but it used to be pretty cheap. It'd have the drink and everything to make the meal. Usually tacos or sausage wraps or something like that.
Kind of like in their hot deli area.
What do you mean?
Well, HEB, I don't have any around here. Is that like a grocery store and they would sell a bunch of foods in their hot deli area, like where
Yeah,
you
they
can
did that too, but
and
this
get.
was just like it would be a cooler section, and
Oh,
they
okay.
every week they have a meal deal.
You know, one
Yep,
thing I could
Steve
never. Sorry.
Huckleberry knows best
Yeah.
briskets.
Huh.
They're the first ones. If there's any kind of disaster, HEB trucks are the first ones rolling
Really?
with food and water and yep.
So they're regional store probably.
Yeah. I've never.
It's a started out as a family owned and it has just built up to a chain of it's the best place to work. If you're going to work in a grocery store, they
Mhm.
treat their employees so good and they move you up. You're not just stuck at a cash register all your life, or
Right.
That's good.
they like to see you move up in the company.
They invest in their people, sounds like.
Yes.
Hmm.
I'm not
Yeah.
putting it down, but now that I think about it, because my daughter spent, part time at a grocery store. What's up from a cashier? I'm kind of being
You
serious.
can move up to the bakery, or you can move up to produce manager, or
Well,
you can move up to
I know about
office.
managers, but I mean, like when I think about it, I mean, what do you do at a bakery? Because at one time, we had like what do you call it, delicatessen and all this. They're
Hmm.
all
Yeah.
they're all gone. You
Really?
know, like
Oh,
I defy you to go in and say, I want to talk to the meat manager, and they'll say who, because they don't have it anymore.
they do here.
They do here too. I
There's
talk
a
to my
meat
meat
manager,
manager all the
there's
time.
a deli. Yeah. Hmm.
Because that's kind of, it kind of wears up. I mean, the bakery, talk about baking in-store like pastries and things.
Yes.
Yes.
We don't have
Breads,
it anymore.
pastries.
It's all gone.
Yep.
They
Hmm.
make
You make it
sandwiches,
right
they
there.
make wraps, they make
Yep.
cakes, they decorate cakes.
Not anymore.
Huh.
Deli section, they make sandwiches and salads and
It's
Yep.
all prepackaged now.
Well, but there are some that actually do. That's why I was asking Bonnie if it was like her hot case where at the store she was talking about. There are some that you can actually go up and have a sandwich made. There's a store
yes.
in my town, it's by the deli and stuff, but you can go up and just like a Subway, be like, I'd like this sandwich, or they have a hot case and you can get potatoes and
Yes.
mac and cheese, fried chicken. They even have a Chinese food section that has fried rice and egg rolls. You can get pizza, Crispitos.
We got a Kroger like that. It's like
Yeah.
just one whole wall of
Yeah.
just different type of foods.
Yep.
Yeah. HEB's like that too. That
Hmm.
they have the deli section where they make it right there.
Hmm.
Yep.
Or if they
They got
got
the
the hot
sushi man in there making the sushi up fresh.
Yes, the sushi
Uh,
man.
Yeah.
I've got a sushi man in the store. Yep.
they got a brick oven pizza in there. I hadn't tried it yet. People say it's all right, but you
Yeah.
know,
Yep.
Hmm.
it's what they call I think it's called a Kroger Plus or something. It's almost like a Walmart in a way because they sell a little bit of everything. They sell clothes, some
Mm-hmm.
clothes, and other things in there. It's like
Hmm.
a mega Kroger.
Kroger's usually runs really good sales too.
Yep.
And Huckleberry, I saw your thing about pastries. Try the glazed croissants.
Oh,
Oh
yes.
my goodness.
That
Huh.
sounds amazing.
So like a glazed donut.
Oh,
It's a
It's better. It's
right.
a fluffy, flaky croissant and it's just covered in glaze and
Mm.
oh.
So
I remember when they did finally start to phase out the delicatessen, they'd have one woman. So you got the cheese, you got, all these, the slicers, but only one woman. And you got about 10 or 12 women, you take a ticket because they started a ticket. And it's kind of like, no, you go ahead. I dare you. You know what I mean? It's like these 12 women waiting for their turn with the ticket,
oh
and
yeah,
somebody speaks up. How much is a Black Forest ham? And it's kind of like, you go ahead, I dare you. I'll smack you with the salami.
mm,
You
Huh.
know, it was a real idea. She stole my number.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Hmm. I don't
I
know,
can't
man.
stand
We don't hold numbers here. You just,
yeah, getting whacked with the cold cuts.
well, I was going to
it.
ask if it was a frozen salami, but that felt too deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was personal.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Some
HCC.
premeditation
How
in
are you
that.
doing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
Do you
I don't
ever
know.
have any of the like a small Italian local grocer? And, you talk about the salami and, you walk in there and it's like everything's hanging over top of you and it smells like, I don't know what, like,
Excuse me.
the small little mom and pop ones that open up. It's,
Yeah,
Hey, Copper.
it's,
they got the meats.
Right.
yeah. Hmm.
Those could be the most legit meats, though, because like prosciutto is a cured product. Salamis and like legit cured meats
Yeah,
don't smell that good. But when you cut them and prepare them correctly, they're
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
yeah. It goes through that whole uh whatever you call that process.
Kind of like cheeses
Yeah.
Excuse me.
curing
Must have been the pickle.
Bonnie. What kind
Sorry
of
about
pickle?
that. Do what?
What kind of pickle?
Deal, of course.
I was gonna say,
HEB, HEB brands pickle me dilly. Whole deal pickles.
I love pickles. If you said bread and butter, like I was holding my breath, I was like, please
Oh
don't say.
heck no.
They're
Mm-mm.
so gross. They're so
No, I can't stand bread. No,
yeah. Either. Mm-mm.
no sweet pickles for me.
Nope.
Like the sour.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, chessboard was talking about Bucky's barbecue bun. They're good. Bucky's has a really good food section inside of it too, if you ever run into one. Oh, Jerry, I thought we
Yeah.
were friends.
We've lost Jerry. I know we want to be careful with. Mhm. These days, with like the cost of fast food and whatever, some of those stores like Buc-ee's or convenience stores or even like the truck stops, they have way better food for less. And it's, I mean, it might
Yes.
not be good for you all the time, but it kind of hits the spot more, you know.
They do. That's when I was traveling, I would always go to the truck stops for
Hmm.
the meals because it's more home cooking. It just, they got good food.
They'll make you a nice sandwich. They have the best breakfast. A truck stop, like, oh man.
Yeah.
Beaver nuggets.
Hmm.
So the little mascot for Buc-ee's is a beaver.
Hmm. They call them beaver nuggets.
Everything's beaver there.
Everything.
Oh,
They have the cleanest restrooms though. Oh my goodness. There's like, you go in there and it's like 20 stalls and
You're
it's
talking
so
about
clean.
Bucky.
Yeah, Buc-ee's.
I think it was. I think it was the day I seen a video. I guess it was from the day. It said the first Bucky's was opened up in Mississippi. I guess they put one in Mississippi somewhere. And oh man, it was like the running
Oh,
of the bulls when they opened this place opened up. Man, it was people running from every direction trying to get into the store.
huh.
They didn't make
yeah.
enough doors to get in there, obviously, because it was insane.
I don't know, Bonnie. We have the 401, which goes through Toronto. It goes forever, pretty well from Michigan right to the East Coast. But the thing was, they have Shell, Imperial Oil, and all these ones, and they must get charters for it because every so often, as you're going west, they'd alternate, like Shell or whatever. But the point is, other than those big truck stops, where the rigs can come in and and out, the food was
Mhm.
awful. The little small truck stops, like it's kind of like I got tar on the windshield, pour some coffee on it, eat it all off. It was awful. The big
Huh.
the big ones were really good. You know what I mean? They had all the franchises. They had like a restaurant.
Right.
That's the only place I ever saw a cigarette vending machine was in those big truck stops. But they were good. They were, but the small ones, mom and pop, oh God, they were awful.
Hmm. I can't wait to move to Canada. It sounds wonderful.
It
That
just,
that
it,
potato sounds wonderful.
it's,
And we are not under the King of England,
it's
Canada,
glorious.
not
It's
England.
glorious.
Uh-uh.
Wonderful. It's glorious.
Oh yeah.
Allegedly. But it is good, but the small ones, I don't know. That's my personal experience, particularly in Nova Scotia. The
Hmm.
back, the back door, the small, you know, away from everything, main highway, little mom and pop, 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh my God, the coffee ate right through your stomach.
I don't even like turnips chessboard. Sometimes what you order, Black Watch, like the Dino Nuggies are gonna suck no matter where you go. But if you get something really good, that might be their thing. It's the best ever.
Well, we used to go to a drag strip, but it was St.
Take
Thomas.
care, hardcore.
It was St. Thomas drag strip, but it was actually in Sparta. about 10 kilometers south. But St. Thomas on a Saturday night, 9 o'clock, they close up. But if before 5 in the morning, there was a mom and pop, just a little corner like a house, you know, on old tables and then, but the food was like, I'm staying here for the day. You know what I mean? It was the best food at incredible prices. You know, the small town stuff. So you have both sides of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
I see a copper.
Take care.
I mean, Blackwatch, I can't stand bread and butter pickles as much as the next guy. But is there anything that you could put out in perspective that's like, oh, this was consistently really good, or something, you know, positive out there, and not just observing the negative? You
But
see what I mean?
you're talking about bread and butter, or whatever those pickles.
Sweet pickles.
That's awful.
Yeah, they are. But I mean, what's good though? What are some good things? Because it becomes your reality if that's what you manifest, where all of your observations are immediately negative. That food sucked. Well, yeah, lots of food you go out, it sucks. It's too expensive. There's yeah, bread and butter pickles suck, but you know what? I can appreciate those truck stops. Sometimes they got some slamming shit. You go into a little stop somewhere on the road, and they can have some surprisingly good food. They can really take you off guard with that. So I'm just saying the positive side. Is there anything that's like,
Didn't
you
you
know,
find so very, very sweet, those pickles? They were just like sickening sweet.
they're gross, and pickled eggs are gross too. But what's good? What do you think is good? Where you're like, you know what, this is consistently good.
I always found, you know, the dill pickles, the big jars, not like 5 pound, like 5 gallon, but there's a strategic pickle they put in. And if you don't take that out, the first one, you don't get any of the other ones out. You ever notice that? They put the pickles in, then they put the ones in the middle and move them around. There's one that if you take it out, they all come out easy.
Like the Chinese purple of pickles.
Well,
Oh, bless you. Bless your heart, Blackwatch.
well, it's just they're at the side and they go around. They got a small opening. When you're looking straight down at one, you figure that's the one. If I stick it with the fork and get it out, the rest of them come out. No, they don't. One just moves over to take its place. Then you find out you open the 10th jar because you're damned. You're going to figure it out, right? You got 10 jars of dill pickles, and you're going to figure out which one comes out.
That's why they make a fork.
The picnic jar, got to get another one. Bad.
I almost got it, Mom. Your kids opened 5,941 jars of pickle. Who's paying for it?
See, okay, that's where I drew the line with my kiddos. They were not allowed to touch the condiments or pickles or anything like that in the fridge. No, because I didn't. No, if they wanted milk, I poured it. Nobody was drinking out of the darn milk jug. No, and I guess I got that germaphobe thing from my mother because it just wasn't happening. Those dirty little hands were not reaching in my pickles or no.
So you never had fun in the morning, with the ketchup bottle? We go, Mom, I can't get the ketchup to go. It's okay, it's fixed. And one of the kids that got half the thing of ketchup all over them. Okay, I figured it out. Mom, he hit me with the ketchup bottle.
No.
Yeah. You ever notice the way they change everything now? I got some ketchup and it's a new design bottle, which isn't bad, but it's another design that you have to figure out without the fork and the pickle. Right? How do I get this open?
You get your ketchup out with a fork.
No, it's kind of like it's got the plastic or the metal seal on it. Everything's sealed now,
Yep.
which is good.
Yeah.
But usually had Heinz ketchup in the old days with the glass bottle, and by the time it got kind of settled on the top, opening it was sealed for life. Right? You could take a pair of expanding pliers, and you're not going to get that sucker off. Now they have all different ones. It's kind of like.
Mm.
Mind you, French's mustard in the squeeze bottle is always about the same, kind of like the shape of a woman. You ever notice that? The hourglass shape. The hourglass shape doesn't change much.
Wow. Never would have thought of that one either.
When you think it just kind of fits in your hand right for some reason. But now that I think about it, that's never changed.
Right before you tell her to go make you a sandwich.
Yeah, it's about it. Oh, they make a sandwich.
Make sure you use extra mustard, baby. You know how I like it.
Yeah.
Extra spicy.
Whereas the glass jars are always the same. They were always the same from French. They didn't change it much. French's condiment. Kind of like I figured out, don't mess with my mustard. But anyway, it was.
You getting a new house too, Mom? Cool.
Nice.
Anytime I bought ketchup, it was a Del Monte. Not Heinz or Hunt's.
Del Monte's pretty good too. I like they're the fruit producers too, right? Del Monte fruits.
Yeah.
Peaches.
Well, and vegetables. They have just about everything.
Yeah, but you got to admit, you buy canned vegetables like limp other things. You don't buy that stuff. They're all limp, frankly.
Lamb? Canned vegetables?
Yeah, they're all soggy kind of blood. I'm starving, so anything will do it type of thing. Vegetables to me were like, if you can steam them just right, the steaming and they're still crisp, they're really good.
Well, yeah, that's the best, but canned are okay. I wouldn't get canned potatoes or something like that, but green beans,
Yeah.
spinach,
Some things in a pinch, or if it's something that I'm
slaw.
making, I only need a little bit of, I'll get a little can of that just, for that dish.
Yep.
Well, it's like canned peas. Like usually peas frozen in that, they fill a little bowl. You take canned peas, you pour them in. It's like, well, there's a half inch of peas, right? Mush. Like, didn't you find that? I don't know.
You need to talk to your canners up there because my
Yeah,
peas come out whole.
they're just like, some was in water and some is in, it's almost like fish type of thing. Some's oil, I never cared for it. My mom bought a lot of canned stuff when I grew up. There wasn't a lot of fresh ones, especially in winter.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I like some things like that that's packed in oil, but like the longevity of the shelf life. I think most stuff that's packed in oil has a shorter shelf life versus stuff, like in water.
Yeah.
Monty's, I don't know. It's just me. I don't. It's just I don't know. And then the frozen stuff, you know what I mean? Frozen. They're a lot better now because they're flash frozen. But remember the frozen vegetables, like a spam can you opened up, gave it a little key, and you went around it, like I don't know.
Frozen vegetables in a key can? No.
Yeah, it was way back in the 50s and early 60s, but now,
Oh, well, no wonder I don't remember.
well, see, you weren't around, so there you go. But I mean,
Yeah,
it was
it's your fault you wasn't around then to know it.
now that's probably
Should have been there.
it was. It's
I
like
don't know. That doesn't sound very good.
It was eating bananas with keys.
kind of like powdered milk, and you think, what was wrong with the cow? Blech.
Aren't
Was
you not
a
supposed
drought
to
that
freeze
year.
metal?
Yeah, I don't know.
And isn't there something to that? You're not supposed to freeze metal?
Oh no.
Not with food. Oh,
Like I think it was the original when they started making TV dinners. I think the first TV dinner might have been put out by what was it? Could be wrong. It might have been Swanson, but it was a Thanksgiving themed dinner, which like your turkey and your dress and all that stuff. But I think those
yeah.
used to be served on like some type of tin or some type of aluminum trays. But of course, they didn't use microwaves really. It was more kind of like a heated
For
in
the
the oven
oven.
type. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's different than the can metal. That's like that's like using aluminum foil or something to me. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh
But
no. Yeah.
yeah, I cook in those whenever we have big dinners.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
I said it before. Like the can opener, the wheel sticks. So you give me another can opener. Then you find out they have a rolled bottom can. Like when they started canning stuff, didn't matter. You could turn it over upside down. Didn't matter which way you opened it. Now it's only one way, and the lip is so thin that you kind of feel a snap. It starts and it rolls up on itself. You try to get one of those suckers open. It's like a winter project. Get the damn thing. Why can't they leave things alone?
I love asparagus, Jeremy. Sorry that you had a bad experience.
Yeah. I like a good asparagus.
Chessboard wants to know how you remember TV dinners when you were born in the 80s.
Oh, there's all type of things people remember.
You do
I mean,
have them down there, the rolled bottom cans, whether it's soup, beans, I don't care. It's canned. And you can only open it on one end because the other end is rolled.
Yeah, some cans are like that.
All of them are here.
It might be like that here. I don't know. I just might didn't notice it.
It's like
Huh.
we dare you to open this.
If I get a bag of chips, I open it upside down because I think all the good flavor went down there first.
But that could be too. I agree with you.
Try to check the system every way I can.
Yeah. You ever seen the family pack lot? Now, because I like them, and you get the box, right? 9 of them. But the stock boy always has to open it, right? I mean, why can't you just take one out, But anyway, he says, I got you 3 bags of chips. And I thought, that's not going to last. But it turns out there's about 4 or 6 of those in there. It's kind of like, you want another handful? No, I'm good. You know what I mean? Like it's like a pillow case. It's about the size of a pillowcase,
Yeah.
which is only half full, but still. Yeah.
Yeah, he was eating that many chips at one time.
Yeah. It's like, where did my $500 go? You got 3 bags of chips. Yeah, there's your $500. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
and they're not Frito-Lay. They're store-bought.
Frito Nay.
Frito-Lay and all those. I don't know. I mean, potato is a potato is a potato. Whether Frito-Lay did it or not. But anyway,
What are you, a vinegar and salt kind of guy?
oh, definitely.
We know this, Watt, the douche chips.
Yeah, I got 1 bag left out of the whole box.
Oh,
Makes me very romantic. I don't have to pucker up. The salt and vinegar.
Oh,
oh yeah.
TMI.
Ugh.
Didn't realize you had that many face muscles.
Yeah. It's like alum on steroids,
Man. Mm.
I don't know. Like small little pleasures. Now, if I could only afford the Coors Light to go with it, I'd have it.
Coors Light is bad, to be honest. I don't mind a Coors Light. It's better than a Bud Light.
Actually, I understood that wasn't a real big marketing thing anyway. That it was only very isolated. I don't know, but I've always liked Coors Light beer. So
Ooh,
took a long time to find that.
I guess it's moving slower than they thought it would.
Yeah, Coors is what Colorado. They were the first ones to use aluminum cans because their steel suppliers ran out, as the story goes. And they said, well, we can get aluminum cans really cheap. And there was the start of the aluminum can beer, apparently.
Huh.
Coors Brewery, I think, in Colorado. A little bit of trivia. I'll make it up. On this day in 1841, Coors Light ran out of metal cans and started using aluminum ones. Mark that on your calendar.
I'm writing it down. It's
Okay.
noted. It's noted in the archives of history. Remember one time we had to do some work in this, it was an old apartment complex, and we had to run these lines and go up in the access, and like, I don't know how long these cans had been up there forever. It was the oldest. It was the old like pull tab beer cans when they had like the little square mouthpiece, little tiny ones. I said, damn, whoever was building this place, they were getting drunk. It was like all different type of brands.
Yeah. You ever tasted stump beer? What we call stump. It's old. You can't get that taste out of your mouth. Doesn't matter if you just licked the rim. It's going to be like
Oh,
such to get that taste out of your system. It's awful.
man.
We call it stumped. It's bad. It's gone bad. Too old.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like all the floor sweepings.
Mhm.
Mm.
We have a lot of breweries up here with a lot of strong beer. Not just about tried them all, stout and ale and everything, and end of the day, Coors Light was the best. Just took that long to get there.
Got a couple of local breweries here in the city.
Yeah.
Well, I'm curious, Black Watch, is there a food that you like? Because so far, all we know is juice chips.
Curious
You know?
about what?
A food. We
Food.
got chips and Coors Light. What about food?
You got to understand this apartment never worked. I've gone through hell with this stupid apartment. You turn on the front burner of the stove. Of course, it's old apartment style, right?
Hmm.
By the time the large burner starts glowing just a bit, all the heat alarms go off. It's even worse with, so it's kind of like a microwave thing. You know what I mean? By necessity.
All right, fair. But what do you enjoy? If you did not have those limitations, what would give you joy?
My favorite, because I don't think my wife ever got good at it. Even in
Oh my goodness.
what?
Okay, I'm listening to the rest.
Well,
Sorry.
Mom made good spaghetti, and I said, if you put bay leaves in it, we're divorced.
Okay.
She made good spaghetti.
Okay.
Wasn't good.
But if you take roast potatoes around the roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, I told you that Bonnie and gravy, my mom, that was the meal. We could only afford it really on Sundays, but I'd have it 2 or 3 times a week.
That sounds really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, and roast potatoes and gravy. That's really, really good.
Can you make that
Yeah.
happen over an open fire? So
No,
you got the stove, overheats whatever, get you some bricks, make a fire, put you a Dutch oven on there and make a roast with potatoes.
it's a lost road, lost art. Not everything's frozen. You know what I mean? I'll go to the freezer, grab one out of it, and like a homemade fast food type of thing. Nothing's from scratch anymore. Just the way it is. Just the way it is.
Is
When
that
that,
something though?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Bonnie, please.
No, it was totally off topic. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, you can't get fresh meat, Black Watch? That's
Well, you look at different things. Like some people would take bread and peanut butter and they have like a fluffernutter. And when I first saw that, what the hell is that thing? And why are you trying
Fluffernutter?
fluffernutters or whatever those sandwiches are?
that's wild.
What's it called?
The fluffernutter. It was like this marshmallow spread. It was
Oh, where they makes the peanut
Oh,
butter with the fluff.
but it was
Oh, Black Watch.
boo.
eat it.
Okay, you ruined it with the marshmallow.
100%.
That's your daily calorie intake,
It's like when your wife enjoys onion and cheese sandwiches and you say, well, that means you're in the guest room for 6 months, right? I'm not breathing the air you're breathing.
At
Stupid things like that.
least you got the option,
I guess.
Wait, you got sent to the guest room for eating onions and cheese?
I'm not thinking, that's going to take some Listerine for about the next 6 months. Are you pregnant again? No. Well, you ain't going to get pregnant. Get in the room. I don't know. There's a lot of different foods, Virginia. It was, when I went to high school, the girls took home ec still. most of them never pass. Let's put it that way. So, you know, a lot of,
Did y'all have school provided lunches, or did y'all have to bring your own lunch when you went to school?
you had a choice. There was a cafeteria in high school. You know, you'd bring your own, or, you know, and but I remember that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago.
Hmm.
Allegedly.
No, for sure.
So you've been desensitized to terrible food,
Yeah, well,
but you accept it.
I cooked. It's just I ended up working most of the time, so that's just the way it went.
Well, I'm just hearing excuses. I think if you wanted something real nice to eat, nice piece of meat, I think you can find a way, set you up a little grill, make your own outside, stab a steak with a stick and throw it over fire is going to be better than something in the microwave or fluffer nutter butter or whatever that was. Like,
I didn't.
you can find a way. I'm
I
saying
did.
it sounds to me like you've given up
I
on
didn't.
not eating fluffer nutter butter.
I didn't eat that. I'm talking about kids where you kind of go, "What the hell?" Because I never liked peanut butter. I love peanuts. I can't stand peanut
Damn
butter.
it, Blackwatch. Okay,
There you go.
seriously.
Way to go, Gina.
That's what's up, Gma.
Well, sometimes one thing I learned from my father and was true. One day you'll get married, and your primary job will not do it. You will have to work on the side under the table. And he was right. He was right. So you spent your time working. My daughter often said to me, "Dad, we had such great times together. If I could count them on one hand, you were always at work." That's what it took. Mm.
Hmm.
That was my first son-in-law. He worked Monday to Thursday, 10 hours a day. That's my 40 hours. I said, "You got another 30 in the rest of the week. Find another job." Anyway.
Hear the thunder rumbling in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I still think you could do it. I still think you could find a little more joy out of what you do eat and what you can put together. And I know it sucks, and I know it's limited, right, resource wise, and what you've got around you, and your, like you said, you've got the stove with the heat, the microwave, whatever. But there's something to be said for living the best you can with what you've got, and it might raise your spirits a little bit.
No, I mean, I decided it's got to be healthier, so you get all the vegetables and everything. Then you find out the tomatoes aren't worth garbage. You're going to waste your money, and a lot of money. So you don't do that. It's never been in this position in my life except one time in an apartment. So I guess I was lucky. I don't know.
Is it a small grocery store?
Well, they're pretty well gone, Bonnie, here. The big ones took everything over. IGA's gone because of Loblaws. That was decades ago. I
Do you have
remember.
anything like food banks around where you could get something a little bit more fresh, or a little bit of, some canned goods even? If you mix them right, you have a pretty good stew. Is there anything like that?
There's food banks in every major city, but they're mostly pastas and canned goods, and
Yeah,
it's no different down there. I mean, what can you afford to give? I used to give to food banks,
yeah.
but
Well, a
it's
lot
just,
of them are regulated. You can only give
yeah,
certain things. They don't let you give,
no.
you know. other things, whatever it may be. But
You know,
I mean, I imagine it is limited to where you can get and what you can get from your areas, but I still think you can elevate from douche chips and
I'm exaggerating. They're just something that I like.
enjoy life a little bit. All right, enjoy it. Find those ways. They're out there, man. There's some good cooks in this community.
You know, they can,
They are
they,
not at Arby's. There's no amount of horsey sauce that will fix that meat.
yeah. Well, there's eggs and potatoes, and there's onions, and there's lettuce, and there's beef sausage and eggs and
Yeah.
milk and bread and all those things. You know, I mean, the eggs are pretty. They're still around $9.30 for 30.
Yeah.
But you go 3 at a time. I don't know about you, but by the time you make some scrambled eggs, at least 3 of them.
Hmm.
You know, so they go pretty quick. That's 10 days, right? They're gone. And bacon, that pretty hard to make in a microwave, you know.
Nah, dude. I had a lady actually okay, she has the egg recipe and she makes them in like a coffee cup in the microwave. And you like butter the dish, and you throw egg or two in there, a little cheese, a little Canadian bacon, i.e. ham, and you just like scramble it up in the
Yeah.
coffee cup and put it in the microwave. Her guideline was 1 egg is 1 minute, 2 eggs is 2 minutes, but it depends on your microwave, the strength of your microwave.
Yeah.
And that shit was surprisingly delicious.
Yeah.
For real. So good. You can slap it between bread and have you a sandwich. You can just eat it out of the cup. Surprisingly good. I
Yeah.
swear, try it.
Yeah. So I mean, there's actually my ex lived here. She's at home for 3 years or something. She came here. She lived with same people owned the buildings or something. And I was going to go with that. Oh, she got a new stove and fridge.
Mm-hmm.
And this old bitch that rented me this place and threatened me 2 minutes after I signed the lease. So, you know, some people got them. Her apartment was unique. It was a really kind of a unique, but she got new appliances. Of course, she had to threaten her. I'm going to call head office. But
It is a thing, really.
Yeah.
they fired
My
her.
daughter learned how to make scrambled eggs in a cup in the microwave, and she was hooked.
Yes.
Actually, if you get the right things, you can boil them. As long as there's an inch above there, put in a teaspoon of salt. I don't have the the bowl or whatever they have, special stuff, for doing it.
Man, check you out. You're making poached eggs in the microwave.
You could.
Yes.
You could.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
If you have the right thing to put it in, but an egg's an egg's an egg. I don't know. I just
Make Gordon Ramsay proud.
Gordon Ramsay, he's another. I tell you, when that man was yelling, there's got to have security with loaded 45. You go after him, we're going to pop you. That guy's something else.
Oh.
Or Julia Childs. Woo! The Julia Childs of
Yeah. Oh.
Some of them, you got to wonder with Martha Stewart. I'm God and I'm rich. Watch me now.
Oh, she went to prison and came out and like it didn't happen. Nothing. She just,
Yeah.
her empire ain't slowed down or whatever she's got going on.
Yeah.
And I'm team Martha Stewart. She went in there like a gangster. She got out on house arrest, but she did more time than a lot of the people we see right now that should do for the same crime of insider
Yeah.
trading. You know, I
Who
give her
ever thought Martha Stewart was gonna get locked up? You know?
well, she did. She did it.
Yeah,
Little bit of accountability. Yeah, Imer, she looked good. She has a show with Snoop Dogg. I think it's already done, but they do like a cooking show slash
yeah.
interview thing together, and
That
it's
was an interesting
surprisingly
matchup.
entertaining. You know,
Yeah,
Women like Martha Stewart are the reason they put whalebone in corsets, you know.
yeah.
So
You can find a good whalebone.
I'm so stuck up, you know, about herself and whatever. But
I
people
guess
still,
I haven't seen her. I don't know what she looks like.
You never seen the Martha Stewart?
A long time ago.
She ain't
that,
changed much, really. She looks about the
Oh,
same.
that's the
she
best.
does. She was a model in the late 60s ish, early 70s, something like
Huh?
that. Yep.
Yeah, she modeled sardine cans and
Clothing model or fashion model or something like that.
yeah, I know.
hmm
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
You know, it could be argued, but it is the old story. There's no cook like mom was. My mother was one of them.
True, Gma.
She did it on a shoestring, and the fridge was full of leftovers. But you never had a meal that you went, blech. You know what I mean? I guess I got to eat this because I'll belly will hurt if I don't. She made do. Mind you, she had 11 brothers and sisters, so but she made do.
hmm
And it was really, really, especially the Yorkshire pudding in that.
Mm.
That was, mm.
Well, you're confessing on yourself, Black Watch, with your Oedipus complex. It's if it's not Mama's cooking, it's not good enough.
Well, I didn't really hold anybody to that. I mean,
But you have told this repeatedly that is where it is. That she made do. It was always good. That's the only positive I've heard out of any of this conversation is what your mama put out there in the kitchen. And that's a good thing. I'm not shitting on you. I'm saying that's a good thing. Shows me that that's where the standard is. You could.
my mother-in-law made, she was an alcoholic, but anyway, she made spaghetti from scratch.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to my ex, I said, you make this with bay leaves, I'll divorce you. Without it, great. She made delicious spaghetti sauce in that without bay leaves. So,
Mm-hmm.
she cooked really, I had no complaints with my ex about that. She was a really good cook.
That's not by accident. That's a gift.
You know, I didn't have,
Yeah,
she wasn't mom, but, you know, there is only one mom. Yeah, she really, really good cook. But, and I kind of figured out what my dad was making, even though he worked at the side of the garage on Saturday. I don't know how they managed it, but they did.
sure.
we used
Wayne
to have.
loves the secret ingredient.
Oh, my mother would say, that was your sister's food. I said, I don't care. It was good. Let her starve. I don't care.
We used to have the grocery store Piggly Wiggly in the area. We don't have any anymore, but I remember as a kid, I used to ride with my mom down there, and I knew the guy that worked in the bakery, so we would get a lot of his buckets and stuff from the bakery, and a lot of them, of course, would be like icing buckets. So heck, there wasn't nothing really wrong with it. There's always be a little bit left down in there. So shoot, man, the whole way home, I'm just sitting there opening up a bucket. What kind of icing is this? I'm just getting sugar faded. I'm
Mhm.
getting sugar drunk. Oh man, but yeah, That was pretty cool. I remember doing that.
I'll never forget
Yep.
watching Driving Miss Daisy. And there's a little pantry with the beans and all that. Remember Morgan? I think it was Morgan Freeman. And I thought, I wonder how much they paid the store to put a Piggly Wiggly sign on it. Like, who calls a food store Piggly Wiggly? But apparently they existed.
Yes, all over the place.
Do you remember that movie with Jessica Tandy driving Miss Daisy?
Yes,
And
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman and
Mm-hmm.
what's her name with the peas and that. But Piggly Wiggly, she's in there counting her beans, right? And this Piggly Wiggly. I thought, then you came up with what? Grovers or Brovers or food, yeah. And then I gotta admit,
I think Piggly Wiggly was one of the first
Oh,
full
when you
service grocery stores, whereas you could just, they didn't
because
have to get it from behind the counter. You could just go get it yourself.
I thought the other one that you mentioned that you went to, because I remember Chevy Chase. I'm going to the amusement park and it's closed. I
Oh
thought you
no,
were
when I say Wally World, I really mean Walmart. I did say Wally World.
Not the Griswolds.
I
Yeah,
Wally World is a grocery
it's
store.
always an adventure.
It is
y'all
is it not?
hear that?
Uh,
That sells upon me. Here comes the rain,
Huh. Can't hear a thing.
I just had
thunder.
a sail blow through me. It only rained here for about 15 minutes.
Let me guess. This Piggly Wiggly is this little pig went to market. This little pig. One of them is.
No,
Where'd it come from?
it was just like a mom. It was like just a small store. The first one opened up in Memphis, Tennessee, I believe, and I don't know how far they branched out, but it was mainly in the South. A southern store, and just like the name said, their mascot was a little pig.
So you blamed it on Elvis, right, Memphis?
You can blame it what you want, but they don't sell. One of the things they did not sell is Canadian bacon. They said they would refuse to
Small
sell
one
any such thing.
never took off. Small.
There was one cut of the pig they wouldn't sell.
If they had sold Canadian female bacon, they would have been nationwide. Every corner would have had one on there.
No, they had to have some type of standards. You know what I mean? Can't cut all corners.
Well, you can't get everything in your basket now, can you?
No, it's only so big. You break it, you buy it.
But I did enjoy that movie. I didn't like fried green tomatoes. I didn't like that movie.
You didn't like that movie?
No.
Oh, I'm definitely putting a comment in the suggestion box now.
No. No.
What didn't you like about it?
I can't remember it. That's why.
Of course.
My ex bought it, so that's why I didn't like it.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see, yeah.
If she likes it, it's got to be stupid, It's one of these.
Yeah.
No.
That's understandable.
I used to love our IGA store. Had a butcher in the back. Saturdays, you could get a barbecue bun. Pulled pork.
I think we still got IGAs. I don't know. Some of them turned into these stores called KJs. Pretty much the same thing. They just changed their name. They went from IGA to KJ's Market.
Never heard of KJ's.
Me neither. Never met them.
He just made it up.
No, it's a thing. KJ's Market. I never really looked them up to see where they came from, but I don't know if you ever heard of the store Bilo. Used to be a grocery store, Bilo. We used to have a lot of those in the area, and now I don't even think Bilo exists no more.
It's not. It could be 7-Eleven, but it's one of them And they started to take over like the gas stations, like 724, like 7-Elevens and things like this.
Yeah.
But you go in there and you go to the coffee thing, they have like a percolator, and it has one of those nuclear triangles for radioactive, do not,
Mm-hmm.
go in there and they buy the hot dogs, they buy that. I thought you're going to glow in the dark. You know what I mean? Like this place is off limit.
Yeah.
I
At
mean,
least give you a free donut or something.
they live there.
Oh yeah.
It's I've got to get gas and I got to get food, and that's food.
You was wondering what all the blow up mattresses was for, you thought they were selling them. No. That's their bunk beds.
It's the most disgusting looking. They can clean it every 4 hours and it still looks. I wouldn't go near it.
They're living in there. Turning it into a full-time occupation.
Yeah. You ever hear George Carlin's skit? Something
Some of them.
about the girl down at the 7-Eleven or something. I hate to say it, but it goes along something like, when you really want to bang that, the cross-eyed, cross-legged, bow-legged down at the 7-Eleven.
Oh no.
George Carlin was a hoot. I really liked him.
That's not a hoot.
It gives you joy. It's interesting to learn what gives you joy, Blackwatch.
Listen, you couldn't argue that man's logic. You could sit there and try to pull it apart, and you couldn't. His later years, not the early years. You couldn't argue it.
Just like you walked up to us wearing nothing but saran wrap, and I'm all like, clearly you're nuts.
Well, he was at the park. You couldn't argue the point.
It's preserving the body, baby. Preserving
Sure.
Oh.
it. 100% moisture retention.
Oh, goodness.
I like how the vision is developing in Watt's mind, like the image is becoming more and more clear.
It's a blessing and a curse, Think it sounds cool,
Yeah. No, it's not cool. It's balmy.
It's happening. It happens.
For sure.
You didn't like George Carlin sketch? I thought he was hilarious.
He is hilarious. Yeah.
Remember the one, of course, everybody thinks marijuana is new, right? But remember the one where he did about shit? The way we say things. You kind of drop the stuff, you pay for your ice cream and everything, and it drops out. You go, shit. And then you go down and you smoke a reefer and go, shit. That's good shit. He was hilarious.
Yeah.
The way you say different words. And
who was the guy that used to smash the fruit and stuff while he was talking? Y'all remember that guy?
Gallagher.
Hmm.
That I think it was Michael Gallagher, but whatever the case, it was Gallagher.
Yeah.
And the first couple of rows, they put up a sheet of plastic, and that was like the end of his show. Mm-hmm.
Couldn't remember his whole spiel or his whole message, but yeah, I used to remember he used to just smash different things like that. Yeah.
Yep.
But there are some that are just, in my opinion, too gross. You know what I mean? They're just it's almost like Larry Flint magazines, like, give me a break.
Penthouse.
Yeah.
Too much.
Too much, ankle.
Yeah, definitely. Did you know Queen Victoria, before she passed away, the report, of course, it's all, the mum type of thing. But she says, do you think now it's time that we could show a little ankle, literally? She said, no, never.
Never.
Backwards somewhere,
Yeah, it's not a question.
Yeah.
Chessboard nose. Hmm.
Y'all lost me somewhere back there. I think it was with the saran wrap.
Yep.
Hmm. Tomorrow's supposed to be the full moon. Well, it's the day now on the East Coast.
I don't
Uh,
know. I don't.
11th.
Today. It's
Yeah.
after midnight.
It's 11. It's officially at 11 here.
It's supposed to
Well,
be
I'm
raining all day tomorrow, so I probably won't get to see it this year.
Y'all are
it's
still in the 10.
9:56 p.m. Yeah, I'm in the 10th. It's only 10:30 p.m. June 10th. But
You'll like it here in the
West
future.
Coast
You'll get
girl.
used to it.
hey, for Patriots.
Wait, what?
Tiger.
No.
Mm-hmm. There's no kinks in saran wrap. The kinks are in tinfoil, not saran wrap.
Uh,
You get
had to
that
reread it. I thought it said a new link.
It's been a
No,
strange night. Were
well,
you in
it would
chat,
be,
Virginia, when the guy at the beginning, do you have the OnlyFans? What? No.
what
Oh, yeah.
was
Yeah, I think you missed that whole deal.
I might have mixed that. Was
It
it?
was at the very beginning. It was like a couple of different names I had never seen before, and one of them was
Yeah.
like, would you happen to have a Lonely Fans link, perhaps?
Oh my.
Damn, I can't even remember the name now. It was like a funny sounding name.
One of them
Uh,
was Happy Days, and the other one was, I can't remember.
it was something off the wall.
Yeah.
Thing is there's a market for it. There's a market for feet, for like just different types of ASMR, like people blowing up balloons or like smacking their mouth or like clicking with nails or scratching, even chalkboard scratching. It's weird. And the feet one, it's a thing. Well, you know the feet one's a thing. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. And one of them did have a feet fetish.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Christmas in July.
Back in the day, I worked at the airlines and I answered the phone number. I wasn't a stewardess, but I answered the 800 number for this airline. And this was before the internet, when you had to call to make a plane reservation. And
Yeah.
the 800 numbers were free. And we had this dude that would call all day, every day. And I figured out over time he was probably in New York City in like somewhere around Grand Central Station or whatever. He's probably a homeless dude. And he would go to the payphones and he would call us, and all you would hear when you did your greeting is, "Do you have any dirty black pantyhose? Do you have any dirty panties?" Like it, and he was all about feet and dirty underwear. And these
Hmm.
perverts would call because the number is free, so they would get a lot of times a female voice, or and every now and again I would ask him a question. Just, you don't want to pull your wrench too quickly. But I knew who it was, and from what I gleaned, homeless dude with a foot fetish. He would ask for black socks in vacuum hoses. Like it had to do with socks and vacuums. Okay. I knew we would reconnect. I knew we would. We had good times, huh? That was the night. For sure.
Oh my
But
goodness.
straight up, it was like vacuum hoses, dirty socks, dirty pantyhose was the creme de la creme. And so I'm saying, like, the foot thing, y'all underestimate. Of all the perverts I ever got doing customer service, it often has to do with feet and dirty panties, you know.
Ah,
Guess so. I guess it can be a thing.
It is what it is.
You answered the phone for an airline before the internet, Virginia?
Yes, I did.
God, you're old.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I've been around the world. Yeah, John, I believe that too. Yeah, I did.
You mean the telephones actually worked?
This was right after I worked for TWA, and this was right after TWA 800 got shot down. I mean, fell out of the sky.
Out of this guy.
And yeah, and
Mm.
so
Did
look,
you all know?
I'll show you right here. Watch. Here's
Did
my
you
badge. I'm covering my name.
Did
Here's
you
my
all?
badge right
No.
here.
oh,
This was my badge working for the airline. It was actually a federal offense to accost me in an airport, and I could go anywhere for $10.
Yeah.
And international, I think, was
dang.
5. But it was probably 96 or 7, and Flight 800 had just gone down, and we were instructed, okay, in our call center. They were still taking tips because I started there about 3 months after that. And we were still taking tips of witnesses that had seen that flight get shot down. I mean, fall out of the sky off in New York, right? And we had a script. We had a script of things that we were told to reply with, as far as, no, it wasn't a missile in Minecraft. No, you didn't see that light go up toward the fuselage. That was just a video game, right? But we also, those of us who worked there, we passed around. There were some books that were published that are, I don't even know what they're called anymore, but we had these books that we would pass around. Some of us who had tinfoil hats that told the real story. And
Wow.
or an alternate story, because I don't know what the real story is. All right, I'll change that. It wasn't the real story. It was an alternate story, and it had to do with a military mishap or some kind of something like that in Minecraft, you know. Interesting times for sure. And this was pre-internet. Now, there were people who could get internet access, and they used a website called Global. And those of us who worked at the call center, we hated the people who booked their flights on Global because they always fucked them up. They would fuck it up. They would buy it. They would call us to fix it, where it was like, well, I pushed the button too soon. Now I have the wrong time. I paid too much. I can't change it, blah, 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 blah. You know, that's the only reason we hated it, is because at that time, it wasn't like you had Expedia and Travelocity. It was this sort of, if you knew website where you could book airline tickets. And we were one of the only few that went to the Middle East. So I was threatened on multiple occasions from, so in certain cultures, your wife is your property. And when they get on a plane between the US and wherever, like, no matter who it is, we cannot tell you what the passenger list is. And I would have husbands from the Middle East call and be like, did my wife get on? Now, technically, I could look at the list and I could see she did get on, but I couldn't tell them that. And they would scream, I will kill you if you don't tell me that my wife's on that plane or not, blah, blah, whether she landed, et cetera, et cetera. It is what it is. But they were crazy as fuck.
You said the flight that went down was Flight 800?
Correct. TWA 800.
Do you know the world's first jet passenger airliner? What it was?
A
The
Zeppelin?
jet passenger airliner.
A Zeppelin.
Huh?
The Zeppelins.
No, jet-powered passenger airliner.
Oh, jet powered. Okay.
Yeah, jet-powered. Do 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 do. Was the Havilland Comet.
Mm-hmm.
The problem was it had to be pressurized, and they actually built it with square windows. So there was the DC-8 and the 707, but they, even Boeing and McDonnell Douglas admitted, we learned from their mistakes. They exploded. 2 or 3 of them exploded over the Mediterranean and taken off from an airport.
Huh.
Because they kept cracking, with the pressurization, because they were at 40,000 feet,
Yeah.
almost 8 miles up. But that was the first jet-powered airliner.
So they haven't cracked the code yet.
47 to 49, 52 and 53, 2 of them skidded off the runway, but they had to redesign the wing. But anyway, yeah, it was the first jet-powered passenger airliner.
Huh.
But,
Imagine taking off in those days,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
That'd be something else. I mean, it would almost be the same mindset of, us thinking of flying cars, the next leap,
Mm-hmm.
most of those people were just getting used to the idea of, well, it was a lot different kind of, a lot of those people were just getting used to the idea of seeing cars or what we knew as cars back then.
Yeah.
You went to your real rural areas, I mean, heck, you'd have some, but not a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
just that.
There's only 67 Comets delivered to a customer compared to 500 Douglas DC-8 and 1,000 707.
Right.
There you go.
There you go. Their certificate was pulled because of the explosions. By the time they got it back, the Americans had caught up, right? You couldn't catch up again. Very innovative, but very stupid, in design. Mhm. Did you hear Trump say, this SSTs, the Concords are really cool, we should bring them back? You know how long it took LAX to create the runway to accept that thing? You lose money. Start the engine up, $5 million later. Yeah, ahead of its time.
He's just throwing it around. One of my friends is I don't know if she's quit doing it, but she was a stewardess for American Airlines for a long time. In fact, she was a stewardess 9/11.
Mm.
Damn, that's scary.
I know.
When you said you could go anywhere for $10, I have a picture of the advertising where the stewardess for $10 and sit behind the cockpit. As a, if you want food, that's not included. You know what I mean? That
Yeah.
little suit, little chair that they, buckle up. We only got another 30,000 miles to go.
Oh man, it was amazing. And we could sit standby for first class. Now it might have cost another $10 or whatever, but that's the life. And that was pre 9/11. So you still got meals, you still got a nice hot towel in first class and a glass of champagne as you're sitting there. It was a much different time. 9/11 changed everything as far as the process of working for and flying on airlines,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
watched
no,
a series on the Airbus 320. It's France, right? Where they move I don't know if you know this, Boeing has no idea other than to assemble an aircraft. The wings are in Wichita, you know what I mean? That they assemble it in Seattle. because they bought
Oh,
it.
Blackwatch, you're gonna get Bob's ass chapped hard right now.
But they
It,
brought the Airbus 320. They had to go through a small town with a fuselage, you know, to the factories. But
yeah,
they had to do it at night. You know what I mean? Like they crawl along. But there's people hanging out the window at 2 a.m. They could touch the fuselage. It was that close to the building. A very interesting, you know, marriage of old and new. The old towns and the size of the aircraft. You know,
Yeah.
circular stairways to the
hmm
second part and all that. You know,
hmm
very luxurious aircraft. Huge. But anyway, yeah.
yeah, it depends. They make things in different places. The biggest one I was on was a L-1011, the Lockheed 1011. It was a double decker plane, so there
Yeah.
was passengers bottom and top.
Really?
The stairway, there was a bar. I mean, it was huge. And these are for long international flights where they get you settled in for half a day or more in the air, you know.
That's what I expected to be on. The one and only time I got in an airplane, and I'm sitting there scrunched up between my mama and I think I was on the aisle though. I think it only had 2 seats. But the aisle was like 2 feet wide. And I was like, wait, where's the where's the where's the first class room? You know,
hmm
it used to be, or that's what I saw on TV, a big room that had like, I don't know, 4 rows of seats on each side. So it was like
How
8.
long was the flight?
Well, it was supposed to be to California, but I flew from San Antonio to Dallas. It was a little plane.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, like a little connector flight.
yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
the thing. The shorter the shorter they are, the smaller the plane in a sense.
Yeah.
I just had a vision of like, you know, a 700 series aircraft moving up to 200-mile-an-hour takeoff, and Bonnie's going, wait.
Perhaps, Bob, maybe it was the
Can we just call this off?
Well, that's because I freaked out so much. They said it when they got me in the other plane. They put me in first class, and it's this little bench in front of the other seats, and I'm like, "This is first class. Where's the curtain? Where's the? No, this is not first class. Can you knock me out?" And they were like, "No." I said, "Okay, I'm out of here."
Yeah.
Jumped off the plane.
Open the door, I want out.
It's a sardine can. Pretty much all domestic flying is a sardine can for sure.
Is
Yeah,
what?
you're right.
I don't blame you, Bonnie. I worked for an aircraft company, and the last place I wanted to be was on an aircraft.
Yeah.
Well, I've never been since.
You ever you ever
I
look
guess you have to fly overseas to get the good stuff, huh?
You do meals, extra room. It's a different thing for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of depends on airline also. Some are no frills, none whatsoever. They don't even give you water. You better scrunch in your shoulders and hold on tight. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. When we hit Dallas, that they had a storm going on always. So the turbulence, it was just horrible. It for a first flight, it was it was just horrible.
I would imagine all intercontinental, you'd be above the weather, you know, like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had some scary flights from Hawaii to Guam that you're holding on pretty tight. It's pockets.
Hold on to your rear. Oh
Yep.
my goodness. I think I remember G-Mon talking about that. Crash landed on her first one. That would have been first and last for me. No.
Do you ever look at what usually had military implication testing? Why they put men through certain things for nothing? Look at the rocket sled, almost 1,000 miles an hour. They blow out the front of it. When did they ever do that to anybody other than when they tested that? Do you remember some of the video on that? Like, why did they do that to somebody?
Well, military folk, those are different types of planes. They go through that speed and force and way above that.
No, but when you think about it, even when you eject through the canopy, if you watch Top Gun, flat spin, I can't imagine.
It's literally a military application. Like that's why. You know what I mean?
I can't imagine being subjected to that. They
I understand.
I mean, that's worse than dinner at Taco Bell,
Man, I love Taco
Basically.
Bell.
But anyway,
Yeah.
I don't think the Concorde lasted more than 2 years, did it? I think by the time I knew LAX took almost 2 years to build a runway that could take it. And it occurs to me it's only lasted about 2 years. And they figured out there was too much, it cost too much. You couldn't afford it. What a waste of money. And you know what the funny thing was? Other than the dipping nose, that resembled almost exactly an Avro Aero jet fighter from the late 50s.
I saw another one where the guy, man, he just barely made it. Somehow the landing gear stayed. It's not the landing gear. Is that what they call that front wheel when you're landing?
Yeah.
Well, whatever. The
Yeah.
little front wheel.
Yeah.
It was flying sparks, dragging. But he landed him safely.
Concorde reminded me of like a praying mantis. You know what I mean? When you look at it, look weird.
Chessports of the Concorde flew 20 some odd years.
It didn't last very long. Because I
It's
know
crazy.
LAX put a hell of a lot of money into that runway. Because they couldn't handle it. It was only because of the SST that they extended the runway that far. I
Well,
don't
20 years is pretty good.
Yeah.
Almost 30.
I just rewatched Air Force One right before you went live.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Reporter
When I was,
sorry.
it's okay. Go ahead.
No, just gonna now that I think of it, was just today or yesterday or the last couple of days. And a reporter said, "How would you like an Air Force One that was an SST?" He said, "I'd like it very much, thank you." Can you imagine how much that'll
Was
be?
that a Super Sport Turbo?
Yeah, $10,941,607.
That's it.
Cent. I'll take two.
Might as well at that price. You know what I mean? Don't turn down a good deal.
Mar-Largo for my golf tournament. Whoops, we seem to overshot that. Can we stop you in Uganda?
Good grief. Timo said he'd sent between two skyscrapers to land in Hong Kong. Kinda gotta go sideways to make it.
Uh,
Ooh. And Bob asked, where does the pilots and flight crew sleep during long flights? Blackwatch.
who knows?
I don't think they're supposed to.
That's like if you go from Australia to North America, unless you can afford a direct flight, which is like $5, $6, $7,000, you end up in Abu Dhabi over in the United Arab Republic of Sand
Nice.
for 2 days. Because my son-in-law was coming back. I said, "Where is he?" In Abu Dhabi. And I said, "What did he need? His bed sheets changed or what?" And he's stopover for 2 days. I said, "What, did they take a long turn at Albuquerque or what?" That's normal. Unless you're going to order $5,000 flight.
Hmm.
Weird, eh?
Yeah.
By the time he got here, his boots were full of sand.
Yeah. Nothing like a 2-day layover in the desert.
That's right. Anyway, apparently that's normal. I figured they should change Qantas in from the koala bear for a kangaroo. Maybe it can make it here quicker without jumping over there.
Hmm.
But anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, I haven't heard of TWA in a long time. That used to be the big thing on the television. Fly with us, TWA, Trans World Airlines. Mm. Oh well,
What did it stand for?
Trans World Airlines.
Oh,
Pan Am is Pan American, and United, and Qantas in Australia, the bear.
he's still asking, where does the crew sleep? Does the crew sleep in first class?
There's Virgin Airlines and all that. That British guy.
Blackwatch, where does the crew sleep in a long flight?
Pardon?
Where does the crew sleep in a long flight?
Crew sleep. You don't sleep. You only have the captain giving it over to the second in command.
Not on the long flights.
Well, most of it now is computer driven, the large aircraft. You only land it and take it off. The computers run it. But I don't think it's kind of like call me in the morning. You know what I mean? Like crew quarters, imagine there are. I don't know. Where'd everybody
Well,
go?
on the really long ones, they're kind of like truck drivers. They can only go for so long. So there's rotating shifts, but there's more than just two of them up at that helm, and they do have a crew quarters, like a kind of like on a long-term yachting trip or a cruise or whatever. There's rotating shifts, crew quarters. Same
Isn't
thing.
an isn't there an upper deck or something for them?
Yes, there's a totally separate quarters.
I saw something on TV. It was some show or movie, and they committed a murder up there. And
Oh,
because I didn't even know that that was up there until I saw the movie.
What would be a long flight? I mean, I don't imagine any flight having two captains on it. And you're
I
like,
know
two
when
captains.
my father would fly to, was it Japan or Turkey? It's like a 15-hour flight.
Yeah,
That would be a long flight to me.
but it would be the same commanding crew. I don't think you have another one. I would not imagine that an airline could afford that. I mean, military, you can have whatever you want, right? You have four captains, involved.
they rotate crew on the long ones. They do. They have to.
Yeah,
15 hours is too much, and there's going to be regulations galore
yeah,
about time periods that you're expected to be in full control of that level of
yeah.
aircraft.
But pre-computer days, I could see it. Virginia, I could see where you have. But the way the computers run now, you take the larger aircraft, they only take off and land manually. Almost everything's computer on the larger ones. 740, 757, 77, Airbus 310, 320, 340,
Hmm.
360. It's all computers, to
Most of it's 21 hours from LA to Sydney.
I could see Japan, a flight to Japan could be, a very, very long flight. I would imagine. I don't know. I've never flown. I'm like you, Bonnie. Just give me a break. Send me on my way. I'll take a Coors Light.
Did you say you've never flown?
No, they used to have a family day. I took my daughter in, and they have 50 seats on a Dash 7. And I thought, don't you pull my number, I'll kill you. You know what I mean? We used to fly down past New York, and they come back. No, I've been at airports, all kinds of them,
Okay, but you've never flown.
but I've never flown.
Oh, this answers all of your perspectives for sure. Yes.
I've been around a lot of aircraft, but I've never had to
Yeah.
have the door closed.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh, no, thank you.
Huh.
Not that I don't think they're safe. Dash 7, Dash 8 were very, very safe. Stole aircraft. I just didn't. My daughter was standing there jumping up and down, like, call the number, call the number. You call my number, I'll kill you. Anyway,
Gmail, those are the best. When the center aisle's like 5 seats and there's 3 or 4 on the sides. And those can be cramped. But if you get a nice long open row, yes.
That's what I thought I was gonna get in.
Right.
They fooled me.
Those I don't even know if domestic flights use that size of a aircraft, maybe, but I don't think so. I've flown all over this country, and the only time I've been on those is going across the Pacific Ocean, like really
Yeah,
long flights.
yeah. Well, I didn't know anything about planes. I just said they were all the same.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there were different sizes.
Yeah, about 737, the stretch, or like MD-80s, the McDonnell Douglas. Those are pretty common.
Yeah.
I want to say DC-10.
Toronto, the Terminal 1, there's two now, was in Malton, part of Toronto, Malton. But one of the streets leading to it was Airport Road. It was named correctly. McDonnell Douglas, Boeing, you name it, was there.
Yeah.
Every aircraft had a plant there leading to the airport.
Huh. Good night, Watt. Josh.
Night what? Thank you. Hey, Josh.
Yeah, I'm gonna go count some sheep. Got to get up early and make the donuts. Y'all have a blessed night.
Me too.
Good night, everybody.
Good
Thank
night.
you for the good combo.
Put the cat out. Change your socks.
At the Tilton Airport, the engines over a lake and alarms go off. Oh my goodness.
That's wild, Gina.
I think Carl had some kind of an experience around the Bahamas too.
Ooh.
Seems like he had a emergency landing or something.
Yeah, I think he has a story about the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Don't remember it all, but everything's better in the Bahamas.
Yeah, Wayne. Landing is, anytime I fly, that's when I'm grabbing the seat and pretty hyper vigilant about my surroundings is with the landing. Because if you look at a lot of things, crashes, whatever, often it's close to that time landing. Sometimes they crash on takeoff, but often it's a landing gone bad.
They used to have figures, didn't they, on when not often a crash occurred, but when it did, it was so much percent on takeoff, so much on landing, so much on. Like I really need to know that.
All I know is taking off about halfway up or somewhere along the way up. It felt like my body was left behind. And that's when I started freaking out. It was claustrophobic anyway. And my mother was like, look out the window. Maybe that'll help. Nope, that didn't help.
How did you get the window so good? A lot of people, they won't give up their seat by the window. They want that.
Oh, then I was sweating bullets. It was like the movie. All the all the people around us had their little air vents pointing at me.
Yeah.
I just knew I was gonna die. Not from a crash. I wasn't even worried about the crash. It was just, I don't know what it was. Just wasn't for me. I don't know if it was the height. I don't know.
Well, you're not alone. A lot of people can't. I think I would have been all right. Once I got, it's kind of like a roller coaster to me.
Yeah.
you see this thing going around and going around, Kanye. By the time you get, I don't know, you spend some time on it. Like we had
Mhm.
one in Toronto, CNE, the
Hey,
fly,
Cindy.
and it was kind of like if you get off, and you want to go again, it's like a mile, it's like half a mile lineup. But the point is, when you got used to it, here's my second ticket. I'm staying on it. You got used to it. It was fun. It was, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Mm.
There are some scary roller coasters now.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I never did roller coasters either. Okay, one time I did, but it broke.
You ain't got very good luck.
I don't. I'm not meant to be up in the air.
No. I think the roller coasters are, but the ones that kind of hang from a tube. You're not really in a train. They're kind of like a hanging. I don't think I like that too much. But as long as I'm in the train, like a train thing, I think I'd be all right. Maybe.
Hmm.
I loved the Flyer. It was a wooden, very, very old roller coaster in Toronto CNE. It was a lot of fun.
Gma, I love you. Gma, you're my spirit animal. I see you, girl. That shit is hilarious. I don't know, Blackwatch. Get on a plane, go somewhere. All right. It sounds to me like your limited, pessimistic sometimes views are because you've been in the same bubble your whole life, and don't be afraid. I understand maybe flying isn't for everyone or whatever, but give it a roll sometime. Get out of that. Get out of that quagmire.
I drag raced. I didn't
Okay.
even
I mean,
must.
that's a rush, but that's not traveling. It's not the same thing. And I think that the way we comprehend the world around us is affected by how much you have traveled or seen other cultures firsthand, not videos, not on movies, not Travel Channel. I'm talking about viscerally being there in different places, whether different states, different countries, whatever. And it does change your perspective of how you see the world around us and understand how it works, because admittedly you have a pessimistic spin, but you've only been in one bubble.
Well, no, not by. In the very early 60s, I think it must have been my father's cousin Ada came over from Edinburgh. And I kind of thought, I don't know where you're going to stay, you know what I mean, for a few months. But she got a job playing piano for the Royal Canadian Ballet downtown for a few months. But when she left, I was about 13, 14. Backpacking was a big thing. She says, you ever make it to Edinburgh, you got a home base. I don't know why. I never made it there. I wanted to go backpacking through Europe.
Well,
And,
I've been to Canada. Have you been to the US?
oh, all over. Well, not all over, but a lot, yes.
Okay.
Drag racing, dog shows, all kinds of things, yeah. All
Well,
kinds of them down through the US. North, nothing lower than, I've never been to New York City and I don't miss that. I didn't want to go to New York City. So nothing really south of there. Almost made it to Texas one time. And then Mideast, right? The middle states. Minnesota, Pennsylvania,
yeah.
New
Okay.
Haven,
Fair.
Connecticut.
So you've done some traveling.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm feeling it.
I've
He's done more than me.
been out to Nova Scotia. I could see the sign, Halifax.
Right.
But I couldn't borrow a truck to go into Halifax to see where the ship exploded. But they wouldn't loan me the truck. So I've been out east, from Ontario I didn't make it to Newfoundland, but everything in between, every province in between. in northeast United States. So I like New Jersey. That was my favorite state,
The Garden State.
the
Yeah, it's
Garden
pretty.
State. To racing and the people were incredible. I had this thing about Americans, but that experience, the guy in New Haven, Connecticut, the people in New Jersey, they couldn't do enough for you. Yeah.
Cindy, you're dreaming. No.
Which part is no, Bonnie? Fly on a plane, ride a roller coaster, go to Space Needle, swim with manatees, ride a donkey to the bottom of the Grand Canyon. All right. Of Cynthia's list, what are you saying is an absolute no?
Okay. Airplane. Okay, possibly if it's a small plane. And I know that sounds crazy, but I think they fly closer to the ground. I don't know.
Mhm.
I thought about doing hang gliding first to see if it's the height thing or what, but I, hmm. I'm too old for that now.
Yeah.
And ride a roller coaster not happening. Pat probably remembers Six Flags. What was the stupid thing called? It
Six Flags.
spiraled all the way up, and you went really slow all the way up the
Oh,
spiral.
hmm.
And it was right next to a restaurant, and we had eaten at that restaurant. That was our biggest mistake, I think.
Oh
And I went with the
no.
band. And so we get up to the top, and it stops. And we're
Yeah.
just sitting there, and I'm like, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
And they're all, nothing, it's fine, just calm down. It just does this. And we're sitting there, and it's 120 degrees. And I'm like, I don't think this is normal.
No.
Well, then it cut loose.
Uh-huh.
And
There you
oh
go.
my God.
Six Flags was a big Six Flags Darien Lake. Six Flags is a big circuit of parks.
I just got sick.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what a manatees is. Go to the Space Needle. I've been up in the Hemisphere Tower. Does that count?
More or less. I mean, when it comes down to it.
That's pretty darn high up there.
Right.
That roller coaster at the top, could you feel the chain? Often they use chains to get you up the top. And that click. You can feel the cog. And all of a sudden they're at the top and doing a free fall.
The free falls are pretty scary. I don't like those where you go up and kind of slow and then they just drop you down.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love roller coasters when I would go to those parks, but I never went on those free fall ones. They're scary. They are.
Hmm.
I don't trust my bowels
No.
anymore.
You ever see
Right?
one, it's tilt a whirl? Like they spin you around the centrifugal force. I could never do it. And then they tilt it, and the centrifugal force that keeps you pinned.
Yes, my kids get
Yeah.
on those things. And I have no desire to go to the Grand Canyon or Central Park. Either one. No way.
No.
I recommend both. I've been to both, and the Grand Canyon, it's pretty remarkable. It's just a big hole, that's what she said. It's a huge hole,
No.
but
I
when you
know.
see absorb, like just imagine how it was formed and what might be there. And there's an energy to those type of places too. Like Central Park, it's cool and everything, but it's a park. The Grand Canyon is something else. It's,
The
you know what I mean?
kids are talking about taking me, oh gosh, what's it called? Zip, is it zip line?
Oh, zip line.
Hmm.
Yep, that.
My eldest granddaughter went on a school trip, zip line. That was a part-time thing in Colombia, South America, through the the jungle. No.
Well, I might do that. We'll see. I'll see what it looks like. I saw one of
Mhm.
my friends. She had a video of her. There's some really tall building in New York or somewhere that they let you jump off of. You have a harness and all this stuff, but so
Mm.
she did that, and I was like, ew.
No, no way.
What was she thinking?
Nope. I would rather skydive than rappel off a building.
Right? Hey, Mike, good to see you.
Hmm.
No, I do want to go traveling, but on the road, or even, I think I wouldn't even mind a train
Hmm.
if they, since they quit leaving the tracks, we'll just put it that way.
Hmm.
But I prefer to go in my own vehicle so I
I
can
don't,
do what I want to do.
Right. Yes. You have
I
a little
don't,
more control.
I don't want to scare you about ziplining, but make sure you wear a helmet or you have very short hair.
What?
Just saying.
That's actually true, Black Watch. I went rappelling in San Diego in a church youth group, and I had really long hair, all like down to my waist, and it was in like a ponytail. Now these idiots, I don't know why they didn't catch this possibility, but they hooked me up to the harnesses. We go up to the top. I wouldn't say it was a cliff. I would say it was more of a very high rock, probably 60 or 70 feet high. And they get me all up in this harness, and they had people going along with you to do this rappelling, and my hair got caught in there's a part of the harness situation. It looks like a piece of steel that's shaped like the number 8.
It's like a
That
Like a
8,
pulley or
yeah,
something?
it's a
yeah, like that, and
pull.
my hair got caught in it, and
Yeah.
I
Oh my
could
goodness.
go down anymore on the rope. It would have scalped me. And it was like a quick situation of like, oh shit. And I was literally stuck on the side halfway down this rock face, and they had to send people over to cut me out of it
Yeah.
because I
Oh
had
my God.
my hair getting caught in that damn thing. Rappelling is fun. Rappelling is fun. Just, put up a bun or something. You're right, Black Watch. That's funny you brought that up. The hair.
You could get
Right?
those
Good to
soft,
know, because my hair is to my waist. Well, all of ours is.
well, you could get the soft helmets they have and you roll it up and they put the soft helmet
Mm-hmm.
around with it. That's what you should be wearing. Just saying.
Mm.
Certain
This
things
is probably
happen.
1993. They threw us over the edge. Those freaking Mormons. They're crazy. And there we went.
Uh, I'm not going to tell you some of the stories, Bonnie, but just as long as you wear that, you'll be fine. That's all.
Mama knows, Cynthia. Mama knows. I'm out here. There's a few mountains you can climb out here, Cynthia, or even drive up, and we can see all the San Juans, Canada, um, like basically Victoria, and maybe a little Vancouver. Uh, but there's 100 and something or more islands right out here, right in view, and beautiful.
They built the CN Tower in Toronto, and at the time, when completed, world tallest freestanding structure. But watching that Sikorsky helicopter for days trying to put up the tower at the top, and those Indian guys, because they were natives, trying to bolt it down, that was
Hmm.
like a daily thing, a live shot. Will they manage it today? But looking down, because they tilted the camera, oh my God. It looked like it was a quarter-mile high.
Yeah, I
Wasn't-
remember that building. I can picture it.
Took 30 years for the concrete to clear.
Hmm.
But that was a daily thing. We see the bird in the nest while they had it on the cameras with these guys. Took them 2 or 3 runs to get it planted and bolted down.
I see you, Mike. That's funny.
What's up with that?
In Minecraft, Mercer Island is, if you're talking about Mike, it's Mercer Island. It's a spot
Yes.
out. But yeah. There's a lot of islands in the Pacific Northwest. There's tons of hundreds of them, and that's one that it's got its thing.
Okay. Looking at my radar to see where this thing is. Okay. We're just at the beginning of it.
You know what I used to find at those amusement parks? See the kids with cotton candy, and the parents put them on a ride. I'm thinking, I know what's going to happen. They're going to come back like a sticky mess from throwing up all over cotton candy. Sure way to end up throwing up.
Okay. Worst part is at 3 a.m. What time is it? 1:30. Right, Timo? Searched. True. Yep.
Did I miss something earlier? I'm not going to go all the way back hours, but very quickly. Didn't you mention something because I was busy doing something? Is there something about the Apple Store? That wasn't where you live, was it?
No,
That
we don't have an Apple Store.
Because I remember listening out the kitchen. I thought, when did the Apple put a store where Bonnie is? You know what I mean?
No, that was in LA.
Oh, was it LA you were talking about that, were you? Oh,
Yes, I was watching the live
okay.
streamer last night, trying to get sleepy so that I could get up early because my schedule is all out of whack. And
No, I caught somebody. This is live shot. So I thought, why am I listening to you? I'll just find a live shot, right? So I know what you mean. A number of them had
yeah,
live cameras and that. But
I love to drive. My favorite time to drive is at night, but it's getting a little harder to see at night. Plus, there's a lot of light. I don't mind driving in the big city at night. But to take a trip, if I'm going out of Texas, I gotta sleep. So somebody has to be driving. Right. We're gonna get us a driver. We're gonna run away.
I saw that picture, Mike, on the ferry, your community page. I saw it a few days ago. Oh, Cynthia, that's a rabbit hole. Bill Gates owns a small island in San Juan's. Oprah owns a home on Orcas. Susha Island, the most northwest island in the U.S. Okay, so yeah, a lot of people. This Northwest area flies under the radar as far as the elites. We always talk about their underground bunkers, and Mark Zuckerberg has a spot in Minecraft over in the Hawaiian Islands, and some of them make spots in bunkers or whatever in Colorado or what have you. But Cynthia's right. That's a lore around here that we all know.
I'm going to pee. Here's your vein.
Okay, buddy.
Hmm.
That that Oprah and Bill Gates, they have a bunch of property out here, and it makes you wonder,
Wouldn't surprise me. Probably got the submarines too. Just
To
saying.
Colorado, where Cheyenne Mountain is. Cheyenne Mountain.
I've heard of it. I don't know where it is.
Where's that, Nevada?
No idea. I can tell you.
Was in that movie with John Travolta, Broken Arrow? They filmed it at
Mhm.
Cheyenne Mountain.
Oh, it's in Colorado.
Yeah, I thought it was Colorado. The mountain ranges.
I think the kids are going to Colorado soon too. Marla Thomas married. I know that.
Cynthia, isn't that Phil Donahue? Talk show
Yeah.
host that married Marlo
Isn't
Thomas?
it?
I think so. Phil Donahue?
Yes. Still
And Maury
going.
Povich married to the Asian news reporter, Connie Chung. Maury Povich is married to Connie Chung.
Oh, Connie Chung, she's a cute looking little lady.
Yeah, I'm just saying yeah, it's interesting. Long lasting.
Yeah.
But although with the media, you are not the father. Yeah, Phil Donahue. I loved that show.
I know it's a personal thing, Bonnie, and I know I did it in my very late 40s. Maybe I was 50. And I had cataract surgery.
Always the balloon.
I never saw so well in my life as I did after that. It was a very, very good experience,
Your
personally.
cataract surgery.
Yeah, yeah.
I know. Everybody's just about got me talked into it.
For me, they set it up. We'll set it up in Oshawa. I said, I've been in Oshawa. I'm going where my mom went, which is Scarborough, eastern part of Toronto proper. And it was a very old Jewish guy. But my ex had much later laser. I would refuse having laser.
Yeah.
Replacement
I
where
had a friend that did that and it didn't.
no, this was surgical, replacement, but it was
Yeah.
a lot of fun trying to keep the drops, you know what I mean? You had to have help and, to keep them clean, your eyes clean till they healed. But I saw things I never saw before. It was incredible.
Well, and that's the thing is, because when I lost my eyesight and they kept trying all these different kinds of drops and I kept having reactions to them. And
Yeah.
so I don't know what they use after that surgery, but I know the antibiotic drops were a big one with me. And So I don't know what they would do.
I never had an issue, and they did they did the left eye, and then 2.5 months later did the right. But
I would
never
start
had,
with my left. My
yeah,
left is the worst. I have scar tissue on my left eye.
Well, Bonnie, I think some of these things are case by case basis. So, see what works for you as you go along, because there are risks to some of these things, surgeries, and whatever. My mom
Mm-hmm.
has cataracts forming, and I know she's done one or two things. I don't know where that left off, but I know that everybody is different. So do what works for you as long as it works and what you can work with for that matter.
Yeah.
I found when they map the eye, the
Hmm.
technicians that map your eye and decide, where it goes, that took the longest. That took weeks.
Hmm.
The surgery was like boom, boom,
Right.
an
Right.
hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah. Risk reward. Um, Years ago when the LASIK came out, I was like, nope, I will never do that. And there's some people who do a similar surgery for medical reasons, but they were doing it for eye correction so that you wouldn't have to wear glasses. Well,
Hmm.
I happen to like wearing glasses. It covers part of my face, and I have astigmatism, so they always say, well, your eyeball's crooked, you can't do contacts or certain things anyway, right? But I
Hmm.
was always scared of the LASIK, and like last week, I saw these things popping up of people suffering because it took years, 10 years, 20 years, whatever, to see that it actually, in the long run, may not have been great for every person. And so it's kind of like, well, there's a risk depending on what it is, how extreme it is, I guess, and what your condition is, and level of um, obstruction with that.
Yeah.
So go with what you feel is best, and just
Yep.
Cynthia is freaking me out talking about Donahue. I think she's
Mhm.
implying that kids are disappearing in this town where Donahue, Nebraska, and Oklahoma, outsiders outsiders started moving in, and kids began disappearing as the town grew. They had to hire the sheriff. Oh, and then here she goes. Bones. Um, Wait. It's a lot of the Donahue clan. Cynthia? Are you saying that like Donahue was involved in it was like a cult, and they? Shima, that's um,
Everything is so sexy.
good night. Good day.
Blessings to you, Coach. Coach, I didn't even see you.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
I mean, Shima, sure, depends on the person. There's there's good and bad. That's why I say like weigh out your own situation and go from there. Make your best choice.
Yeah.
Huh. Donahue's. It's so weird because there are a lot of weird cults in all over the country. I'll just put it that way. I'm not going to isolate any part. All over the
Yeah.
country. And Um, my family in Oregon, when I was younger, I mean, I was raised in arguably a cult in Mormonism, but it wasn't that. There was a branch of my family, and they were in something that was a little bizarre. They were isolated. They were, I don't know, they're hanging out in the woods or whatever. But even my Mormon family was like, don't hang out with those ones, just like you have one cult saying those guys are weird. And but they were very reclusive. Like, and I don't remember what it was called. I don't know because we were always sheltered from them. Like, and you do see some of those groups in Oregon and Washington, in even in Northern California, in kind of the quadrant of the upper Northwest. There are some very secretive. Um, I don't want to say hippie as much as I don't know, in their own world, kind of. I mean, it could be nature, it could be aliens, it could be a different version of Christianity, it could be, um, man, I don't know how to name it because I can't remember what it was called, but um, they're out there all over. Cheryl Rich, Margot was an advocate for a children's hospital. You're absolutely right. I forgot about that. She did infomercials for I don't want to call out St. Jude's or any. I don't know if it was that, but it was some kind of organization like that. And it was Mark. You're right, Cheryl.
St. Jude had
Yeah,
Danny
that's
Thomas.
awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Danny Thomas was a big supporter of St. Jude.
Right. Yeah, there were a few children orgs kind of come up stinky. Yeah, Jima, I know where you're at. It is heavy Mormon country. The Idaho is a ton of them. Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Oregon, believe it or not, and Washington as well. And there are similar secretive, reclusive groups. If you look at the FLDS, they make their own communities. They make like communes, and it's not unlike Amish. All right, they have their own like closed off communities, and you got to be a member or sanctioned to get in one way or another. And they can be very controlling and very like isolating. They will isolate you from the outside world.
Yeah,
Yeah, Cheryl Rajneesh, I remember that group. Yeah,
but they are. Ooh, did you hear that? Ooh,
I
did you
did
hear
hear
that
that.
one? They're the deluxe preppers. Did I lose y'all in that?
No, you're here. No,
Okay.
Gma, that's crazy. She remembers the Rajneesh. She would ride out to their camp with some friends and pull their tent stakes. You guys, Cheryl and Gma, was the Rajneesh a sort of like what do you call it, like Hare Krishna group? Because man, my family, there was a branch of my family that went into, I don't know if it was Rajneesh, like a Hare Krishna, or if it was Children of God type of thing, but it was very secretive and they were very isolated. Like we didn't know what they were doing, where they were. You had to just weirdos. And this is everywhere, y'all, in the country. It really is.
Yeah.
Do you
So
remember?
Phil Donahue's wife was Danny Thomas's daughter.
Oh.
Yeah, Marlo Thomas. Isn't that Danny his daughter? That girl, that show, that girl, Marlo Thomas.
So it was St. Jude chessboard. I wasn't sure, but okay. Oh, wow.
What is Global Kingdom?
Global. I don't know. Is that regarding a comment or?
Do you remember that program TLC was called Sister Wives?
Yes.
I often wonder, what did that guy do for a living? God, he's got 2 or 3 houses, and most of them don't work.
Yeah.
Like,
I did watch that show because being raised Mormon,
yeah,
it was interesting to me that they put a reality show that showed the polygamous side,
yeah,
and it looked to me like Janelle, the one wife, had the most steady income. Some of the other wives were supplementary for the multiple children. They schooled them and did the housework and the cleaning and the food and all that. I mean, they worked, but I think Janelle made the money. Now, Cody, the patriarch of that
yeah,
commune,
I'm Cody.
he did in the very early seasons of the show. I'm not sure what it was that he did. I don't think it was real estate, but it seems like maybe it was with business in some way. But then again, maybe they're all actors on the stage.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
You
Because
got,
none of it really makes sense as far as what he did or any of the rest of them did. I don't know.
remember when they got chased out of some state, and it was almost like a court. When you looked at the
Yes,
bottom of the court, it was on the left and right. He says, "I got to find one where I can buy the house across the street." Because he had
they were in Utah, and they ended up going to Nevada because the laws were more lax
yeah,
for polygamy.
yeah.
And then I think they went back to Utah. I don't know, but yes, I know what you're talking about. Watch, absolutely,
But
very interesting.
I thought the only thing could be is maybe real estate, but you keep jumping states, right? You lose all your How do you keep the money going?
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, how do you keep the money for that much?
Yeah,
I mean, property and
yeah,
food and all of
exactly.
it, for sure, for sure.
I know a lot of women do it, but as a man with a family, I wanted to quit my job bad. I couldn't. I just couldn't do what I wanted to do because you have your
There are benefits to being in a community like that. There are, like, there's benefits to having a, let's say, even a small town that has similar values and everyone works together, or even something like an Amish community. Now, there are abuses there as well. Don't get it twisted. There are. We tout the Amish for a lot of good reasons, but any enclosed system has abuse. Um, the FLDS are no different. And at the beginning of the show, Sister Wives, they were connected to Warren Jeffs, the dude who went to prison because he got busted in the FLDS temples with videos. And I saw them actually of, him marrying 13-year-old girls. And, their system of polygamy remains, and um, they will marry and procreate over and over and over. And the Warren Jeffs thing and his dad, and it's all connected. So I always thought, okay, you had this really bad federal case that shit on the FLDS, which the Mormon Church is going to feel offended by because they're connected. And so then we have this apologetic show on the Learning Channel, the Sister Wives, where they're connected to that group, but then everyone has sympathy for them because you have this, oh, they have to run from their state. No, there's, these wives doing all this work and feeding the children. There's this other wife, bringing in some income, and they're just a nice family. You know what I mean? It was a way to soften the federal case against Warren Jeffs. That's my opinion.
yeah.
Do you all see what I'm saying? The dot.
Did they broadcast? Did they broadcast that? Because I remember it wasn't Cody, but I remember where it first started, and there's a group of men that support things, and there's a 13-year-old girl, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
They admitted in the first seasons of that show that they were in the same sect as Warren Jeffs, and that they were like, oh, what he did is wrong.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? And then they made this hero story of the sister wives family, the Browns,
Yeah.
escaping their state and going here and there, and we have all these kids and everything's great, and then polygamy turns to shit when the new wife comes in, the brunette that ruined everything. But what I'm saying is the intent, I think, of it may have been just a production to lessen the blow of the bad press for the pervert Warren Jeffs and his father and all of the sick shit going on in that situation.
I don't really want to get into it, but there's a modern day version of that. I'm not part of a community, if you will, and I couldn't believe it. There was some guy that said, everybody on the internet knows she was 12 years old. So what? My jaw dropped.
In their doctrine, they believe that you propagate in order to create good souls and save souls and replenish the earth. That is their excuse for polygamy.
Yeah.
It's
because I know there wasn't his first wife, and she had gone more or less barren, and then it was like, I'm bringing in this younger one, and I'm wondering how your head's going to wrap around this one, the matriarch of the family. It is what it is. I mean,
who are you talking about with first wife, etc.?
Well, there was kind of the matriarch of that family, of Cody's family. Maybe the first.
Oh yeah, the first wife. She only had one daughter.
Yeah,
and then the second wife came in. Yeah.
But it was a younger one to come in, and I'm kind of.
The fourth one ruined everything. Yes.
Yeah. But
and it says the Duggars. That's another. Wasn't that? Did anyone say already the show? What was it? 10 kids and counting, or 12 kids and counting, or something.
Yeah.
And then it turned out there was.
Yeah.
What was that, Bonnie?
Yeah, that's what they were talking about.
Yeah.
And my oldest son was convicted of molesting and sexual abuse several younger sisters.
Mm-hmm.
And he was married and had children of his own, went to prison.
What was that? Was it some kind of Baptist, or I don't want to misname a religion, no offense anyone, but there was a certain religion that was that.
And I don't know. Let me see if I can find it.
Mm-hmm. Like some something where no limit on the kids, plus they encourage you to have like a dozen.
19 kids and counting.
19 kids and counting, yes. Oh my goodness. And she almost died. Like that last one, do you remember with the Duggars? The mom, she got really, really sick trying to give birth to that last one. She'd had like all those kids in a short amount of time, and her body started to give out. And they made it for TV, of course. But they were in some kind of a.
It says a form of independent Baptist Christianity.
Okay.
I don't know what that means. Belief that God determines the number of children they have and their avoidance of birth control.
Good night, chessboard. So it was some kind of offshoot of some kind of Baptist. What state were they in, out of curiosity? I can't remember.
I mean, it might go against the grain, and I know it's a religion. I get it. It's a way of life. I feel awfully weird having 2 or 3 wives, and you have the first one, you know what I mean? And you just
Yeah.
skip and rotate around like it's nothing. It just,
How can you have a genuine?
Think
yeah,
a chessboard. Oh, shit.
A
it,
real connection? You know,
Are
I
you
hear.
ready for this?
Yeah.
What state?
Yeah.
Arkansas.
Oh shit! No way! Oh, wow. Okay.
This says a lot.
Hmm.
just should feel, I don't know, when I think about it.
Interesting.
I don't think I could divorce the two things. I don't think I could do it.
John D, what do you mean by Islam? I don't. I'm
Hmm?
not sure if you're behind in chat because Islam came up a few minutes ago. Or are you saying that some of these religions that do this are an offshoot of Islam? Like we're talking about some of these Christian slash like cultish mindsets.
Me or somebody in chat?
No, I was asking John D in chat. He
Yeah.
said Islam, and because being someone who has left the Mormon church, I was born into it, raised up until the age of 17 is pretty much when I was like, bye. My family members, some of them, a lot of my siblings have left, actually, all but one. There's 6 of us. All but one have left. But parents, grandparents, certain other family. And sometimes I get into those rabbit holes of looking at the way that being raised in something like that affects your mind and what you perceive. And I've seen a few that connect dots between different. So for the LDS, I see them connect dots between ancient Egypt, um, like even Catholicism, certain parts of Judaism. And I'm looking at it and like, okay, I can see where they like melded all this together. And so he said, Islam. Okay, offshoots of Islam. I see. Interesting. Yeah, Gma, same thing. Our breeders.
She was having a child every year.
She was. The last one almost killed her.
Mm. I know there's so many weird things with religion, the different things that are allowed, not allowed, for whatever reason.
Right. And it's hard to debate what is right spiritually, you
Mm-hmm.
know?
No, I won't say the thing I'm talking about is religion. It's the last couple of years. And I'm not going to say the guy's initials because there's a number with that initial. But he's like at work and he's like this Southern thing. It is Southern. But he said, so what? The whole internet knows she was 12 at the time that he got pregnant. And I'm just like, you're just stepping over it. You know what I mean? You asked her mother to marry. I get it. There are teenagers where you go, or not teenagers. You kind of think the girl's, 19, 20 at least. And she's not. But they're few and far apart.
Mhm.
Because 12 years old. Even if I thought to myself, even if I thought she was 16, you don't go near her, right? 16, 50 some year old man. But it still goes on today to be jaw dropping. Because I did
Well,
think about it.
you gotta pass your genetics. The whole seat of power in this world is having an heir.
I guess. But you know what I mean? Even if I looked at a girl and said 17 or 18, at that, you know what I mean? You don't go near it. Even though she ends up 12, but she looks like she's 20, you still don't go near it at that age. You know what I mean? If you're the same age, you date, things happen. But a 50-year-old man trying to justify it.
You still find that now with arranged marriages, and it is pretty wild. As soon as a girl starts menstruating, it's on. That is fertile uterine ground,
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was about 18, and this Macedonian friend of mine, there was a big guy and a little guy, younger brother, and George was dating Anne, and we're getting close to, break it off. You know what I mean? Or does it go further? And somebody said to me, George is getting married. I said, wow, Anne, she says, no, it's not Anne. I said, what are you talking about? I saw him 3 weeks ago. His father arranged the marriage. And Chris, the younger one by 2 or 3 years, they had cabooses on the CN rail then. He left home. He said, they're not going to run my life. And he was a caboose, you know what I mean? Conductor, the guy on the back of the train with a switcher. He left home. That was a little while ago, but still, arranged marriage.
Yeah.
Did you know there's a statute of limitations on rape and molestation?
I think that's a pretty long statute, isn't it? 30 or 40 years?
Nope, not that long. Um,
Or 20 now, maybe. I don't know.
2015, 2006.
Well, comparing America to other countries, especially like Muslim, Bob and Pat both bring up Muslim. In India, those arrangements still happen, and it depends on where you are, where it makes no difference. Men can procreate their entire lives. As long as you can shoot a shot, you're good. Women, at some point, we dry up, and there's definitely a window, of success, but it all comes down to having an heir for your name, for the seat of power. That's an ancient idea, patriarchy, as far as you are establishing your bloodline. And I think men have that draw, and families have that draw. They'll try and arrange marriages between powerful families, get your daughter signed up with a politically important family or a king queen situation or whatever. They do that for longevity for their bloodline. Egyptians, they would go straight up brother sister to keep the bloodline. Just wild enough.
If you look at the kings of Europe, you look at the second millennium, if nothing happened for a son, that was a woman's fault. I'm fine.
Yeah.
It's not me, it's her. And even if I chop off her head to have another one and piss off the Vatican, I'll do it.
Well, sure, Henry VIII.
But
Mary the First was the first female monarch of England in a legit manner. Now, we could go back to Empress Matilda and say that she deserved it, but she didn't get it. It went to her son. But Mary the First was the first one. And I find that so interesting, right? You couldn't inherit the crown through a woman or have as a woman for quite a long time until fairly recently. But the thing is when they're talking about keeping the bloodlines pure, when a baby's born, you know what beaver it was born from. When you look at the man, you don't know if he was the one that shot the shot. You don't, like we have Maury Povich to tell us now, but back in the day, you had to trust the queen gave birth to your blood.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So then why would they have where the crown goes to men only when you can't verify the man? You can only verify the beaver.
Yeah.
That never made sense to me. It's a scapegoat.
I've had some very interesting religious talks, if you will. And I do track people. That's exactly what you just said. Through the Bible and everything, women aren't mentioned, all of a sudden, patriarch. And just like you said, men theoretically can go a lifetime and still father.
Correct.
And that's why theoretically, and it's still based there, and it's just predictable.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I guess that's a polite word for male-driven religion.
It goes to show you the money, power, crowned by conquest, and with seventh being the last, right? Like all of that really didn't have to do with knowing whose blood it was. It came down to influence, support, mob rule.
Yeah. Yeah. You just think things would change by now. You know what I mean?
Nah. Why
Beginning
would
of the 21st century, or perhaps of the latter 20th, but it still goes on.
why would the powers that be change anything when it's working?
Exactly.
We're all still plebes. Why would they change that? They're not going to change what works.
No, but this is where I've tracked a few people conversations. I said, you know what? I laid those breadcrumbs because I knew exactly what you're going to say. Because the men, for the rest of their lives, for their entire life, can father. That's your supposition, which is not founded in fact. But anyway, yeah.
What do you mean it's not founded in fact?
In fact, exactly what the supposition of I finally had an heir to my throne. Problem is, it wasn't your heir. You know what I mean? We just couldn't prove it.
Yeah, probably.
That was the footman on the carriage saying, anything else, my lady?
Oh.
Yeah, it is what it is. And I would imagine there's some that resorted to exactly that. And the guy knew it.
Mm-hmm.
It just wasn't going to happen, and he was running out of time with who he had, because you want the heir. And it probably took hundreds of years before the daughter was allowed to be the queen. The queen, you couldn't have a queen.
Well, we had Mary the First and Elizabeth, Gloriana, and Victoria for a hot minute, and then Elizabeth II. So if you think about it, in that 500 years, as far as female rule, Mary plus Elizabeth I is roughly 70 years. Victoria ran the show for, I think, 50-ish years.
I think she went 60. She
about 60. Okay, so we're at like 130. Then Elizabeth II ran the show for 70 years.
70.
So we're 200. So in the last 500 years, over 200 of the last 500 years has been run by a queen.
Yeah. I think Victoria was the longest reigning female monarch.
Yeah.
Albert died from typhoid quite early. Her consort.
Right. Well, Elizabeth II outran Victoria. Elizabeth II was longer in reign than Victoria by a couple of years.
George VI was Elizabeth II's father. He died in She was coronated in 53.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Snappage.
Anyway,
Hey, Cola.
Hey, Cola. Yeah.
What's up, y'all? I'm smart. I know that all the fun happens in the backstage. So I got here just before closing time.
There you go.
I slid in.
Bad.
No, I've been in and out of here. I can't believe you're still going, man. It seemed like everybody went live today. Like everybody I freaking know did. Even Billy. Everybody went.
I
I was like
know.
trying to be everywhere. I'm like clicking in and out, going here, going there. Like even Rescue was live. It was wild. He might. I don't think he is anymore.
Hey, Savage.
I'm sitting out this storm with y'all, so
What's that?
I'm sitting out this storm with y'all.
Oh, you have a storm right now?
Yeah, you don't hear it?
No, I hate them. I hate it for you. I hate storms. They make me nervous. I know they shouldn't, but
Dallas had a bad storm the other night. Monday. It's a Monday night or Sunday.
This one's just a lot of noise and rain. It's not.
Bob's down there asking to come up. He said after party. Shoot, I didn't know.
Of course, Bob.
He's trying to get here before we close up.
Do you need another link?
You should be able to see it, Bob. Dang.
Tell me y'all heard that.
Minute, you stopped doing that?
Holy cow.
I just thought you had gas, Bonnie. Did you have about?
Man, my chair squeaks like it. Oh, I don't know if anybody here. I'm always a mess, but oh well. If anybody saw the thing I did with my this was less than a week ago. You see all those roots?
Yes,
Yes.
girl.
Isn't it
I
crazy?
saw what you did.
This was the baby.
Oh, I want a spider plant.
I want to send you one. You're going to be my first one if I ever figure out how to do. If I ever figure out how to do it, I want to send you one. I gotta. My thought is, quit Nola. My thought is, like I've told you before, but maybe I don't know if it'll work, but I think it might. So, like, get the roots going just like this one. Put it in a sponge with a little bit of water, a little bit of Ziploc. Hey, and then just ship it. You know, I don't know if I put the thing in or leave a little out or how I'd work that, but probably leave it out. You know, and then throw it in a box and ship it. It's not going to weigh anything.
Would totally work.
It's gotta. It can't be too long though, right? Because eventually it'll need sunlight and stuff. So maybe like as long as it was quick enough shipping, you know what I mean? Can't be like too.
A small flat rate box will, or a small little thing. It'll take like 2 days. I wouldn't even stress about that shit. I've even heard of people sending plants in diapers because you know how diapers suck up. So you could fill a diaper with water.
No, we have an extra one around at least right now.
And it'll have like a little bit of water there to chill in. I've ordered plants off Amazon.
I have too. That's what gave me the idea.
Yeah. Go for it.
I don't know how yours were. They were a little bit more mature, which is why I thought, I'll make it easier into them real little. Plus I have some, you know, but they did they had it like, I guess they put like a little baggie around it and some moisture so that it would have dirt, but it would be really moist. And then everybody loves that word, a little rubber band around the baggie. Yeah. And then they put like a stick in there or a couple sticks and they take that paper, or at least the ones that I got, kind of wrap it around it so that the leaves will be all jacked up. And then I guess peanuts in a box. And there it is.
Yep. Good to go.
So that's exactly, it's funny you said exactly what gave me my idea. Yeah, getting them through the mail. But the funny thing is, almost none of those I have anymore. Like, I don't know. They were more tropical. Anyway, I don't mean to just go on and on, but I get excited over the plants, man. That's my new. I'm so happy that I learned some of the things I have. Dang, Wayne, I haven't slept over 3 hours in 2 days. That sounds terrible. What's up, Bob?
Oh, not much. Just been hanging out, listening to you guys yak for the last couple hours, bounce off.
You blame me over the last couple hours, just the last couple minutes for me.
Bounce off, look at another video here and there, and then come back. And not you. You just arrived, so.
Yeah, I've been doing that. I've been in and out too. It's hard to, like I said, everybody was live, and I kind of struggle to sit still, even if there's the only one on, because I get up and move around. But she's been on my TV the whole time, so technically I've been viewing the whole time, but the volume's not always up. And I just kind of see, oh, Virginia's up there now. Oh, somebody left.
You've been all over the place.
Yeah, it's true. Barefoot strawberries show up jumbled together in a plastic bag. Okay. He could literally just say that, but he types it instead. It's funny.
That is funny, Billy.
I even went out and was a camera girl for a minute for Billy, like bare root, not foot. Did I say barefoot? Oops.
Yeah.
Well, it says it, but I didn't even think about it. I read it just how it. But yeah, I held the camera for a minute, made sure he didn't have to like go cut off anywhere. So, yeah, I was literally everywhere.
I haven't tried to grow strawberries yet.
I saw Cheryl wrote on a video that she's got some for hers, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to grow them, but we don't have them. Do we have them growing now?
Yeah. There's plants, but there's no berries.
It's a long, weird story actually on that. Well, I guess it's not. Well, we got the plant from the other backyard, and I don't know. Like the chickens got to it. I can't talk. You just talked. Gosh, you're goofy.
There's some kind of critter that always gets my strawberries. They even dig up stuff that, like if I plant some potatoes or,
oh no,
I think it could be.
Oh no, we lost the host. Shoot.
Oh,
back.
Oh, Bonnie.
Bonnie, come back.
Could be rabbits. Could be deer. Could be squirrels, like digging and getting into shit or birds get so many of the like berries, and it's pretty annoying.
So Cynthia, I was only gonna do like maybe a spider plants or pothos. I don't know. I never even thought of that. Never even considered it being like a problem to do it, but I hope not. I don't know.
Yeah, I get a lot of squirrels would like to dig holes in my place and stash food. Then they come back later and dig it up. Little criminals.
They're
do.
Okay.
Yeah, they're kind of cute, but they don't cause too much problems. But the thing that kicks my plants' asses are earwigs. Oh, baby. Man, I use a lot of diatomaceous earth to keep them away from my plants,
I said that I thought Bonnie would be right back, and Billy said, well, she's having a storm. You never know. I didn't think of that. I hope her power's okay and internet and everything, or at least, oh no.
Yeah, we could be in the screwed lane. If her internet does not come back, there's no way for us to end the live.
Yeah, what do we do? Just everybody leave and leave a blank screen? Or
Yeah,
I mean, we'll hang out and wait for her, but I'm like, when it gets to a certain point, we've been in this position more than once together, Virginia. I feel like
we have. Yes, we have.
I'm trying to think. Was it Ron? Ron fell asleep that time. That was hilarious. People were calling him. Were you there for that one? Probably happened more than once. But one time was particularly funny because when he woke up, he tried to act like he wasn't just asleep. He tried to convince us all. No, well, blah, blah. He said
we played emergency. Oh, there she is.
There she is. Came back.
Thank goodness. We were like, what do we do? Well, do we all leave at the same time? If your internet would have gone out or your power, like you couldn't shut it off, we would just all have to leave, or what would we do?
Yeah, that would be the thing. We would all have to leave. It would still keep running. The chat would keep running even if her power went out. But as far as like on the panel, that's where it get tough.
So does it stay up even if your internet goes out? I mean, I'm just thinking about if I'm ever in a situation. Oh man.
Yes.
Well, you can also
on YouTube until you hit end.
Well, I can get Billy's help with things like this. And we had that happen one time, I think. And you can use the data on your phone, go to StreamYard and come in that way and shut it down. If you get ever in that situation, anybody probably could do it with me.
Yeah, there was a fellow on my panel last night. His parents' house got hit by a tornado there in Texas. Wow, what a mess.
Dang it. Yeah, there's been a lot of them in North Texas, West Texas, up in the Panhandle.
Mm-hmm.
We just got thunderstorm and rain, but yeah, my power went. So if I push end, that will end the stream, but we'll still be backstage, right?
Yeah, yeah, and stream, then we can still talk, but we'll be
Okay,
out,
I've
out
never,
of sight of the public. Yeah, right. That's where the real talking starts and happens.
Oh
you know?
yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
came
yeah.
for.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
Cole tapping her
Mhm.
toe.
I wasn't
Yep.
sure about it.
I've never done it on my phone, so okay. Y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and end this.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank
this
you
is
all for being here. God bless y'all, and see you next time. And okay.
it'll end just a couple